a little bit indeed. It's actually so weird to take 2 days off stream. All right, I'm back. Let's go. We are going to play keys today. I'm going to tank. I want to play Guardian Druid mostly. I was hoping to kind of work on my Algeth'ar Cavern route, but I was ninja invited to a 15 Algeth'ar Academy instead. So perhaps I will play the top Druid damage build and just go for fun. Let's find out. A little bit unsure exactly what the plan is, and then also kind of figure out what music we want to listen to. I've been in a particular mood. Man, okay, so when people get here, I have news. I have discovered something wonderful, and I am very excited to tell people about it when people get here. So this is going to be incredibly exciting, of course. Very potentially exciting. Let me see. Yo, what's up, Jacob? What's up, noob? Quick question before I go to sleep. Yeah, what's up? And I'm on a little late today because I got distracted and I had to run some errands. And there's a cat jumping in the background in case you hear things falling. What do I want to listen to today? What am I feeling? I feel like I'm feeling Phil Collins still. Like, honestly, I think that this is sort of my vibe here. Why doesn't he play Red Moon for Bear? It's bugged right now. The main reason is because it's bugged. Like, if it gets bug fixed, there's some potential that maybe there's some weird build. Jacob, possibly. There we go. That's the music. Okay. So yeah, there's some potential for there being like a very strange build that people might actually enjoy with Red Moon, but otherwise, nah. All right, Algeth'ar Academy. What's wrong with it? I have the bug list here. 1 second. I have it right here. Let's see. Let's see. Red Moon, Lunar Beam. Okay, hold up. Red Moon does not grant Mangle additional rage. The GG will not play any animation when Red Moon is talented. Does not trigger the Lunation CD if you're playing a Loon's Chosen. And it's not tracked properly on rage nameplates. Those are the bugs that I can see right now. Hey, honey, can you... Hold up, there's a cat. Of course there is a cat. 1 second. Those are the bugs that I can currently see with it. Hi, Ragnarok. Hello, hello. All right, we're doing Algeth'ar. I think just like a quick 15 or something like that. Should I play the max damage build and just see what we can do? You know, maybe for fun. Good, good, good. Thank you. Have a good stream. Oh, you're welcome. Always feel free to ask any questions here, of course. Of course. Anytime. So, anyways, as you might know, I took 2 days off. It was Valentine's Day. And then yesterday, I was working on my dungeon guides. I was beginning to work on the dungeon guides. You want to hear something? I have uncovered a culinary delight. I'm so excited about this. It's probably one of the best things I've ever eaten in my entire life. Now, when I tell you what it is, you're going to judge me. And all I ask is that you reserve your judgment. Because I'm telling you, man, this is the good stuff. Basically, when people are here, I'm excited to tell you the most delightful, the most wonderful food combination that has literally pretty much ever existed, right? It's very hard to get better than this. Because we were at like a fancy buffet for Valentine's, right? Aw, man. I just filled. Razan he just responded. I didn't see the message in time. Bacon and eggs. No, Malden. It's creme brulee and tenderloin Wagyu steak. If you combine creme brulee and Wagyu, you have to basically in one bite. So you take like a bite of like perfect, like really premium like Wagyu steak, and then you put creme brulee on the same bite. That is amazing. It's unbelievably good. Unbelievably good, I tell you. All right, should we just go like a max damage build maybe for this key for fun? Yo, what's up, Kai? Nah, my dude, I want to plug purely to 3500. Whatever tank you're most comfy with is the truth. The truth is, basically, though, it's whatever tank you're most comfortable with. There is never going to be a better answer than that. Because your ability to play the tank and get everything you can out of it will ultimately determine the success of your ability to get to 3.5. Remember that most tier lists are specifically made with like 4K in mind. So 3.5 is this weird middle ground, and you have to be aware of the fact that it doesn't actually encompass all the stuff, you know. First season tanking, it kind of depends all of a sudden if you want to carry your team or not. Like if you're really looking to carry your team, I still think that Pally is your best answer, to be honest. If 3,500 is your goal. Oh, what's up, troll? Good morning, good morning. Yo, I just started here, man. Yorkie, I don't have 15 on this. No problem. I have Algeth'ar Academy, I believe. Algeth'ar Academy. What's up, Kai? All right. Does that answer your question, though? When it comes to playing, like when people ask, what should I play? The answer is pretty much always what you're most comfortable with. But if you're comfortable with anything and you're like, look, man, I don't really know. I could play any tank, you know? What is that mustache? Dude, I know, for real, right, though? You're in Thailand, right? This shit's from Vietnam. No. It is not. That is not. It's not the snake thing. You forgot to shave? You don't like it? I know, it's getting very ferocious, isn't it? I know. It's getting very ferocious. Troll, if you grew a beard, you would all of a sudden not look 15. Wouldn't that be weird? Okay, is this the build I want to play? Yeah. Give or take, this is the build. Let's just basically blast this key and do massive damage. I'm okay with that. Here we go. Countdown. That'd be mad weird. I know. What's up, Deco? Hi, Deco. You got the firefighter stash. So basically what I'm trying to get is like sort of like the constable look going on. Basically, right. So Kitty says that she likes men with the mustaches. When we met long ago. Yeah. I know. I haven't this is a pretty solid beard I'm growing right now. It's a lot, but I don't necessarily mind it. Overall, I'm feeling okay with it. I don't know exactly how I feel, like 100%. What do you think? Like, do you think I should keep it? Do you think I should grow it even further? Should I? What would your opinion be potentially, right? Yo, what's up, Gluten? Yeah, I took 2 days off. Again, went to a very fancy buffet, had a wonderful Valentine's. But the Valentine's troll, this is what you really have to know about this, okay? Because we're focusing on the beard, but you're missing way more important information, okay? Like, seriously. That's not even the biggest thing. Do you know what the actual biggest thing is? Let me tell you. The biggest thing is that I have found the culinary genius, okay? The culinary expertise, one might say, of the best food combination that has ever been known to mankind. Because I went to this very fancy buffet, and they had, like, Wagyu on tap. Like, full-on, like, full premium, like, Wagyu on tap. It was unbelievably good, yeah? Delicious. As you can imagine, it was just really good. And I combined it with creme brulee. So if you take creme brulee and you eat it with the steak in the same bite, you get effectively heaven, right? And so it's just this idea of combining the two things that are amazing to begin with. And then, yeah, that was the real trick that I learned. If you combine creme brulee and Wagyu, it is sublime. It was delicious. People might say, no, this sounds very much like your maple syrup whipped cream argument, which is still a good argument. If you take, for example, chicken breast and you add like a whipped cream and maple syrup and maybe some melted chocolate, it gets real good because it just coats it. It's like the purse thing though, right, though? You're scaring me? Oh, no, I'm playing bear, so it doesn't really matter. This is a 15. I'm just doing damage. I'm chilling. This is like my warm-up key, basically, so no problem, though. I really enjoyed spooning, like, onto thickly buttered... Well, noob, the problem is that I'm just not sure if you, in particular, with respect, are qualified to give any sort of nutritional take. Then again, maybe I'm not either. But I've seen what your kitchen looks like, so... It's a little scary, a little bit sus, potentially. That's okay. I'm not really qualified either, to be honest, though. Hi, Scraps. I don't really like this Guardian Druid build. I feel less comfortable on it, so I'm kind of going to be playing a little lazy. But I know, for example, I have a Ravage proc here. I won Iron Fur, and then otherwise... Raise, Ravage, Mangle, here... Boom, and more. And then the ads die so fast that I don't actually get to pad on them, unfortunately. Nah, but it was really good. Like, it was... And I also tried new things because I'm actually a relatively adventurous eater, per se. I'm not an adventurous eater. The problem is that I'm just allergic to too much, so I never get to eat outside. And I don't get to ever try new things. So recently, I finally got to try new things. And it was pretty cool. Like, I ate a clam, squid, a mussel. I like mussels, right? Obviously, into fitness. So I ate a mussel and some other things. It was interesting. I was very excited to just be able to try new things, to be honest. Yeah. Did you enjoy any of them? No. But I tried them, and it was exciting. I mean, how many stacks of iron should you maintain? Yeah, in this particular key, like 1. 1 to 0, basically. I'm not playing the talent that gives me damage, so... No. The hotfixes recently, the changes, won't come in until a little later. But Troll, thank you for coming to say hi. It's always nice to start off stream with a little bit of a hello. I was late today because cats, they are very cute, though. Actually, the innuendo, I'm making a joke, but contextual. Honestly, noob, I'm not going to lie. I took a brief nap, like, right before stream, because I realized that I was super tired. And my brain is not quite braining yet. So I didn't catch your innuendo at all. Like, honestly, I didn't actually catch your innuendo. Yeah, my bad. And now I've realized it, but I actually did not realize it previous to this now. My brain is a little bit mush today. Yeah, that's a reasonable single target damage, isn't it? Must you see friendly nameplates, please use shift. Why you must see? Oh, I like it. I like knowing where my team is. I don't find them to be obstructing at all. I know some people really hate seeing the friendly nameplates, but for me, I find it to be useful. It's a personal preference. Anything works at the end of the day, but this is what I prefer. Maybe I'll like edit them a little bit over time. I'm still developing my UI. The thing is, so this pull, for example, I just 0 iron for it because I knew it'd be fine. Do you think a lot of top level key? Yeah. Well, the problem is there were no compensation buffs, right? So that's kind of the real issue, is the fact that they didn't actually buff any other DPS to match that. And yes, on beta, this is the problem with beta testing when the game is so unbalanced. Like, I really dislike it. A lot of the keys that people were doing were literally only possible because specifically there was just, you had your demo lock doing 50% more damage than everyone else. And without that DPS, you simply can't execute the same route. So I do think it's a little weird that they allowed that to go for so long without fixing it. Because, yeah, you won't see, at the moment with current tuning, you're not going to see anywhere near the same level keys being done. Like, the max key is now done on beta. And there will be 0 potential for improvement on that key. Like not even... You won't see another higher key done. And I find that to be strange. You know what I mean? What's up, Slambits? Good morning, good morning. Yo, hi, Falsight. I haven't seen you in a bit. How's it going, man? How's it going, Falsight? Also, hi, JJ. A flex redeem. All right, bet. Here we go. Ooh, I do owe a lot of burpees today. I owe 125 from the last stream. I kept track. I will always honor the redemption. And the redemption says that I owe exactly 125 burpees today. Because I didn't get to do them last stream. So we'll be doing them over time. What's up, Lacus? Also, hi, sorry. Yo, what's up? Miss Weaver doing some damp. Though the buffs aren't even in yet. Imagine, imagine when the buffs go in. All healers will feel a little better, though. Mustache is okay when you flex. Thank you. Yeah. The thing about me, which is super weird, right? This is always a bit strange. And people sometimes don't really know how to process this. But basically, outwardly, if you don't actually ever hear me talk, you know that I look kind of like a jock. You know what's weird about, like, you ever thought about that? If you don't actually know that I'm just like, I stay at home and play World of Warcraft all day, then technically speaking, you would have no way of knowing that. No, I'm not a jock at all. I mean, unless you count the strap. But basically, like, no. I have very few tendencies. Aside from my, like, I guess I grunt at the gym. But aside from that, I don't really feel like I have any jock-like tendencies. You know what I mean? But that's the weirdest thing, is that objectively, if you don't know me at all, you might actually make assumptions which are just straight up wrong. Also, the build I am playing is 100% getting nerfed because I am literally doing DPS damage. I don't know why druids are so... This build is getting nerfed. Like, I haven't even played it that much on beta because you will nerf... Like, they're not going to let this stand. There is literally zero shot that they allow this to be a thing. Yeah, where's my ball? Where's my ball? And also, it is... Even if you play it pretty well, it is squishier, in my opinion. Not by a ton. Like, it works, but overall, man, I don't know. You ever just run into a side... Yeah. You do have to be a little careful about that. I'm not even playing it perfectly, because this is my first key of the day. My ping is decent today. I'm not lagging like crazy, but it does do a pretty ridiculous amount of single target damage. And that's the one thing. Like, tanks can do AoE damage, but Blizzard never lets them do single target damage. That's like the one thing that Blizzard is super, super against, is AoE damage is simply, like, single target. I'm not supposed to be competing. My other build does like 45k at this point, but this one is a lot. This one's like a ton. Careful, careful, careful. Yo, put the ball in. Put the ball in. No. Holy, that was close. Like, especially if I pop Incarn on this damage amp here. Everybody was reading their damage. The Lunar Beam comes out. One more Ravage into it. Whoop, a little shy there. A little shy. But yeah, this build is getting nerfed 100%. Whoops. Res him. Bam. Go here like this. I'm locked in just a little bit. I'm not going to play this build at any more times this key. But like, it's almost like the Brewmaster. There's a Brewmaster build right now that finally got hotfixed, right? So they fixed the bug with it. And there's basically like no chance that they're going to let that stay in the game. So I don't really know why people would even be testing it too much. Like, it's fun for beta, but it's almost not worth testing. Because if you take a look at the single target damage behind me, that's pure single target. This is not staying in the game. Look at the damage right now. That's single target. This is getting nerfed, I'm telling you. There is literally zero shot that actually stays pure single target. No way. Not at all. Like, it's not going to happen. It's the Claw build. Yeah, I'm playing Druid of the Claw and stuff. And Hierarchies, if I'm using Regrowth, I use Regrowth on my team almost always. Like, Regrowth for me is I just use it as an off heal. So, I mean, you manually consume it, and they also fix the bug with that, so it feels a bit better. And sometimes you do consume it, just because when you press your Frenzied Regen, it will auto-consume one. But it was consuming all of the charges, and now it does stack. So I can, like, Regrowth. Like, for example, I can Regrowth here, and normally still have one, too. So it's okay. It depends how much I trust my healer. Like, basically, it's almost, like, key dependent. If we have squishy DPS who I feel like will need me better, or, like, kind of what's going on, depends a little bit. So here, for example, I just didn't get a Ravage proc, so I'm just going to SI because these Battle Axes hurt. I still don't like how RNG this build is. I don't mind playing it for like a key or two, or maybe if we ever have, like, in the actual season, right? If there's a push key, and that means I have to, like, focus and lock in, and it's like no mistakes are allowed. We're pushing IO. It's like, maybe I could play this because if it does more damage, like, that's okay, and I can still live. But at the same time, like, my other build does fine, you know. Well, there are small buffs on the boss, yeah, but even with those, I would do a little bit more. The way I judge my DPS is I always assume if I can do this with 200 plus ping, then imagine what somebody will do with, like, single digit ping. You know, like, that's one of the things. I don't know, like, we'll see what my overall damage ends up being like. I'll do the same route, you know, I'll do whatever it is. And we'll look at my overall damage. We'll do a fair comparison. As of right now, though, you know, I think it's only going to be like 20k ahead. That's good, those regrowths. Oh, yeah, dude. Dreamus and Arius is huge for your team. Massive off heal. Like, it's good for yourself, too, but it's even crazier for your team. All right, we're going to single into a double, as I talk about. I filmed a Algeth'ar Academy Masterclass guide. By the way, I have been starting to make Masterclass dungeon guides. I will put them, because I'm still kind of learning how to do them exactly. They're not finalized yet, but basically, those are probably the finished product. They will be on Patreon for now. If anybody wants early access to them and you're on Patreon, I have officially updated Nexus and Magister's Terrace. with basically like everything you need to know if you actually want to study and like understand as a tank player like how to do all these dungeons. Then the resource is there. What's up, Anguish? Gonna stick to Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is fine right now. Like, honestly, all it really needs is a damage buff, and then it will be extra fine. So I don't think Prot Warrior is in a bad spot. I think it's actually totally acceptable if you do want to play Prot Warrior at the moment. I wouldn't be, like, terrified of playing it. Like, if I, for example, was thinking about playing Prot Warrior, then I wouldn't feel, like, absolutely like I couldn't play it. I think it's okay to play. Exactly. Yeah. But remember, that's not like the only tuning they're going to do. Like, we don't know exactly what else they're going to do, but it seems likely that they would buff Prot Warrior damage slightly, or at least equalize it. Like, right now, for example, I made a little Prot Warrior guide. I haven't posted it yet. But in that guide, it's like, hey, don't press execute. That's a weird thing to say. Like, it's a strange thing that I have to basically tell people, oh, hey, just, like, don't press this button. That's, like, kind of part of the Warrior kit and has been forever. But, yeah, it's not worth it right now. So that's a little strange. And normally they do fix interactions like that. Cool. So let's not pad our damage here. Let's just go into cat, back into bear, and press this. I got a topic, if you don't mind. Oh, yeah, send it. What's your topic? All right, hold up. What's your topic? I'm going to rant for a second. I got this. Should I rant about creme brulee and steak? I have a video, but it was too long for me to post because I don't have, like, Discord Nitro or whatever. No, yeah, you literally don't press execute right now. They nerfed it, and it's weird that you don't play... It's actually, like, just a waste to press execute, basically. Bow chicka wow. First of all, your name is fantastic. Second of all, yeah, I will play Druid almost certainly. I mean, for sure I'm going to play Guardian. What else I'm going to play, I'm not sure. I always play Guardian, yeah. Burnout of World of Warcraft? You want me to talk about, like, World of Warcraft burnout or in general burnout? Like, in life? Because I'll rant about anything, that's fine. But in specific regards to WoW or just burnout in life? Because it do be tough out there. I'll cry if you talk about fast laying down for a bed, because gonna ruin my Oh, talk about food. Oh, I see. To be fair, my culinary choices, dude, I was at some fancy restaurant, man. Hi, Dirty Dan. Currently watching the stream during your graveyard shift. Oof. Do you always work graveyard shift? Or does it, like, rotate? Because I feel like that's worse. Like, because, like, I actually think that it's better if you just always work night shift, because then you could at least plan your life around it. But people who have to, like, swap to sometimes working night shift, that's the worst. That sucks a lot. Do you think playing so many beta keys makes expansion launch less new? Not for me, Wreck-It. Personally speaking, not for me. But, that's I just love the game. And I'll always find a way to enjoy it. So I don't worry about that, but I know a lot of people do. There's a ton of really, really good players who don't play beta specifically because of what you're talking about. But I just love beta gaming. I like... The fun of WoW for me is not necessarily learning, but it's the ability to express my skill in a group of people. So, like, I just want to be able to kind of say, oh, yeah, I could play this, of course. And then do well and, like, carry the key with it. So whether I play DPS, tank, or healer, doesn't really matter. Question for you as a tank. What healer do you love having heal you? Changes per season, Hackstubs. Normally, I would say Resto Shaman, but right now, no. Because I normally like Resto Shaman because it, you know what I mean? But not at the moment, though. Nah, all good. What's up, man? How do you feel about the upcoming dungeon pool? Very positive. Upcoming dungeon pool is a massive W. It'll probably save Midnight Season 1. Midnight Season 1 will probably have a few problems, but ultimately, the dungeon pool is not one of them. Okay, so burnout in life. I have an answer for you. Let me ask that. Let me give people context real quick, though, before I actually just full send, because it is important. Wait, grip. It's important if I start ranting about this that people understand why I'm ranting about it, because I'm going to take you on a little bit of a loop here, all right? But I think that to deal with burnout in life, you actually first have to ask yourself, why are you alive, Malden? Like, seriously, like, I'm genuinely asking you to think about this. You don't have to come up with an answer right now. But what's the purpose of your existence? I'm genuinely mean that, because I have an answer for you. The purpose of my existence is that I just want to experience life. I've always felt like after surviving all the things I did as a kid, and the fact that I should have died so many times, but I didn't, this is bonus time. Like, I've always felt like my entire life is just bonus time. Like, I am just very, very lucky and thankful to be here. And it's crazy that I get to do all of these awesome things that I get to do. But my goal is not to necessarily be happy or to chase joy, because sometimes life sucks and it isn't always joyful. And sometimes I'm just not having a great time. But at least in those times, I still get to experience hardship then. I get to experience the journey of it. And I remind myself of that. But if I ever feel like I'm burning out of something, I reconnect with why I'm here in the first place. Because if I feel like I'm not experiencing, if I'm wasting my time, I hate wasting my time. It's the one thing I won't do. Because this time was not granted. It was, I worked very hard to be here. I fought my entire life to be here. So the last thing I'm going to do is waste it. And that's how I personally just sort of make a decision about how I should spend my time and how I solve burnout. Because I only tend to burn out if I'm not being true to my goal. If I'm not being true to myself, then I burn out. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question, kind of? Yeah. Gratefulness is cool, but sometimes it's also fine to just exist out of spite. Like, ideally, RFA, you can be a positive, kind, grateful person, but sometimes it's okay to be a spiteful, angry, hateful, vengeful person as well, because guess what? You get to experience those emotions. Isn't that awesome? Isn't it so cool that you get to be here and experience true hate and dispassion and displeasure? Like, there's nothing wrong with being a troll for a little bit. Like, that's also a phase of life. And just, again, like, you know what I mean? But the idea is people are so, if your goal is to exist only one way, then you really limit yourself. Because, yeah, it's a phase. Why not? Just let yourself go through it. That's the one difference, I think, between me is, like, I'm okay with saying, well, maybe for the next year, let me try being an absolute dick. Like, let me try it and see if I like it. And I'm just like, nah, that's not for me. But otherwise, why not? Just try it. Like, why not? I honestly, just send it. It's fun sometimes. And then, but that it gives you an appreciation, because you can't really appreciate kindness if you haven't ever actually been cruel. Like, that's an unfounded, like, you're not, I kind of subscribe to the philosophy of, if you are, how do I put this? Okay. So if you're a very nice person, but you're not capable of being mean or cruel or malicious, then you're basically somebody that other people will step on. True kindness is knowing that it's a choice. It's not a coping mechanism to be kind. It's a choice to be kind. And there are a lot of people who really believe in that, and they're like, I'd like to be a kind person, but at the end of the day, they don't have another way to exist. That's actually the only way. And in my opinion, that's not real kindness. Like, you end up getting yourself into situations where people will take advantage over you and kind of step on you. And that's no fun, and that's no good. So, nice double time. Does that make sense? I need 45 years to find the purpose of your life, but I'm here to give others a smile. There you go. And that's it, us. And if that's your goal, then how do you deal with burnout? Is you rotate and you basically reconnect with the goal. And you say, okay, did I make someone smile today? And they go, yeah. Okay, so everything's good. Does that kind of answer it, Malden, though? That's how I think about it, personally speaking. I always think, how can I reconnect with what it is that I'm trying to do? And for me, it's just experiencing things. And basically saying yes to life. So, for example, at this phase of my life, I am learning how to do all sorts of things that are really important to me. Someone, if a person talks bad with him, punch, oh, there you go. But, so that you then do it. But also with, be reasonable about it and think kind of a little bit long term of don't do anything too stupid. But, figure out a way. Like, if you're like, nah, I just want to punch people, it's like, great, do MMA. Like that's what my mom. I got very lucky when I was growing up. My mom basically always taught me. She was just like, all right. Like I was like, I want to bite people. She's like, okay, find a way. Like, what's a career that you can bite people? And I was like, I just want to punch people. She's like, great, become a fighter. It was just always like a come up with a way to do it instead of saying no. Like you have to be one way or the other. It's like, yeah. You know, let's say like you're like, I just want to destroy everything. It's like, great, then become somebody who works in demolition. Like there's probably something that will work for you if that makes sense. And I think that that's important. 1 second, let me close my door. Yeah, that's kind of the idea though, right? Is just find something that you work. Also, let's check my damage of that run. I had 114k in Algeth'ar. We could have pulled it a little bigger, but overall, this was my damage. That's pretty good. Like, that's not bad, right? It's decent, but this is the breakdown. For what it's worth, if you're looking at this, this is the breakdown here, yeah? You see Ravage like this, and you see Moonless Night? That's one button. This is ridiculous. Like, this is... you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of scary, though. Here, I want to punch them, but please will. Well, also, you got to come up with a reasonable way to express yourself because it's no good to negatively affect other people, but I don't know. I just think it's okay to go through phases in life. I think that's not only okay, but I think it's great to try different things. Personal, but I have figured out what it is that I want to do with my life, and I just want to collect stories. I love collecting stories. That's why I have so many stories to share with you. They're like, did you really kiss a giraffe one time? I'm like, yeah, here's the video. They're like, did you really do that thing in Vietnam? I'm like, yeah, here's the video. It's like, did you really do that other thing? I'm like, yeah. Did you really eat a scorpion in Cambodia? Yeah. Like, here's the picture. Here's the video. Like, did you really end up with, like, yeah. Like, that's how I lived my life for a long time. So in general, I'm a crazy introvert. I don't really like going outside, but I have gone through different phases where at this phase in my life, what I'm really after is peace. You know, I'd like peace. Sure. We'll keep. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm actually after is just straight up. I just want peace now. So I'm after like a certain level of contentment though. I'm less adventurous. Nice. All right, what key next? What do we want to do? What are we thinking about doing here? But already done. So overall, the midnight dungeon pool, to come back to WoW a little bit, is honestly feeling Omega. I think that healers have some tuning issues in terms of like what's the best and what will work. But the dungeons themselves are fun to heal. And so healing will be fine, if that makes sense, though. You know? I mean, okay, anomaly, but there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I hope that you find some joy as well, but okay. I don't think anybody... The one thing I'll say about this is this. Regardless of what's right or wrong here, don't let anybody ever tell you that you have to live a certain way. That's 100%. The one thing I will say is, no matter what, you got to find your own path here. No one can tell you how you're supposed to live. 15 or 17. We can do. I want to practice my Cavern route. If we okay with that. I'd like to practice my Algeth'ar Cavern route. Hey yo, Lacus, do you know how to edit a command on Twitch? Because can you make a command for dungeon guides like this? So I want dungeon guides to say that command right there. I forgot how to add a command. I always forget. If anybody wants to be a mod, then we can do this though. You pick and do whatever. Let's just do 15 Cavern then. That's fine. We go dungeons, boom, Cavern. This is a harder dungeon, and I don't have a very good route, so I'd love feedback on the route. There are a few different things I've seen here, and we already have it. What happens? Okay, Cavern 15. Yeah, so I want that to say this, basically. So let's put the square up. Basically, like, I am working on Master Class Dungeon Guides now. Early access is up on Patreon. Cool. That's basically what I wanted to say. But I forgot how to add a command, so I could probably learn how to do that fast. I just don't think, you know what I mean? No command with triggered. No, we have to. No, sorry. I don't have the command yet. We have to make the command. Look, who's my bad. So taking a look here. Thank you. That's the one. Yeah, okay. So in Cavern, right? I haven't even started this, but basically, I think the first pull you can go over here and you can do this first pull. I think this is doable, but it's complicated. And I think you can even add these last two berserkers. No, it's these two right there. So you just need this in the first pull. Then you come back and you do a lighter pull like right there, basically. Yeah, you just do... Wait, these two guys come in the first pull, but it's something like this here. Okay? We don't want the elephant. We want to skip the... When we go around, then we pull these two bears. It's a little hard to see exactly where everything is, but effectively, we're going to group on that Hex Guardian with those laborers. And then this is like where you have to start getting creative with it. No. It's not here. It's actually, you come down this way and you pull the elephant with that. There we go. So it's like this pull here. And then the reason I need to look at this is my percentage is always a tiny bit off. I either over pull or under pull. So there are so many different routes that I've seen for this place. We want to skip those, but we can add, you don't have to pull all three of the bears, but you can add one. Like it's fine to grab this eagle and one bear into this pull, I think. As long as you got cooldowns. And then the following pull, the question is about this Juggernaut. Like whether or not you have to play the Juggernaut here. Because I think you kind of want to skip him. If you do this route, you actually have enough souls. So maybe you can actually just come around here and then you can pull like this tent. But you want to skip this Guardian into the boss. And then let's just see what percentage looks like if I do this. Yeah. Well, let's just check real quick and look at what the percentage basically looks like. So I don't know if you pull all of this in the same pull with cooldowns. This seems very scary to me, but let's just assume you do most of it potentially together. Skip those two casters there, probably like this. Let's assume it's something here, and then we're going to pull into this. We're going to go here, give or take, and basically pull sort of all of this. Yeah, you probably have to pull this defender. Maybe even grab those two warriors because they're not that bad. And then you'd go left, probably, and fight this. Maybe, like, grab this or something like that. Let me just check percentage. All I'm trying to do here is just look at percentage. Probably don't want those casters, but then you would fight this middle pack. And then with the boss, you can pull at least these warriors. There's 3 here, but there's only 2 on the route that I remember, okay? So it would look something like this. But now, see, and we're only at 87%. I don't like pulling this last area. Like, if you have to, you can, but I would rather have 5% somewhere else. Okay, so if I were to do this, we need to add 1 pull. If we actually don't take anything else in the first area, there needs to be 1 more pull in here. Probably on bear, I could live this. I can live that with 3. So there's 1 mob there. Each bear is 0.82%. This is technical. Hold up. I got this. So it's a perfect route if I can grab maybe... So this is the tent area. Maybe I do grab this pack to the left. I think that this is in the tent. And if I grab that, then we have percentage. Otherwise, I need an extra bear in there. There's no real X you can chain here. You could do this pack after the first boss, I suppose, for RP reasons. But you basically just want cooldowns for this pull if you do it. Or you can add these 2 shades in and /or warriors are the best if you can add them. 0.33. All right, so the idea is something like this or the bats at the end. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. It's something along this line. Rename. Let's try this today. Owu's Cavern. All right, here we go. Well, that's kind of that's a weird name. Oh, I feel a little weird about renaming this route Owu's Cavern. Ugh. It feels weird that I'd technically be sharing this. Your house totally not. So the first poll, these are complicated polls. I just question about whether or not it is okay to do this first poll in particular, right? Yeah, I guess I am inviting 4 other people to my cavern. That's true. Well, I'm not sure on the route yet. I'm just Med, if you have suggestions, by all means drop it. That's why I'm just kind of looking and kind of seeing like what it is that I would pull. Like you can change up the order of pulls. I just want to check percentage. This is a weird dungeon where over the beta cycle, I've seen so many different ways to do this. I mean, you could just add an extra bound defender here as well, but normally you want to skip this roaming guy. The other thing that people are doing, of course, is they're pulling this 4-pack on the boss here. You could even go ahead and pull one of these, or you grab the bats in here intentionally because the bats aren't too bad, you know what I mean? Like this. Yeah, something like that, maybe. The bear cavern. Well, you know, my cavern is deep and wide. That's why I scream sometimes. All right, let's try it. Let's basically just send something like this. Well, it's we will do our best. Oh, but also, Med, if you like I said, if you got a better route, by all means, I'm very okay with backseat gaming. You can give me any suggestions, man. You even listen to yourself sometimes, yeah. We can pull anything you want into the first pull of the elephant guy. Well, there's no elephant guy in the first pull. I'm gonna show you a route that is the first pull deco. What you need to know is whoever gets targeted by the first mask, you need to external them. Probably either they press a defensive or you need to external. That's, I think, the main thing to understand about the first pull. If I do this, I'll be fine, but I'll take a lot of damage. I mean, I'll almost get one tap, but I probably shouldn't with all the bears. Yeah, the first pull is kind of hard, though. All right, try this. 15. I just got out of the cavern. Don't go into the light as a trap. Well, I like the idea that there is always a light in the darkness. Sometimes you just have to look for it. And sometimes it's okay also to just be in the dark. Something like this. I'm experimenting. Hi, Oreg. I saw you on the beta. I was like, ooh, it's Mr. Oreg. I haven't done this dungeon. Oh, fuck. All right, hold up. That's not good. Okay, so this dungeon is... It's a cool dungeon. A very, very cool dungeon. Thematically speaking, visually speaking, I think this dungeon is great. In actuality, it's probably going to be really hard and definitely kill a whole bunch of people. Like, that's the idea, right? Is that you're probably giga dying for a lot of things. Like 6s with boss, sorry. I think it was like this. Is there any way to combine pull 1 and 2? No. And the reason is because this pull has this dude, the Dread Soul Eater. The Soul Eater gives massive, massive, massive necrotics. So you have to pump healing. And you definitely could not pull him in the first. I mean, maybe with like a perfectly planned something, but he doesn't move very well, and he does this. I am a ninja. Dude, I also think I'm a ninja. Sometimes in the bedroom, I pretend I'm a ninja, and I do, like, cool front flips over the mattress, and I'm like, wah! But I definitely don't look as cool as I think I look doing it. You know they've implemented DPS and damage done? Yeah, I don't think this number really helps me in keys. I much prefer to kind of look at this in general, you know. All right, let me go back to the build that I'd actually like to play a little bit more. Yeah, let's go back to my EC Cook build. You do front flips in real life only when there's a mattress and I'm trying to impress somebody. Like, if no one's around to impress, then I'll kind of just do it myself. But otherwise, you know. It's basically, it's like, because I don't have a lot of game, right, Stoops, the way that I rhythm is sort of like with my natural born clumsiness and athleticism, which isn't really there. Hey, we wanted to once again thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Start tanking. Nice. Oh, great. That's awesome. Happy, all thanks to your... Thank you. I'm glad that you are having a good time tanking. What is this build? Bro, this build is a fucking crazy build. Yeah. Don't judge me too much, okay? Don't judge it. All I can tell you is that this is going to work. Yeah. If you're familiar with Guardian Druid, this build is linked in the Discord. I just, well, it's accessory. Listen. Bear... No. I'm worried, RFA. Especially, I'm worried about the bears that sink on me. You'll see this pull. It's a massive pull. It's a lot of tank damage in particular. Here. Dungeon guides. Let's see if this command works. Nice. Can you link the Patreon here? I need to edit that command and actually just link the actual Patreon to it. There we go. That's the one. I'm not judging, just wondering. It's a cook that I made so that I could... Here, all builds linked in Discord. Cool. There we go. so that I could play bear the way I want to. I'm not recommending that anyone else does this. Like, you don't have to play this way. And it's not going to be optimal. I will lose some damage. However, it might just be that I enjoy it. And at the end of the day, I play this game because I like playing this game. So I'm totally fine to do things for the sake of joy. However, it is certainly a damage loss. It's not crazy damage loss, but it is a damage loss. No one would approve this. Yeah. You see what they did to your spec? It's not as bad as people are saying it is, in my opinion. I think it'll be okay. I do think that at the end of the day, Holy Paladin will kind of be all right with this, but we'll see what they do. Algeth'ar Academy. No, these bears, so here's the thing, though. Do I stream full-time? No, actually. I'm very new to streaming, Only Johns. I'm very new to streaming. I've only been streaming for... now at this point, just over a year. I definitely don't stream full time. I have a job, and a job that I really like, by the way. I get to help people. Where Lust? First pull. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot the key. My bad. Here we go. You can let him lust. All right, ready? How new is new to streaming? I don't know. I mean, a lot of the people I end up playing with and meeting, Ginger, they're like, oh, I've been doing this for like 5 years. Like, 5 years? That's crazy. 5 years. That's a long time, man. Okay, someone aggroed that first Berserker really early, so I am now going to be suffering just a little bit here. The ping do be high. So those bears, the problem is that the bears sink their tank buster on you, and then I want those Berserkers. In other words, I could get clapped in this pull so fast. It's unbelievable, but I can see where the caster is because of this, so they're all going to sink their tank buster on me momentarily. This is a crazy pull, but I actually think that it's doable, mostly because I'm a bear. If I was any other tank, I feel like this would go absolutely terrible, but I've done it on my warrior. Actually, I think other tanks can do this, but is kind of a crazy pull. There's a lot of damage that happens here, and you do need your team to be very aware. And if anyone takes extra damage, then basically it's over. And you can literally get one-tapped here. It doesn't really like DOCC's one about the Apex. So this is the build that plays like that, Grim. This is so I like that too. I know a lot of bears are they're looking forward to the Raze playstyle and they like all the new stuff. I don't. I'm really interested in just playing the bear like how I like it, and I like the EC Thorns of Iron playstyle. It's my preference, so at the end of the day, that's how I want to play. And it does fine. You can see my damage here is literally no problem, and I'm chilling. Hold up. Let me just push these away from me, because they kind of need to be dead. If you die, just blame the healer. So you don't even... Are you sure you don't play WoW? Because that's exactly what you're supposed to do, Ginger. You know, the more I learn about you, Ginger, I feel like you do play WoW, and you've been secretly lying to me this whole time. Easy pull. Good job. Yeah, so this is basically a no Apex, no Raze, no Maul build. We are actually just playing exactly the same way as we used to. Yep, just this. Just these guys. So that was cooldowns, and then this is cooldown recovery. That's the idea behind it. And then I just vortex him in. Nice. Yeah, I don't think you can put him in the first pull. I mean, it's possible, but... I feel like it's better just to do this as cooldown recovery, although we're a little off with our damage, so this is taking a bit extra. But I feel like, yeah, you do this here, and then you go in. You go those two, and I go ahead. And you go blame the next one, though. You get blamed in Guild Wars 2 even for that. It's all the games. Yeah. Healers, man, they live a rough life. Healers, man. Thank you for sharing your Mythic Plus routing process. Oh, you're welcome, of course. I fully plan, by the way, so... It's a new thing for me to learn how to do this, but just so you know, I will have routes, not only routes, but I will have information for literally everyone available in my Discord on season start. Don't worry. Like if you're like, look, I really need routes, I really need some help, it's like, I got you. Like you will have all of it, but also keep in mind I do have a real job. So I am very busy these days. Not only do I have a real job, I also am in a relationship, and that takes a certain level of effort and time. And we have 2 cats, and the cats recently have needed a lot of attention, so some vet visits recently and stuff like this. So unfortunately, I do have other things going on. So I can't spend all my time making WoW content, although that would be super cool. But yeah. I fully plan to. I just most likely will be delayed in my ability to do that. I'll do it when I can, if that makes sense. Can you hit those dummies? You can. Yeah, you can use them for funnel. Kind of a very funny little thing about this key. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but you can totally use them for funnel indeed. Okay, so make sure I don't get die. I don't want to die from these bears here. What tank to main? Currently choose between bear and prot pally. Both of them are totally good. That's true. So I actually think that too sometimes, and I actually get a lot of critique for this, you know. Actually, you know that it's a point of contention recently. I've gotten some hate in the WoW community because I do actually believe that you should be able to enjoy the game even if you have a life, and not everybody agrees with that. Prot warrior is the answer always? I'm not sure about always. Are you, this is like half a pre-made. I know some of the people in here. I don't know everybody in here. Okay, wait, I actually do want, I don't think I should pull that Hexer. That's a mistake. It's definitely not worth it unless my DK knows how to grip. And right now he's not gripping. Gotta grip. I think if we have kicks, then that's fine. Grip. I don't think it's actually the end of the world to pull that Hexer, but grip. Grip, please. I know you're in your cooldowns, my friend. Grip the mob. Don't greed your damage. Use your grip, please. Grip the mob. Holy, wow. Leo, the greed. Grip the one mob that's out in Narnia. There was only one. There was a single caster. It's a DPS loss. He was in his cooldowns. Okay, so there are some classes in WoW that have a niche utility, Ginger. Basically, World of Warcraft says that it's their group buff, but Death Knights have the ability to grip a mob. Like, they have, like, this literally called Death Grip. And they can pull the mob to you. And if there's one guy that's just, like, out in the middle of nowhere, your Death Knight has the ability to do that. But it is technically a damage loss. Like a 0.1% damage loss or whatever, and he was not having it. He said no. It comes to abilities. Oh, that's just how I play Tuba. It's just casual. It's like habit for me at this point. Did we miss some prisoners? Oh, we missed. Here. Can I get them? We missed the ones at the start. Can I get it? I think I can stealth pass. Wait. I think I can stealth pass this guy. Wait. You guys, maybe I can just stealth pass and we can do the dungeon normally anyways. Here we go. Yeah. No one uses their dispel or anything. I can actually do this, so I'll be fine. No problem. But otherwise, yeah, so if you do these two here, there should be one more. The route actually has, should be like the last one is over there now. Okay, luckily stealth worked here though. Yeah, I know. It is a thing, basically, though, that DPS DKs, they forget sometimes to grip, let's put it that way. They just, they just forget it. So now, if you're looking at my overall damage, you realize that my overall damage is going to suffer tremendously because of what just happened, right? I think that a lot of people forget how much your route actually impacts your tank damage, because the route is good. Like, you can see how clean this has been so far. Route is fine, but, holy... We do have to start pulling extra stuff, though. But now my tank damage, I'm going to lose, like, a lot of overall at this point. We can pull one bear from this pack. I actually think I could pull several bears in here. Do you use Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Yeah, you can do that. It's called Flying Bear Tech. I would love to tell you I invented it, but I did not. It's not technically my invention. But yes, I did Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer that. Correct. You can go travel form and then wild charge like this. Your tank is pretty much always your healer. To be honest with you, Ginger, I love WoW, right? But I actually do think that WoW has lost a lot of potential interesting things because tank, healer, and DPS is so fleshed out, right? So I have characters on both NA and OCE, but I play on NA servers, if that's what you mean, Mr. Ninja. Which we do have kind of a team going for Midnight, a little bit of a team. I am looking to recruit a potential Lust DPS on NA servers to play late. My timing is just super weird. It's very hard for me to find people to play with because there's like so much time difference, right? Because I play in Thailand time And then I know I want to game with Arson. And then the healer that we're with right now, hopefully he wants the game as well. But I don't know who else will or will not come. Okay, so this chain here should be fine. Like, it should not chain the mask. Just make sure that the mask actually doesn't come in. Because the last time I did this, for some reason, it chained the mask, yeah? But we should be able to do this now, I think. And just go over here. Okay, so we're coming down, and I pull boss. Surely nobody would send their full cooldowns, right? I mean, what? There's no way that people would full... Wait. Hold up. What happened? What happened? Wait, hold up. This is the thing I'm not fully understanding. Okay. So what happened, though? They can't follow you? Are you sure? They can't follow... So if they have aggro... So you mean I have to go first to Luminos? How do I do that, basically? Do you know what I mean? It's usually comp is 2 boon healers, 2 boon... That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how that feels, though. I'm in Canada, but I'm knight, so I'm all over the place. It's so hard, Loss. Before the mob snap, they will melee your group. Okay. So hold up. Interesting. So what do I have to do to get that right? Because those are the little routing things that I'm not familiar with at this point. I'm assuming your team has to go from the other side of the wall and wait for you in the boss room. Okay. So team has to go first, apparently. Then I pull them after. So how does my team get past? I definitely do on some nights. I mean, so basically, I would like some more consistent people to play with. I mean, especially if you are in a weird time zone. For example, Los Sananda, like, you know how hard it is. It's so tough to try to find people that will... Because you have to do this. Find people you like playing with. Find people you vibe with. Find people of a similar skill level. And then adjust for time. That's the hard thing. There are plenty of people that we could play with, but for me, vibes are the most important thing, bar none. You have to, like, it's basically like vibes are paramount to everything else. And it's so important, you know. What's up, Brutal for Nature? I have a question for you. Do you like nature? I don't really like nature. I mean, I want to like nature because I'm a human being, but also, like, mosquitoes like me way too much for me to like nature. I just kind of want, like... Well, now I just want creme brulee all the time, every day of my life. I had creme brulee a few days ago. I went to some fancy buffet for Valentine's dinner. And if you combine creme brulee and tenderloin steak, you get the most delicious combination. It's unbelievably good. It's unbelievably good. It's best when people you like. You have to enjoy it, though. Especially if you're a tank or a healer. The biggest hack for learning how to tank or heal is find people who won't yell at you for making mistakes. Because you are going to make some mistakes, and guess what? That's okay. You know what people don't tell you nowadays about gaming? I'm serious about this. You know what people don't tell you? It's okay to make mistakes. Like, it's absolutely fine to just not play perfectly. That's fine. That's all good, man. And, you know, Random, I think, wants to come on his Demon Hunter. That's fine. But how do I... Can you show me without even being here? Wait, Illuminos, how does this work? Can we go into the dungeon and you show me out of curiosity? Last 3 weeks is the nice people I met. It's unbelievably helpful. Yeah. Hold up, Random. I will take you. I think Illuminos is just going to show me a pull real fast. So if you give me just a second, Illuminos will show me something, and then I will invite you. He's not actually going to do the key. He's just coming to show me something. Because I think that the route is really good if that works. Do I need a healer? No, we have Deco, so this is our Mistweaver Monk. I'll be playing Guardian Druid regardless. It might not be meta, but I'm okay with that. So we can stealth ahead, yeah? And our team is looking a little off meta, I'm not going to lie. It'll be interesting. If you guys want to see how far you can make it with a very off meta comp right now, as of right now, you know what the team looks like? Here, let me tell you. So here's what we got going on. Currently, for Midnight Season 1, I'll be playing Guardian Druid. Arson will be playing Affliction Warlock. And my healer will be a Mistweaver Monk. Holy. God. Wow. Wowee. That's an off-meta comp right there. Unless somehow all of those specs are meta, which I don't think so, but would be interesting. People who aren't topping logs have no room to act that way anyways. Dude, well, I know, Peril, and it's something that I have a big problem with, but it's not... You don't even have to make that argument. There's a lot of people who want to give advice and feel the need to really full send. They just like being in a position of power. So they really, really like sending their own advice, but realistically, they don't actually do content or put things into practice. And you find that a lot in class discords. Not everybody. Some class discords have amazing players in them. But oftentimes, there's an echo chamber that happens in class discord, right? Like, where one person will say, yep, this is what we do. And then basically everyone else just repeats it. And they don't actually test. They don't put it into practice. Or maybe they bring it into like a +5 or a +10. But you know what I mean? Like, I think it's a difficult mentality to breach because they get it can happen where they get very dogmatic. Like, you have to do this. Oh, yeah, where is he, by the way? Sorry, did he already go ahead? Like, people can get, like, super crazy hardcore about it. I didn't see you, I'm sorry. Why was a Druid at the top of list for tanks at midnight? So raid tank and key tank are not the same thing. Important to remember that raid and key are different. They are not the same. Druid tank is looking strong right now, but it's looking strong because of its damage. I think it'll be fine. Even this build still does good damage, like you can see, but it's weird. Okay. Oh, what's up, Rain? Rain. I actually am curious what you think about the Resto Shaman changes. I'm learning something about a particular route here. So my team has to go this way. Oh, I see. The group goes here, and then I pull around the right side. Got you. That makes so much more sense. Yo, I'm morning coffee. People love drinking you. Dude, people love drinking you. I don't know what the meta healer or tank might actually end up being, but morning coffee, you are the meta drink, apparently. If anyone comes with you, they get meleeed. I understand. Okay, so that's how the snap works. So if we want to do that snap, and you also have to be careful about the patrol, of course. You don't want to grab the headhunters. Big no-no with boss. Okay, so headhunters, you just grab the laborers here, and then you pull them into boss. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. I can do that. But hi, Rain. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying your holy priest today. All right, thank you very much for showing me Illuminos. I appreciate it. Preach. I started my gaming time about 6 hours ago and be on for another 3. But vibes are so important, man. Hope Spree's been awesome, Mr. Tang. Thank you. It's been good so far. I'm learning maybe like a big Mysara Caverns route. 75% of tanking being intimidating is a social element. True. And I think that they could design the game to help with that, by the way. I don't think it has to be like that. But I do also agree with you. Man, tanking is like a job. Like, it can be such a job. Like, it can be stressful, which is weird. Which is so weird because it's like, man, but this game is for fun. Oh, yo. CSOs. Happy Lunar New Year. It's been fun. It's just midnight waiting room. That's true. How many tunes are you going to try to level, Rain? I mean, early access is like 2.5, man. I just want to see the DPS. Dude, it's never going to happen. That's the thing, Illuminos. Tanking caused me social because I never had. It's crazy how that works, though. But it's absolutely true that tanking, also healing, bring Whispering Waves back for real. I love the Brewmaster over the weekends. I want to ask, I've been trying to figure out, and I want to look at logs. Basically, the question I have is this. Do you unleash Life Chain Heal right now, or no? Without Whispering Waves, do you unleash Life Chain Heal with your new tier set and the Apex? I don't know. Like, that was the one question I had about Resto Shaman that I kind of want to test and figure out. Because Chain Heal is so sad. Beautiful man. Hi, Quitten. Thank you. Do you like the beard? I'm growing it out, and basically I'm trying to, I got a quite a thick mustache at this point. To be a tank, you need a certificate in tanking. Yeah, seriously. I wish it was more accepted to be off meta. Everything gets min-max and super optimized. People are confused. I know. Well, for what it's worth, I'll probably be playing some weirdly cooked build because that's how I like to play Guardian Druid. And it looks like we're going to be having an actual thing here. I actually feel like, yes, it does Lorax. I actually think these dungeons are significantly better specifically because of that. That's why these dungeons are fun to play, because dungeon design. Let's take a look at this first poll. I'm going to do a massive first poll. Let me explain the first poll here. Watch when we actually find this DPS, and I get this done, okay? There is a ton of mobs in this first pull. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these guys right here. I'm going to walk past this. I pull all the bears. I pull all these laborers. There's like 30 mobs in the, like 20 mobs in the first pull. These two guys right there, that bear, that big guy, these guys right here, and this. How many casters are in it? This first pull here. So the question is, what do my DPS have to worry about in this first pull? You want to know? I'll tell you. Those guys do a frontal, so you just have to be aware of it. They're going to jump out, just dodge the frontal. There's a single caster right there. You got to kick him. And then this guy hurts. He does pulsing AoE damage. And he do a frontal that you have to be aware of in defensive. That's it. That's what my DPS have to worry about, okay? A Ret Pally. Ooh, spicy. Okay. Do you want to know what I have to worry about as a tank player? Because that's what my DPS have to think. I'm going to do this big pull. All your DPS have to do is you wait, and you just go, okay, blast. If you get the big arrow, you defensive. If you don't get big arrow, don't defensive. That's it. That's the entire pull for DPS. Now, for me as a tank, those guys have an enrage and absolutely clap. Their melee damage is crazy. On top of that, if I pull these bears, they have a tank buster and their tank buster sinks. So I need to be very, very hyper vigilant about when they're going to tear my armor off, because if they sink on me without a defensive, I die. On top of that, we have another berserker, some extra tank mobs right there. That guy has one kick technically. And on top of these guys do plague damage on hit for whatever reason, unnecessary, but they're melee attacks that do plague damage. And on top of that, this guy I have to position perfectly, navigate my defensives when there's basically like 9 different tank busters in this pull. And if I miss a global, then I die and everybody hates me. That's what I have to do as a tank. Now, that's the first pull. The second pull, it's like, wow, tanks have a lot more responsibility than any other role in a lot of these dungeons. And it's just kind of like, that concerns me, because you don't have to do this first pull. Like, it's a pretty crazy first pull. Like, you don't have to do it. But it's just, I don't know if that's good. Like, I think that tanks, if they're asked to do all of that, it's very possible that you have a season where people don't want to tank. Is this the time you normally stream? Yeah, I live in Thailand, so it's like 3 p.m. for me. I started a bit late today, Ninja, so normally it's like 2 hours before this, give or take. 2.5 hours before this. I just got a little busy this morning. These dungeons are way harder. They're harder, but not in a bad way. I think they're harder in a good way, personally speaking. So I'm excited. Like, overall, I'm massively hyped for Midnight Season 1. I think it's going to be awesome. But, you know, and are helping by adding the low thing. Absolutely. I hope they iterate on the affix, though, and make it even better. And they need to bring it for all keys. Lacus, if we're doing a 15, I might not double up on Demon Hunter. Unless you are very confident in this. But otherwise, our damage might be somewhat lacking. We do have Lust and stuff, so we could technically play whatever. Muzz, you want 15 Cavern? I could ask him. I've been watching for a month, and bro's a sick beard suddenly. Thank you. Dude, it's coming along. I know, right? It's coming along. Like, it's like, I'm already Obi-Wan instead of Anakin. How weird is that? How crazy is it that I'm more like Obi-Wan at this point? Like, I have to be sort of wise and be like, you must check your feelings, Anakin. Like, now it's so weird. These dungeons are the most fun to heal. I agree with you, Deco. I have never had more fun healing than this dungeon. That's the thing. Yeah. Hi, Timuk. So, I don't know about expansion, Deco, but I personally agree with you. Enjoy. I actually agree. I think this could be a fantastic time to play. People are saying all the time, they're like dooming about Midnight, and they're like, well, Season 1, guys, it's, you know, with respect, Season 1 is just going to suck. You got to accept it, right? Like, Season 1 is going to be a bad time to play the game, and no problem, because by Season 2, they'll probably figure it out. I disagree. I think Season 1 could be a great like, I think it could be a fantastic time to play. I don't see any reason why it couldn't be. At least I'm not dooming. There are some things I'm worried about, mostly the tank shortage. I still think that there has some... I'm worried. I think that tanks are in trouble because the disparity between tanking, healing, and DPSing is now higher than it used to be. Not easier. And the clarification is DPSing got easier, healing got easier, tanking got harder. Like straight up, like just actually, like it's fine by the way, but tanking is harder. That's just the truth of it. What's up, Tyler and all? Do you like dinosaurs? Oh shit, sorry, my bad, bad joke. My bad. I'm reining it in. Thailand, what brought me here? Great question. Now, if you don't know, I do this thing on my stream to keep me moving throughout the day because otherwise I start feeling bad. So right above my camera, you'll notice it says 100 bits equals 3 burpees. I owe 125 from last stream. So this is not from today. From last stream, I could not complete 275 burpees, which was the total amount we had before. So I must just do some of them now. It's going to be throughout the day today. And reminder, oh, hey, Wednesday, big stream, probably. I pass you lead deco, you list and get whoever you want DPS-wise. Now, here's what's happening on Wednesday. I'll answer the Thailand question momentarily. Apparently, there are a bunch of people coming over. We will have like 10 to 15 guests in our home. Which means I need an excuse to not socialize with them. So if I'm streaming, I could be like, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Like, you know, it's work. Like, I would love to take it off, but I can't. So what I need to do is have this. So like probably on Wednesday, I might just do like a really long stream, like a 10-hour stream and just be like, oh, it'd be so great, wouldn't it? I'll just come say hi real quick. And then, you know, it is what it is, you know, work. Like just so you know, that's 2 days from now. Today's Monday for me. So 2 days from now, we might have like a 12-hour stream. Apparently people are going to be here all day. I'll go say hi. All right. But yeah, you guys, and then just in case they come, you guys have to pretend like it's a very, you know what I mean? Like, just in case they do come into the room, I sort of need everybody to just like really, exactly, right. I need everybody to like flood the chat and be like, oh, like, woo, he couldn't definitely go say hi now. Like, he needs to stay. Like, we need him, right? Or whatever, right? I need backup on that. Yeah. Speaking of casual thunder, I will be jumping a little bit. Okay, here we go. We gotta begin the burpee today. Yo. All right, here we go. Ooh. Oh. All right, let's get like 20 done right now while we're waiting for our last DPS. Ooh. I feel like I need to warm up more, for real. Ooh. You know what? I am too, actually, Dom. That's why I struggle with like fast-paced games. I like being able to practice, memorize, study. I'm the sort of person who would watch a 2-hour dungeon guide video before the season starts. That's just my personality. I don't know if everybody's like this, but personally speaking, I would watch like a 2-hour video to learn something, you know? And a flex redeem. Oh, I'm squatting. Hold up. Nice. What's up? Blizz keep rage baiting though, changing Pit of Sauron. That is true. I need to work on my Pit of Sauron route. Illuminos, if you feel like you have some really good routes, could you share them with me? Because what I want to do for the community Illuminos is this. Look. So I made it for Nexus, right? I already made my guide for Nexus. What I want to do is I want to make the route, but not just make a route, but also give advice. You see this here? Can you see this? Where it's like, I want to put notes for the tank and give options like, hey, the safer thing is here. You can chain the G8 into this. And every single pull will have a little notes like this, right? And with a masterclass video. And I just have like little notes. So it's like, hey, this is what you need to do. And you're like, hey, you know, drag them here and taunt this or whatever. So that's the idea behind it, right? And then like bosses, you have like little notes just in case people want to study it. And it's like, I think this is really helpful. So yeah, this is the idea is that I'll have 8 routes. Like this is in my Discord now if you want it. But yeah, all of this type of stuff will be available for everyone. Which is like, hey, like this is the thing. Again, tanks, you're going to get clapped here. Only attempt it if you're very confident. Otherwise, split it into 2. Pull this back so that you don't drag the seer because the seer will pat in. So it's like pull this back. And I'll have videos explaining all of it as well, like full master classes. Because That's the type of stuff that makes tanks feel so bad, and I can solve it by simply just putting a little effort in, and that's why I want to work on this route here today and experiment with some things so I can understand it better. I've already done this dungeon a bunch, but I'm not satisfied that I know exactly what should or should not happen here. Yeah. How tall am I in real life? 6 foot on a good day, but 5'11" on every other day. Ready? Shall we begin? Nine. 12. You know. Oh, it's just this year too. No, it's so much. You know how good it is to enjoy your body right now. It feels so much better. Oh, that's only 12 today. All right, we got a lot of burpees to do. Where are the routes available? Oh, in Discord. So there will be two things. As of right now, the dungeon guides take me a while to make, so they're going to be here. Some of them, I put the first one for free. The rest will be for early access. YouTube members and Patreon members can have access to it, but don't worry. If you cannot afford a subscription to that, either A, just message me, no joke. I'd probably just send you the file anyways. Like if you're like, look, I'm not in a position to pay $5 a month to get access to these routes, but I really want to study them right now, just probably send me a message. I might just send it to you anyways. But B, that eventually, I'll just have them on YouTube anyways, just not yet. The idea is that the YouTube probably in March. That's the idea. March, give or take. Ooh, another flex redeem. Ooh. Except I'm not going to the gym right now, though. Can I get? Yeah, no. Of course, the routes will be free. I meant the masterclass videos, Illuminos. I made literally, like a 1 hour, 20-minute masterclass video explaining everything. Oh yeah, I feel awkward paywalling it, but at the same time, like, hopefully, I think it's a really good quality video. What brought you to Thailand? Let me answer that after 8 more burpees. 8 more first. What? Feeling light. Feeling breezy. Feeling like I need to eat more cheesecake. Hold up, that's 20, but I'm feeling good. Let me do 5 more. Wait a second, this isn't so bad. All right, 5 more. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. Okay. All right. Okay. Ooh. There we go. That's the stuff. Ooh. 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 Ha. Oh. One moment. Ha 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 ha. The ready check spam. I know, I noticed that. This isn't, well, I was like, ooh. All right, so that was good progress here. That's 35. Hey, Wiz. Hey, Wiz, thank you very much, by the way, for answering questions on my Discord. I appreciate that. I think you have great answers, and thank you for helping people in the Discord. I noticed that. Wiz, what are you going to play? Do you know what you're playing? Yes. Really appreciate the routes and go. Oh, boy. Okay. Remember, hold on. Anything that I don't go today will go. 1,000 bits. Thank you, Wiz. All right, Wiz. No problem. Okay. I got this. Okay. No problem. More burpees. More burpees. All right, so Thrash right away, 1 Frenzied Regen here. Dude, so I proc my cheat death, by the way, immediately on this. This is a very scary pull to do. I think it's doable, but you have to be hyper aware of all the different tank mechanics. And if you miss by even like a fraction of a second, then you could just instantly die. So I need to try to kick that Hexer down. And then from here, now that we're in the pull, Sundering Roar. And you can't see all the things that I am tracking right now, but look how easy the Platinator is. I put the video out yesterday. Mine isn't even finished, by the way, but I really feel like it's so important to get this add-on. Look how clear that caster is. Like, you don't have to use my profile. I've never even made one before, so it's probably going to be kind of incomplete. But I can clearly see, and I also could tell if that bolt was casting on me. So I just think it's such a gameplay advantage. This bull's lasting a while, though. To have it, I mean, it is actually so significantly helpful. So I'm going to have to SI here. Are you going to faint? No. I'm just working on my cardio, that's all. Yep. That's, no problem. Just a little practice there. Little burpees, never hurt anyone. Oh, I forgot to reset the meters. The first pull. That pull did live quite a long time. And these guys are still a little alive here. Well, when I can stay active during stream, morning coffee, I can also stream longer, which is awesome. Because otherwise I have to, I feel like I want to go to the gym, I want to do all this other stuff. But I realized if I want to be efficient with my time, if I can basically get my workout done on stream, well, then that solves that problem, doesn't it? Easy solution. What if I didn't go to the gym and just did all my workout on stream? That being said, it has actually been 2 weeks since I've been to the gym because I've been kind of busy. So I think at some point, instead of just burpees, I might also put some other things that I really want to get done. Maybe for Wednesday's stream, we could do an entire workout. I could just put bicep curls or shoulders or something like that to get myself moving, but in a way. Yeah, I have a standing desk, but for whatever reason, I don't like using it. I do have a standing desk, and I can get one of the walking pads underneath, but I can't do it for some reason, though. It is live, but it is only for +2 to +5 keys, which I think is kind of sad for what it is worth, by the way. Right. So, Asto, for the guide videos, this is something I did not know, and if you, it's borderline funny. I did not know this. When you create a YouTube membership, you cannot change the price of said membership. I don't know if you know this, but when you create a YouTube membership, you can't change the price once it's set. The unfortunate part of this is that I accidentally set mine to $2. So for you to be a YouTube member, it only costs you $2. Patreon is $5. Now,
by nature of the fact that I'm literally not allowed to post constantly to YouTube, it won't have all the same things, but if you'd like to be a YouTube member and get access to like the Prop Pally extended version, then it is quite cheap. It is, I didn't know that you couldn't change it, so I kind of just set it to 2 at one point, and there it is. I had no idea that that wasn't good. That's okay. All right, back to why are we in Thailand? Curious if we should join you. What do you mean we should join you? You want to come to Thailand? You totally should. Basically, the thing about Thailand is I didn't plan to move here at all. I'd never been to Asia before. It was my first time here. I'd literally never been to the entire continent. And when I was 20, my best friend was like, hey, I found this round, really, really cheap flight to Asia. I'm doing a 2-month trip. We're going to basically backpack around. We'll go to Singapore first, and then we can go to Cambodia. We can go to Vietnam, Laos, Thailand. Like, are you interested in coming? And I was like, you know what? Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. I have never been, but I've always wanted to go. You know, I watched anime growing up, so I'm fascinated with Asian culture. And man, I'm super curious about it. So I decided to just wing it, and I said, sure. I happened to not have a lot of work at that point. I had kind of, my business that I was trying to run before this had just failed. So it was like perfect timing, actually, because I had nothing going on. Literally nothing. And I was just like, okay, I guess it's time to try a trip. So yeah, like I was living with my parents at that point. I had just moved back from Ohio. And so we came to Asia. We landed in Singapore first. And I immediately understood that everything that I was ever told about other countries was a lie. Very first thing that happened was this big culture shock where growing up in the US, you're sort of taught that other countries are all sort of third world. And that's just simply not true. Because the first country I landed in was Singapore. And I don't know if you've ever been there, but that place is amazing. Like, in terms of its architecture and its just like in general what the city has to offer, it was such a different experience for me being in a place like that. So that was my first culture shock. Yeah. And then we went around, and this is the part of the story of how I ended up living here. Is I didn't know I was going to whatsoever. I actually want to pull one more of these bears. Let's do that for fun. You can just pull these bears in, and then we're going to drag them over. So when I got to Thailand, I just fell in love. Like after a week or so, I was just like, man, this is crazy. Like, what an awesome place. Like, I don't know why. I kind of fit in here, and it's like people are really nice. And I was just like, that's really cool. But then we left. We were only in Thailand for a week, and then we went to Cambodia, we went to Laos, we went to other places, and then we came back. The plan was to come back to Thailand for the last 3 weeks of the trip. So we came back around December, and I was here for one more week, and I had a small suitcase, and I just called my family, and I was like, this is gonna sound really weird, but I think I should live here. And they were like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea. I was like, what's your plan? I was like, I don't know, but if I could figure it out, like, I feel like maybe I should consider it. Like, my brother took a gap year when he was 19, so maybe I could take a gap year and do this. It wasn't really a gap year. I was already 20. But, yeah, I just sort of made a spontaneous decision. I had a small suitcase. I had no plan whatsoever. And I canceled my return flight and decided that I would have 1 month here. That was the goal. I said 1 month, I'm going to try to make this work. If for some reason, after 1 month, I don't make it work, then I'll get another return flight and I'll come back. This way. So wait, Pat. You guys go first. Wait in room. This is some tech we're going to do in this dungeon. And yeah, it was, of all the things I've ever done in my life, it was certainly one of the more spontaneous ones, but I basically just went, nope, this is what I'm doing. And so that's what I did. That was it. I don't know if they can go this way. I'm pretty sure that looks like they're going to pull, but basically, okay. So I want to just go here and pull these guys. Yeah. And then I don't want that other Pat here. I just want this. And now it should all be okay, though. Yeah, it was just like something that I just sort of decided to do, and I had no reason to believe it would work. I had no proof, but I'm glad that I did. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life, and I just sort of trusted my gut, to be honest. That was all I had, and I couldn't. There was no real reason why it should have worked, because I didn't know anyone. What I told myself basically was, this is the way I thought about it was this: if by my birthday, so it was December, my birthday's in January, I said, if by my birthday I have people that want to celebrate my birthday with me, then I'll move to this country. And guess what? My birthday came around, and a bunch of people that I was staying with were like, yo, what do you want to do for your birthday? Like, let's go out. What do you want to do? And I was like, wow. I had never been able to make friends like that in America. I was always the outcast, and it was kind of like a fresh start for me because I had overcome a lot in my life already, but no one knew me here, and it was like a totally clean slate for me to just be however I wanted to be, and I was super interested in that, you know? Unbelievably good experience, and now, of course, I mean, you know, do I speak Thai? Daininoy. The problem is, Thai is a tonal language, okay? And tonal languages are really tough for me. In other words, what that means is ma, 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 ma. I even did that poorly. But those are 5 different words. So the way that you say something changes the meaning of it. And I am tone deaf. So, you know, rough for me. It's very difficult for me to speak Thai well. I can speak a little bit of Thai, but I would love to tell you I'm fluent in conversational. I'm not. Eventually, perhaps I'll get better at it. The problem is that I don't go outside enough. If you want to learn a language, you have to actually commit to learning that language. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have immersion. You have to be practicing all the time, otherwise you forget. When I first came here, I spoke better Thai because I had no foreign friends. Like, I didn't have anyone to speak English with, so I had to learn Thai. But now, of course, you know, living with Kitty and stuff, like, she speaks English, I speak English. Thai is not her first language, and it's just like, you know. So we don't really speak Thai, and I don't go out, and I hang out with you guys, and you guys don't speak Thai with me, so my Thai is kind of bad right now, to be honest, though. Do you work outside WoW? Oh, no, definitely. I have a job. I've been working in health and fitness for a long time now. Many different jobs. But I get to work from home, so basically, like, this is my stream room, right? Right behind this is my gym, and I just turn the camera around, and basically I just train people in their living room right over there. So, do you want to try and get close to the walls? The hunter will jump behind you. Oh, that's kind of smart. That makes sense, Luminos. This is not odd, but you probably have the same issue my son does. He speaks from his name. Correct. And the reason... Now, Lost Sindanda, correct. And the reason that happens, Loss, is because I have EDS, which is a connective tissue disorder, and my diaphragm gets stuck. So I do speak from my neck muscles instead of from my diaphragm because, and that's an EDS thing. And you're right, that's exactly why I am tone deaf. It's exactly what happens, that's correct. Yup. Ha ha ha, thank you, Kitty. Okay, so we're going to do a big pull here with the mini-boss, and we'll see what happens. I'm Portuguese, and I found most Westerners do that, though. Is fitness even the same way in Thailand? Fitness is fitness no matter where you are. There's a lot of... The problem is the fitness industry, just like anything that was meant to be a good thing originally, sort of became corrupted by the fact that people realized they could make a ton of money if you just bought this supplement. And so... The problem with fitness is that it's been commandeered over time by the fact that people want to make a lot of money. And so, you know, there's always something that you need, right? Like, you have to have this product, or you have to have that thing, or you gotta... It's like, actually, fitness is not that complicated. You just have to find what works for you. And that is the end-all, be-all of fitness. Like, at the end of the day, if you could just learn what your body needs and then do that, it's, like, not that bad. But what most people try to tell you is that there's an answer that is better than what you have. And if you only had that answer, that information, that thing, and it's like, move. Your body needs to move. Find a way to move, and it should not be painful. You are a human being. You are designed to move. And it's like, if you can just figure that out, like, for example, right. And it's basically book knowledge versus practical knowledge is very different when it comes to fitness. Because you can argue whether or not you can gain certain advantages by doing that exercise like this or that exercise like that. The truth is, if you just do something, you'll get somewhere. Like, something is much better than nothing, you know? And you have to just learn. The biggest thing is that it should not be painful. Fitness is not this, like, crazy job chore that you have to suffer through. It's like, no. You will feel better when you do it. And that's awesome. Like, fitness is my therapy. Therapy is expensive here, so I don't actually pay for therapy. I just go to the gym or do my burpees here, you know? Are you making enough to be comfortable? Yeah, my fitness business. I'm like $50 at least for a 30, 45-minute session. I'm chilling. But the time difference makes it hard, Ark. So the reason I can stream in my day, right, is so because I work with foreigners. The time difference is really hard. I don't have any Thai clients, and I basically work online. So the problem is that dealing with time difference makes it difficult to actually fill the hours a lot of the time. Okay, so my route here, basically, what I want to do here is I want to grab this guy, those warriors, and then this pull here, I believe. This is, I think, the plan. Whoops, cannot mass dispel that. I don't know, no mass dispel. Do we have a mass dispel? You doing DC? No, actually, I am playing a super... I'm doing pretty good damage, right? This is a bug meter, because it's from the previous overall, so just remember that. Dude, I'm playing... Will. You will never... No one else will ever play this build. I figured it out, okay? Revival purges them? Interesting, I didn't know that. Purges the enemies, too. Okay, the Guardian Druid that I am playing, no one... I have gotten so much hate for this in the Guardian Druid community, one might say. But I am showing you literally that it works, okay? Like, you can clearly see that I'm doing fair damage. This is a bug meter, so this is not quite right. But my damage is decent, yes? Would you like to see my build now? No Apex, no Raise, macroed Iron Fur, Sundering Roar on top of Waking Nightmare. It's kind of cursed. I don't know who purged it. Somehow we purged that, and that was what happened there. Yeah. What's up, Rivix? Well, actually, mine's a question about Prop Pally. Yeah, what's up? Do you, yeah, no, you can't let your shield fall off, basically. But your shield shouldn't fall off unless you misplay. So the thing about shield right now is that Word of Glory was significantly decentivized to press because you don't have Faith in the Light anymore, which was the talent that gave you block. So basically, you only press Word of Glory when you have a Shining Light free proc, and all of your holy power goes to Shield of the Righteous. Like, that's what it is, right? Yo, what's up, Noxa? I am doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good today, yeah. I have a fitness teacher. I think it's a cool job. I love it. I mean, I get to help people because for me, right, with my fitness, this wasn't something that I had easily, you know? Like, I grew up and I was very sick. I was always extremely weak and frail. I didn't know I had a condition when I was younger. I wasn't diagnosed until I was much older. But if you take a look at the camera, like my joints are all a little bit weird. So you can see here, my thumbs go boop, 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 like this. And all of my joints basically, like, they have some issues. So, you know, I had to learn how to fix my body, and my health was really poor for a long time. And also, because I have this condition, I just had to learn slightly different ways to stabilize my body. And that's what sort of, I didn't realize at the time that that's what got me into fitness. I didn't know. But now, of course, looking back on it, I was like, dude, I was just trying to feel not terrible all the time. Why do we have so many bats in here? Like, that's what I was really after. I just wanted to be not in drastic amounts of pain every day of my life. And so my big thing is that after studying for a long time, like, I got my actual CPT license, like, when, I don't know, a decade ago? Like, a long time ago, I actually received my first CPT license, but then I continued studying. So I could now work with joints, and I wanted to be able to help people and basically learn physical therapy and just get even more knowledge, because I was, like, really interested in being able to work with people with complicated medical conditions. And so I can now work with all sorts of cool things and just help people. And the coolest thing is I can do it from their living room. Like, I don't need to be in person with them. I can just do it online. And we can make such a difference in people's quality of lives simply by them showing up to a call in their living room with limited equipment. And it's like, yeah, but look how much better you feel. And I think that's the coolest thing. You know, pain is no good. It's so difficult. If you've ever been in pain before, you know, it's like it literally limits the person that you can be. Because sometimes you're trying to have a conversation and you're just like, ow. And people don't understand. They're like, why are you so like rude all the time? I'm like, I'm not rude. I'm just trying. I'm literally like, I'm just trying to like, can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Like, I'm in pain. And it's like, pain's no good. But oftentimes you can really fix a lot of what people are struggling with. Not everything, but a lot of things, you know? That's how you became a tank? Kind of cheeky. Chilling and vibey. Yeah, you don't need a lot. It did. So basically around COVID is when I had to shift my business online, but I'm glad that I did because actually it's much better business. When I had to work with people in person, I was limited by the fact that I had to go in person. So my time was limited because now I was going over to people's condos and homes, right? Working for a commercial gym is actually a terrible business plan. They pay trainers incredibly poorly. You get like, I don't know, it can be very, very poor. So, yeah, it was actually like ended up being a benefit for me during COVID that I figured out that I could shift my business online and then do that. And I was just like, man. And it's way better for me. I don't have to go outside and travel in the heat, et cetera, you know? So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The problem is just the time zone. So, for example, I work tonight, as an example. I have, 9:30, 10:15. 10:15 got moved. And then I have 11 p.m. And, you know. So it can just get a little bit... It's very easy to get extremely busy. I need to tank this boss better. This boss will kill all of your pugs, especially when they do that. Luckily, my healer's on top of it, but let's be a little bit more careful. It's my job to tank this boss better. But yeah, so that's how I moved to Thailand, by the way. I just sort of YOLO'd it. I had some trust that it would all work out, and basically what I did was I was staying at a hostel, and I asked them, I said, hey, you know, yeah, basically, like, I just asked them, I said, can I figure out, like, how do I do my visa? And they were like, okay, here's the options for visa. I said, okay, how can I find work? And they were like, well, you could try this or try that. And I was like, okay. So I just basically asked questions. I was just willing to experiment and try what worked. In the first few months that I lived in Thailand, I worked as like a substitute English teacher at schools, etc. After about 6 months of living here, I actually ended up finding work as a model, which ended up being incredibly lucrative. Like, it was pretty lucrative. It like supported me for a while. And I also knew, like, it's important to mention that I did have my family to fall back on if I needed them. Like, it's difficult to do if you don't have that level of support, and I did have that. So yeah, I mean, I was at the perfect time in my life to make a change. Not everybody can just up and move to a different country, you know? Not helping his case 11. No. I work very late. Sometimes I work after midnight. As long as they don't feed me after midnight, it's all good. But that's the problem. Thanks so much for this story. Yeah, of course. I love answering questions. I like playing World of Warcraft, but also if I'm streaming, then like the whole point is that I actually get to talk to people. Where are you from, by the way, Morning Coffee? Have you ever been to Asia before? Okay, I can help off heal this a little bit. So we're at 90% with this route. Okay, watch out. Big defensive. I can help off heal. I got it. I'm helping. Watch the res. Careful. I help off heal. What's the off heal? A Guardian Druid? Oh, I have big off healing. Either Dream of Cenarius proc, or I can literally go out of bear form to do it. But also Dream of Cenarius is if I have a proc of that, then that works. Yeah. I'm from Los Angeles. Oh, nice. You've been to every continent except Asia. Ooh. If you ever come to Thailand, just feel free to ask me some questions first. I'm more than happy to answer it. And you asked me, how do I find my clients? So, great question. A long time ago, I thought for a little bit about doing DOS balls. Yeah, it's in my Discord. I thought about doing social media for fitness and immediately decided that like I just did not want to do that because fitness is very individual. It cannot be generalized. You know, you can to a certain extent, but really it's like a what works for you is the only real question that you actually need to be asking all the time. And I find that when you do social media, you always have to come up with new content. But the thing is that I'm not trying to come up with content, I'm trying to help people. And it's like, I don't like the social media fitness concept because if you succeed, then you have to keep coming up with content. So let's say that I go over a really cool workout for arms. A year later, I need to come up with a different workout for arms. And then a year after that, I have to come up with a different workout for... So eventually, I'm just going to start coming up with some bullshit that looks weird because that'll get views. And it's like, but I have to because that's my business model. And then what I have to do is say, well, you know, you have to keep coming up with stuff instead of actually just keep it simple and help people. You know what I mean? And it's like the space of fitness is weirdly toxic, yeah. And it's like, but it's not that complicated, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my issue with fitness in general. Oh, I have 9 stacks, bro. What the hell? I might die. That was crazy. I didn't have 9 stacks. Exactly. All right. And so there have been so many different modalities over time for fitness. And the truth is, they all work depending on what you need. Correct. What's up? Good day, Cud. How's it going? How's it going? We will time this, and my route is pretty much perfect if I did it this way, but I'm not 100% confident still in this route. Here we go. Up we go. I can help off-heal this. So that off-heal there, that's my Dream of Cenarius. And then once I get Moonfire applied, I can go in here. Big Feral Frenzy. Nice. And also, by the way, Morning Coffee, I grew up in LA. That's where I'm from. I was born in Torzana, the valley. And then I ended up kind of going to... We moved around a little bit. And then I went to high school in Santa Monica. So that's my hometown. Hi, Nordenheim. Good morning. Good morning. Stop eating not fruit? What do you mean? What do you mean? So yeah, I've had the privilege of being able to live so many different places. Nordenheim, have you ever lived in a foreign country before? I think I asked you before, and if I did, I'm just going to ask you again because I kind of forgot. But where are you from? I think you also said that you were from... No, I'm not going to lie. I don't remember. I would love to tell you and do this weird thing where I would be like, oh, let's all talk about where we're from. And then I could pretend that I'm just going to use that information, right? To like totally pretend that I know. I don't remember, to be honest. What's up, Coke Zero? You should zoom out a little bit. I'm playing Guardian. It's fine. Been to the States around 2 years ago. Went to San Fran. What'd you like? I lived in Brazil for 2 years. It was great. Never been to Brazil myself. I'm not actually much of a traveler. I'm very much a homebody, you know? Like, I am literally, like, I do not like traveling. I specifically avoid it at all times, right? I have, although it was different because I lived in North. That's the one. That's what I remember now. Okay, hold up. You guys go. You guys go. I will kick this. I'll go. I'll kick it. I'll kick it. Here we go. I think they're out of range now, but I think hopefully some of them got it. This is toxic. I hate this RP. I'm going to do no damage here, but that's fine. We have to try to get the last buff. Go, go, go. No, everybody can go ahead of me. Y'all are supposed to go with the damage buff. That is going to be kind of toxic for that timer. That's okay. Because you get this massive damage buff for this boss. But the tank or the healer is supposed to stop the last one. I'm near Reseda. Oh, yeah, yeah. So that we were pretty close to each other then. Yes, you get buffs. It's a massive buff as well. Each one stacks, and you want to refresh it at the last second. But your DPS need to get to the boss, so you let your tank or your healer do it. Each one that you kick, I believe, is 50% or 25%. We can check in the next phase, because we'll get another one for sure. Like, a lot. Like, I think it's 300% buff. Like, that's not a little bit, you know? That's quite a bit. I need to move the boss better, though, as a tank. I think it's pretty cool. You either kick it, any CC works. So you can in-cap, Typhoon, whatever works, as long as you have something. And also, my DPS are supposed to be stacked, because that one totem there is going to be kind of toxic. Your DPS are supposed to stack the totem, so it's much easier to kill them. Yeah, because he's going to die right now. So I can res. Stack those. Yeah, hold up. So we're going to miss this. So what you do is, like, you would go kick the first one, and then every time you kick, yeah, it's 25% per stack. And then I'm supposed to kind of do the last one. So mage go, and then we just refresh it here. So I can, for example, in-cap it, and then I'll go over here, and then I can Typhoon. But now I'm kind of shy. I can get this last one. Bam. And then at the end of it, you get 150% damage amp and healing. So if I B-res them, we can. Where's Org? Still worth the B-res. There you go. Nice. Easy time, never doubted. Never doubted. Easy enough. So 0%, yeah, basically. It's this dungeon can be a little bit toxic for pugs, I think. I don't know if this is necessarily the best pug dungeon in the world. Give back your kick on Mistweaver. We can see exactly what my overall was. I guess it's around 100k. Yo, wait a second. What's this? Waking Nightmare doing how much of my damage? 8%? What is this? Hold up. How come Waking Nightmare is doing 8% of my damage in this key? How interesting. What's this? New talent hype? But yeah, I am playing a weird build. I just think I wish that more people played the game in a way that fits them. You know? And there are so many different ways to enjoy WoW. You can change the number format on your meters. I don't like seeing damage done because I find this to be kind of a useless metric. I don't actually want to see the whole thing. I just want to see my percentage. Are you playing Jadefire Stomp? Is that why you're doing damage? Are you actually just playing... You're playing Jadefire Stomp. I don't think 15% of your damage... I still think you would want to play the extra healing there if you need it, but if for some reason you didn't, I suppose, then that works. Ow. Ow. Okay. What extra healing? Just like any other talent aside from Jadefire. Does Way of the Crane... Oh, yeah, dude. Look at his HPS. Cheeky Monk, hold up. Look. Way of the Crane is actually so giga. Unbelievably giga. Yeah. They buffed it a lot. I just want to know what love is. That's a good question. What is love, huh? I think that love is when you can breathe. If that makes sense. Are you doing more? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, of course. Oh, wait, is the song playing right now? Oh, you weren't asking if... Oh, fuck, you were literally the song. I'm sorry, my bad. Now, here's the thing. So I didn't realize the song was playing because my headset wasn't on. That makes way more sense. I kind of just thought you were randomly just asking me what love is. Oh, yeah, that makes way more sense. Oh, yeah, that makes way more sense. I was like, so I took a moment. I was like, that's a great question. Like, fuck me, you know? What is love? Like, at some point, I feel like it really is. And I was like, oh, yeah, I should have checked the song. Yeah, that's my bad. Yep. I see what happened there. What build is Mistweaver playing? There's a few different builds that Mistweaver can play, but effectively, almost all of them are playing a Chi-Ji Fistweaving build at the moment. I love Mistweaver at the moment. I'm thoroughly enjoying Mistweaver. I think it's the most fun healer on beta, probably by a lot. So I really like Mistweaver at the moment, though. Yep. The second boss is going to kill a bunch of pugs in here. But he decided to try to min-max his damage by playing Emperor's Elixir versus this. Yeah, well, you know me, the thing is base, you know, I don't like giving people just a little bit. I want to give you everything I got. You know what I mean? Like, some people are very much like tips and tricks, but I'm much more of a deep dive sort of person. Either play range or Fistweaver. There is a caster build, but I don't know how competitive it is in actuality. I think at the end of the day, you will be Fistweaving, you know? The tuning is not live. Nope, the tuning is not live. The tuning won't be live until next week, which is a problem because there's literally only 1 week. There's only 1 week. What the hell? How? What does this mean? Like, why would they put the massive amount of tuning with only 1 week to test it? Because then it's early access. The second early access comes out, we're all going to be leveling our characters, right? Yeah. Caster is better until... So Caster had the bugged Emperor's Favor. Originally, Chain Lightning was doing way too much. So the Caster build is doing it pretty good then. If you play this build... Now, Will, the build I am playing in this dungeon is decent. It is reasonable. Like, it does work, but it is less damage. It's like 10... I think at the end of the day, it's about 10% less damage than a traditional EC build, and it's about 20, maybe 30% behind the DOTC build, but the DOTC build greeting damage. I'm okay with that. Like, basically, if I do 90k overall instead of 100k overall, I'm chilling. If it allows me to play the game in the way that I want to play the game, I'm fine. And I'll be pushing high keys early on, and I'm very okay with that. Like, I just don't think that my 10k tank damage is really going to make or break pretty much any key we do, especially if my single target is still competitive. Our boss kill times will be fine. I'm very okay with that. Genuinely, like, I'm all right. So if you want to macro your Iron Fur, you do have to understand it's not the optimal build, but it is acceptable to do. Anyone who tells you you can't do it, like, you're trolling, like, you're a fucking terrible player, and you basically, like, you might as well just uninstall if you're going to macro Iron Fur. Like, bro, it's fine. If you want to macro it, just macro it. Like, it's actually okay, you know? That's totally fine. All right, what key we want to do? Do we want to go another Mysara and practice the route a little bit more? What's up, Zier? Does that make sense, though, Will? So, like, in my opinion, you have to think about your goals. I'll push early on in the season playing the build that I'm playing right now. I have found after testing extensive... I mean, I've played so much Guardian on beta and all these keys. This is my favorite build at the moment. You can drop Moonless for even more DR if you really want to, but this is a slight increase. Very small, but it's enough. So this is a no Apex, no raise. I do macro Iron Fur. There's no mauling in this key. It is, in fact, just... how many spec? I just spam it. Because I don't spend any rage on maul or raise. So you just spam it. You don't think about your stacks. I never have to think about it. With this build, you actually just full send everything on Iron Fur. And sometimes I have 3, sometimes I got 5, sometimes I got 7. Doesn't matter. No Apex. How cook is that? Dude, it's a cook. It's the most cursed cook that you've ever, because not just no Apex, it's also these talents, and certainly no one will think that it's acceptable to play this. However, I promise you, it does work. I never have threat problems. I'm chilling. I do enough damage. I am omega tanky playing this way, and it does work. It just does a little bit less damage overall. I'm open to any chef. Dude, so I love, first of all, my culinary skills. Don't underestimate me here. I went to a fancy buffet like a few days ago for Valentine's Day with Kitty, and we went to like a pretty 5-star buffet, and they had Wagyu steak on tap, and they also had creme brulee on tap. And I figured out that if you combine like a beautiful tenderloin Wagyu steak with creme brulee in one bite, then the creme brulee coats the Wagyu steak, and you just end up with this beautifully sublime feeling. It's unbelievably good. It's so good, yeah? You could even add even more to it. I feel like if I had chocolate, like melted chocolate, would be even better, to be honest with you. Also, Wiz, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I will now update the daily tracker to 155. I appreciate that. Keep in mind that if we don't complete all the burpees today, they will go to tomorrow's stream, But then Wednesday's stream is a very long stream because there will be people over and I have to have an excuse as to why I am not socializing. And so I can use stream. You all basically will help me. So apparently 2 days from now, if you want to come hang out, I suppose it will be an incredibly long stream. Hopefully beta is not down because I will be gaming all day, I suppose. Yeah. Hey, Wiz, if I ended up doing some jump squats today instead of burpees, how would we feel about that? Yeah, basically. Yeah, I'll say hi real quick, but yeah. Are jump squats acceptable instead of burpees? Just because, like, I would feel my shoulders a little. I think I slept a little. You come social? No, kitty. Like I said, like what Zero was saying, I'm okay with thinking outside the box, but this whole socialization business, not feeling it. Not feeling it. Yeah, what do we say? So jump squats are much harder on my legs. Burpees are... I can do burpees. It's okay. We'll see. On Wednesday, maybe I'll just do my whole workout on stream. I do want to do something, though. If you socialize a little bit, well, no, I'm going to go say hi. Like, obviously, I'm going to be like, hey, guys, like, I'd love to stay and chat, but unfortunately, like, I'm live. Like, I got to go back. Yeah. But don't tell them I said this, of course. Nobody, don't say anything. They don't have to know. They don't have to know. Random, is it you, right? On your DK? Illuminos is here on his DK. Wait, no, wait. Random was gonna come. Wait. No, Random's in here. Wait a second. No, Purple was gonna come. I'm telling them, especially the bros coming over. Who's the bros? Wait, the bros. There's bros? No, you're in here. No, Purple was gonna come. Purple wanted to come. That's who I'm missing. God, I unlocked a very strange memory just now. I have no idea why I just remembered that. So weird, though. Check the name, the list. Oh, I see. Say, hey, ask them what they do for a living and if they've ever had steak and creme brulee. You guys realize I'm being serious about the creme brulee and the steak, right? I have a video to prove it. You guys want to see it? I'll show you. It's really, really good. People are underestimating this. You can't underestimate the steak and creme brulee, man. It's actually delicious. It's so wonderful here. Dude. Dude, awesome. All right, cool. I'm going to screenshot that later. Please post it. How do I post it, man, if you're fully can go? No, the tuning's not live, Purple. It's really unfortunate, man. It's very... Yeah. It's unfortunate, but the tuning is not live right now. Just the Discord. Yeah, how do I post a long video? I don't have Discord Nitro. That is the problem. I don't have Discord Nitro. How to post video? It's a long video, right? But where do I post it? Here. Select. There's no way this sends. YouTube video private link. You want me to upload it as a private, unlisted YouTube video? I'm not putting that out there on the internet. Let me see if I can just clip it real fast. I tell you what, I will clip it and I will post it. That seems reasonable. It's also the only time you will see me wearing like jewelry and also a real shirt. I dressed smart. I was dressing to impress. I knew that we would take at least one photo together, and I wanted it to be a nice photo, to be honest. Okay? Yeah, here. I mean, it is really good. It is really good. It's unbelievably good. All right, here. Here's some proof that we did this. That's all. Bejeweled? Well, sometimes there's a jewel, but not always, and it makes it uncomfortable to sit. Here, I post this. Can I post, how about a 13-second video? Would that post? Am I just posting it in general? I'll post it under Thailand stuff. Thailand stuff here, and then we decide what dungeon do we want to do. If you understood that reference, I'm not the problem. Bupkis, if you're laughing,
There you go. No, it was just I did a funny, but obviously like sometimes I say things, but I don't like harp on them too much unless they're really funny. That one was just kind of funny, so no one realized what I said. I don't think, except for Bubkiss. Bubkiss realized what I said, and that's why he was like, "What?" But that means that Bubkiss and I are on the same page. So, what dungeon are we doing, by the way? Can we do Mysara again? I'm sort of down for another Mysara, but clean it up a little bit. I'd like to do this again if we're okay with it. Oh, nope, I didn't reset. Hold up, wait a second. Does your chair have an armrest? So it does, but it's a little low. The thing is, Carmen, this is like a cheaper chair. It's better than the last one that I had, but not quite. You would look very young. I know. What's the story of where your name came from? So the story of where my name came from, in order for me to tell you that story, which I'm more than happy to tell you, of course, you have to go back and hear a different story, which is that I used to be married. Right. So we basically go back to the days of when I was married, and then what happened is during COVID, I had a laptop. It wasn't even my laptop. It was actually my wife's laptop. And it could run World of Warcraft. So during COVID, I was like, maybe I go back to WoW. And Shadowlands had just come out. Yeah. Like I was like a month into Shadowlands release. And I hadn't played for a few years because I had been living in Thailand. I didn't have a PC for forever. I didn't have a computer. So when I came back to WoW, I basically told her, I was like, don't let me do this. And then, of course, she let me do it, which was, now it kind of ended up being okay because now we're here streaming and I really like streaming and stuff. But at the time, I specifically said, do not let me do this. And then, of course, well, from that point, I just got addicted again. Once you're out, you should stay out. If you ever peel yourself away from the Worlds of Warcraft, like you should probably stay out. So anyways, when I came back, I had a level boost, and I was going to boost the mage. It's basically a new account. Boost the druid. This was the druid that I made. But she said, all right, fine. Can I design your character, and I get to name your character if you play World of Warcraft? I said, okay, that seems reasonable. So she was like, I want to call you something that everybody will feel weird to say. And I was like, okay. And so she was like, easy. When the people pronounce your name, it's going to be a woo-wee-wah. And I was like, what now? Like, I used to go by Zarkon. Like, my gaming name was Zarkon. That's a badass name. It starts with a Z, and then the second letter is an A, which reflects me starting from way back, in my early childhood, I was always behind, and I had to overcome so much. So I like names to start with a Z because it's the last letter of the alphabet. And then I was like, no. I went from Zarkon to Owuwiwa. And I was just like, So at first, it took me a while to warm up to it. But remember, the first guild that I joined was the guild with the grandparents, and they were playing. So they called me, they didn't say Owuwiwa. But the second guild I joined was the raid lead was very southern. So he didn't say Owuwiwa. He said Awu. He was like, Awu, can you go to green marker, please? And I was like, what? And he was like, Awu, can you... Awu, stop dying to that mechanic. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm playing with 700 ping from a cheap laptop. But anyways, so Awu started becoming a thing. And then I just leaned into it, and I realized I really like it because it's a happy name. And I like happy names. It inspires joy. And that is why I like Awu. Yep. Yeah, it was Awu. Awu, taunt the boss, please. Yeah. So the druid's name is still Awuiwa, but everything else became Awu. And then I renamed my characters. They all used to have unique RP names, and then everyone just became Awu. The problem with me, though, is that I'm not exactly a very creative person. So do you want to see what all my characters are actually named Morning Coffee? Here, I promise you I'll log back in right after and we do the key. But let me explain what all my characters are named, because this is on retail too. I am not exactly the most creative of people. I explain.
Yep. Don't worry. I got you. I have a particular naming pattern, right? That doesn't say anything about you. Limit run. No, I haven't started the run yet. Here we go. We have a Wu Tank, a Wu Tank 2, a Wu Tank 3, a Wu Tank 4, a Wu Mage 2, a Wu Test, a Wu Tank Hunt, a Wu Tank 5, a Wu Tank Mage, a Wu Tank Lock, a Wu Tank Prez, a Wu Tank Monk, a Wu Tank Shaman. There you can see that there is a particular pattern of behavior. Normally, I just do a Wu Tang and then the whatever the class is, like, or if it's just like a Wu Hunter or something or whatever. Yeah, no, you guys are way more creative than you think you are. Trust me. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Leonard? A flex redeem. All right, bet. Flex time. Okay. What? I gotta do some more burpees today. But also keep in mind that that angle makes me look different. You can always flex, and I know where the camera is. So if I like do the big flex, I look like this. But actually, it's like I'm a lot leaner. If you, depending on where you flex. I've said this a bunch of times. People don't realize if you want to look nice for photos, it matters so much where you're facing and the angle and how you pose. So for example, if my arm is back here and I flex, then it's just gonna make me look leaner. But if I bring my elbow forward, my chest forward, this shoulder here, and then position my elbow in, then flex, lift up my chest, and it looks bigger. So I can look like this, like, look at me, I have big muscles, manly man. Grab me a cold one from the fridge and let me sit like this. Yeah, I almost broke something. Or I could basically be like, I am but a twink. So it depends on how you want to pose. All right, ready? What's up, Razin? Where I put my different with like a Greek god or a fat chud. Dude, it's really important, actually. It does matter a lot. I've explained this a ton of times because I used to do like fitness modeling. Also, hi, Razin. I missed you by like a minute earlier. So the idea is that lighting, everything like makeup, like there's so many aspects of it though. What's up, 60? The pro was called butt clapper. Yeah, they do that. When I did fitness modeling, people were always like, wow, like you're in really good shape. And I was like, wait, what the hell is this weapon? Wait, I had the wrong weapon on that whole run? Holy, wow. What was I saying? I got distracted. I forgot. Oh, well. More burpees after this. Okay, shall we? I need a flask of some kind. Let's do it. Combat log enabled. Here we go. Ready, check. Let's go. Hey, was anybody logging that very first Algeth'ar we did when I actually played the OTC build? Alrighty. Pull countdown 10. Let's do it. Yes, fantastic. Thank you. Excellent. But yeah, I don't know, Coffee. Coffee, what do you play in World of Warcraft? I didn't even ask you that earlier. Well, what do you play in WoW? Also, thank you for hanging out and saying hi. It is really cool. Like, I haven't been streaming for that long, right? But I really am so glad that I found this because there was a world where I just never started stream. This is not something that I ever thought that I would do or had any sort of plan to do. Kind of like the Thailand. I just sort of winged it. And I'm really happy that it all ended up basically taking me here because I feel like that was not a given, you know? Oh, I'm going to need a kick on this. Fine. I will lose all of my damage to get this kick because we're not going to get any other person kicking it, so I'm going to lose all the damage. That's okay. I could have grouped it left in the future. That would have been helpful if I did that. So from here, my incarn is expiring. Our damage is a little bit suspicious. So I'm going to bark skin now. And then From here, I watch the caster. We stay over here. I'm going to Vortex, and here we go, though. We did have options, yes, but that's okay. He was in his cooldown, so, you know, it would have been a DPS loss for him to grip things. Okay, so what I'm going to do as a tank player is, even though it would be more optimal for me to let my team do this, I think that I get this far one because I don't think that most people are going to be aware of doing that. Here we go. Let's go over here. We come back this way, but it was just about me getting to that kick right there. Okay, and then this is just cooldown recovery here. I'm a healer main, but I'm also an altaholic. I've seen you on the front page of WoW. The front page of WoW? What? Really? I've been on the front page of WoW? Wait. Yo, hold up. Really? Me? I don't necessarily have imposter syndrome because I kind of like myself. Like, I've learned to really enjoy who I am as a person. So I think that I'm kind of unique. Like, I think that people couldn't really... I don't think that anyone could copy me, even if they tried, because, you know, the inner workings of my mind are a mystery even to me at times. So, you know, but I did not, it's weird to me that some people know who I am now, because I was always just some random WoW player. Like, that's always been sort of my thing of just, oh, like, I really like World of Warcraft ever since I came back. However, nobody knows who I am. Like, I've pushed different seasons, so there are people who have played with me before, but overall, like, people don't know who I am. But it's so weird that that isn't true anymore. There are people who know who I am now, and I'm just like, what? How? It's super strange. I feel like I haven't been doing it that long, you know? Okay, so I don't want to kick that one. I want to kick this one here, though. I played with you at the start of the season. Oh, nice. What's up, Bobby? It was early season, though. My problem with seasons is maybe this next season with a team I'll actually push. But the truth is, for me, I end up... I really like playing PTR cycles. So unless I have a team to actually push title with, I don't tend to enjoy title pushing. Like, I tend to stop around Turbo Boost and then just start playing the new season PTR. Because that's, like, significantly more fun, in my opinion. Right? Yeah. It's basically around there. And the last 1 or 2 key levels of the season are just actually anti-fun. You know what I mean? What's up, Kiana? In my opinion, I have a very, very, very anti-fun gameplay experience when it's the end of a season and you're, like, really trying to get title and you have to get that key because there's so much pressure at that point. Dude, it's crazy how much damage these guys do. I really don't want to send to defensive. I was fine that whole pull, but I didn't want to send defensive at the end. I was trying to hold for the next one. No. So beta gives you a competitive advantage early on, but keep in mind that a season lasts for a very long time. Like, the WoW season is incredibly long, and there are plenty... You have a lot of time to learn how to do things. It's just that early season... Like, I will dominate early season because I played beta so much. So I know all the tech for these dungeons, whereas a lot of people will definitely surpass me after a week or two, or a few weeks, because they'll have time to learn the tech. I just learned it early. But you don't have to play beta in order to be a successful tank. You know? You gonna keep on your precious VDH? Yeah, do it. VDH, I mean, all tanks are pretty well balanced right now. I feel like healers are gonna have a problem, and DPS are gonna have, like, an imbalance problem, but overall, like, all tanks feel pretty decent at the moment. So any tank will work at that point, though. But it is cool, though. Also, hi, Bobby. It's so weird. Like, sometimes I feel like I have played with people, because early on I push, so there aren't that many people who push keys in NA. Do you push most seasons? I like to push early, yeah. You message Omni cooldown being back? Yep. Omni cooldown is back. There's a version of it that's back. It's not technically that good, but it does technically work. It kind of works. It's hilarious that it technically sort of kind of works. You know? Yep. That you were renowned? Oh, wait, really? Oh, yeah, that one TikTok started going viral. What the hell was that? Right, I woke up this morning and I was just like, bro, what? Like, one of the random TikToks that I posted actually is doing extremely well right now. Yeah. I woke up and I was like, 1,500 followers. Like, what the hell happened? I don't know what I'm doing there. I just post my cat to TikTok and Instagram. Somebody told me a long time ago, I was like, well, if you're gonna stream, right, you have to make social media. And I was like, oh man. I was like, fine. So I was like, what am I gonna post on social media? And I was like, oh, easy. Like, I got this cute ass cat. Like, that's probably what I'm gonna post. And yep, it worked out. We just want the mount. Is it 2.5k? 3k. You have to get the 3k dust. And macro iron fur will work extremely well for that level of keys, by the way. 100% it will. Yeah, no problem with that if you want to macro your iron fur at that point. So I could have pulled an extra bear in there. That pull wasn't too bad. They're going to go ahead, right? So go. Go. Wait in boss. Wait, boss. Cool. So they're going to go there. Here, /P, wait, boss. They're going to go ahead. I have to wait for that pat, like right there. And then we're going to go like this, though. Now I need to go find the cue. You can do exclamation Instagram. Exclamation Instagram will kind of show you. I have an Instagram and a TikTok. I would love to tell you, I try to post like one clip a day because I cuddle with him anyways. He's like super cute. There are 2 cats that I have. One of them is a cat. Like one of them is a if you touch me human, you will die type cat, right? And the other one is just I really love all attention. Please cuddle me. You can do whatever you want with me. Fling me around like a sandbag. It's all good. But just please love me forever and ever, right? So that's the cat. We just cuddle all the time. He likes playing. He likes attention. Yo, where did the guys come? They did not snap. Out of curiosity, how do you fix this? What happened there? Can I macro? Yeah, you can. No, Das, you cannot. No. I think that if you're going to play Raise, you cannot macro your Iron Fur. You would just... It would be like a wasted talent point, because the whole point of macro Iron Fur is like never ever have Rage. You know? I'm actually not sure why that didn't snap just now, but that's exactly the type of reason why we need to work on the routes. So I can learn why that didn't snap, in fact. Now, there's also tech for this boss, which I could be doing. I'm just playing kind of lazy right now, which is that I should be tanking him more toward the edge here. Are you guys cat people or dog people? Do we need Raise to push? No, you don't. I mean, so there depends on who you ask and what your perspective is, Yoda. I will push. No. I will push to +10 in week 1. Like, I'll have full 12s in week 1. You are hard chilling. You do not need to have it, right? Like, it's a purely a preference. It will do slightly more damage, but only if played well, actually. If you play poorly, it will do less damage, to be honest, though. Cat, you have 4 of them? Well, I have 2. I'm learning how to be a cat dad. I've actually never lived with cats before. I've always been a dog person my whole life, so this is a pretty new experience for me, and it's interesting so far. There's a few things that I wasn't expecting, for sure. Like, I'm learning how to love them a bit more, but it's mostly the playing, because I like to roughhouse with, like, my animals, right? Like, when I had dogs before, one of the joys of dogs is, like, well, you know, I can, like, wrestle with them, because I'm kind of like that, you know? Yeah, 4 cats is definitely getting into crazy cat territory, but that's not necessarily bad. They are extremely cute. I mean, they are extremely cute, though. Why not both? If my wife wasn't allergic, you'd have all pets or animals. Well, I mean, I have 2 lizards, so sometimes it's a little awkward, because when people come over, like when we have guests over, for example, when it's basically Kitty's birthday, yeah? That's why there's going to be a bunch of people here on Wednesday. And for her birthday, there's going to be like 10, 12 people or whatever, okay? Now, here's the thing, all right? When they come over, I'm going to look at them dead in the eye and be like, do you want to see my lizard? And they're going to be like, yes. And then it's going to be awesome, because I get to show them my lizard. But in general, that's not a good thing to say, right? So you have to be careful about. That's like one of the hardest things about owning lizards, is that every time I meet somebody new, I'm just like, do you wanna see my lizard? And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, like, I got 2. They're like, you have 2? And they're like, oh my. And I'm like, yeah, they're right here. This one's Jimmy. And they're like, wait, what? Yeah, one of them's Jimmy and one of them's Carly. What type of lizard? Yeah, I got 2 bearded dragons. They're kind of going through their teenage years right now, so they very much don't like being out of their tank. Both of them actually hate it. Just say that when you actually have one. I do have one. But yeah. Anyways, how do cat people justify the fact that these creatures, they're very cute, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Incredibly cute. Very A+ on the, oh my god, they're so soft, they're so cute. But, like, they don't listen very well. I feel like you can't really communicate with them. Either that or I just don't know how to communicate with them. But, like, bro, they're really very independent creatures. You know what I mean? Like, they're smart, but I don't understand what I'm supposed. Like, sometimes I'm like, can you get off the chair? And they're like, no. And then I'm like, okay, but I sort of need to sit down on my chair now. And they're like, so? And I'm just like, okay, but like, would it be all right with you potentially if I were to sit down on the chair? And they're like, I'll think about it. And I'm just like, okay. Whereas my dogs that I had before, you know, it was like off and they were like, okay. Yeah, basically, I do feel a little bit like I am their servant. I have experienced this feeling, yes. This is true. Depends on the personality. Mine are all different. So I have 2. Again, one of them is like a very, very cat, where you respect her space. If you want to pet her, you must ask for permission first. You basically reach out your hand, you let her sniff you, and if she says yes, then you can pet her, but she'll probably say no, and then you just let her do her thing. She is 14 years old, so she's already kind of old. And I actually have grown to appreciate her much more over time. When I first moved in with her, I was like, I don't really understand you, I'm not going to lie. Like, I was a little bit confused about what was going on here. But then she lives with her annoying brother cat. And the brother cat is super hyperactive, very vocal, but just always wants love. That's all he wants from you. If you give him attention, he is so happy. So basically what he actually wants is constant cuddles and reassurance, right? And so it doesn't matter, like, he wants to play, I can pick him up however, he's the one that I cuddle with. He's just a happy cat as long as you give him attention. But he's quite needy, and that's the cat that I get along with a little bit better right now, because that's a little bit more similar. He's basically like a dog trapped in a cat body, which is weird, right? No. Okay, I will lose all my damage here, and I will go kick this thing again. Sure. Yeah, so he basically like a dog. But he's obviously the one, because I'm used to dogs, that I actually get along with. We gotta stop breaking all those shields at once, though. Crash Bernie MIT. This is exactly what I think happens at MIT. Night, Clementine. Hello there. Basically, what I imagine MIT is like is there's just like, they try to make a whole bunch of experiments, and then they go, ha! Crash Bunny! You're just describing the difference between a girl cat and a boy cat, am I? To be fair, I understand. Juju is the girl cat. The problem with her name being Juju is occasionally I say on stream, it's like, oh, like, you know, sometimes she's here, for example, and I'm like, oh, bad Ju. But people misunderstand what I'm saying. So it's like, I always have to clarify that her name is, in fact, Juju, like Juan Meow. And it's super important that if you ever hear me say that, that's because I'm talking to the cat. It's just a good clarification there. I'd also like to point out formally that this is actually the overall DPS for this build. I am doing damage. Even though we've had a few messed up pulls, like the early snap didn't happen on the first boss for some reason, even though that is true, it actually has worked out. And my damage is pretty solid right now, though. And you were doing that intentionally? Well, no, I wouldn't say intentionally, though. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Borgar with a shotgun. You know what? I oftentimes, whenever I meet anybody named Borgar, I automatically assume that they have a shotgun. Not like 100, I'm not always positive, but it seems likely. Have you ever had the privilege of actually getting to go to like a proper safe gun range and getting to shoot a shotgun? It is very interesting. It's not like it happens in the movies, I'll tell you that much. Morning coffee, have you ever had that chance? Funny, I am German. Never been to Germany. I want to go to Germany at one point. That's kind of on my list of places one day when I do want to travel. I am very curious about the culture in Germany. So the thing about recoil is a very real thing that movies do not do justice to. Like, the movies do not give that justice whatsoever. Okay, so looking at my percentage here, though, I've not shot a gun before. Actually, I used to love paintball, much less the stakes. So if you ever get a chance and you get to go to like a proper gun range and do it safely, it is a really interesting experience to properly go actually mess with it. I took Kitty on a date for the first time a while ago, and we went to a gun range. And how was your experience what was your experience like, Kitty? You never shot a gun of any kind? It's not like the movies. Like, in a purely educational perspective, like, it's interesting, because, it's heavy. Yeah, it's fun. In again, context, right? But the shot, yeah. You did it once, and then you handed it to me. And I was like, yeah. Cool, so big defensive here, and then we're going to go this way. Yeah. Yep, it was. Loving the channel. As a healer main, what's up, Zerzimus? Yeah, what's up? What would you recommend for a casual looking to push keys? I think that depends, though. I actually think that in terms of what the best healer is, it's not as straightforward as the best tank. Just remember, all healers work, just like all tanks work for the 3K push. There is no hard requirements for what you do or do not need from your healer in this season. So if you're looking for like what healer is going to be your best bet from a casual perspective, it just depends a little bit. I think the answer you have to ask yourself is, do you want to play melee or range? Like, that's a good question to ask yourself. Your playstyle preference, because there are two melee healers which are pretty strong and fun, but maybe are not for you because they are technically melee healers. One of them is Mistweaver and the other one is Holy Paladin, but Holy Paladin's a little, you know what I mean? Holy Paladin is technically not super melee anymore, but it's still a melee healer. We'll lump it into that category right now. So, like, it depends a little bit, though. That makes sense. And Borgar, I no politics on stream. I just was asking a question, but fair enough. Absolutely fair enough, of course. But we won't get into that topic because it falls under the thing of what we don't talk about on stream, but fair enough. Right? Let's carry open carry. Yeah, well, I see what happened there, Coffee. Oh, thank you. I see what happened. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Yeah. You're fine. I'll ixnay the topic before it becomes that way, because one time I was like, I'm sure this would be fine to talk about. Like, we're all reasonable people here, and I was like, look, we could talk politics for one day. And then the following day, I had a new rule for stream. It's probably the only rule, which is that we don't talk politics. I was like, one day, I was like, yeah, sure. Like, I really enjoy heavy topics. I think it's good to talk about things instead of not talk about things. And the very next day, I was like, nope, never mind. It happened exactly, it took exactly one day. And then I was like, yeah, hold up, never mind. I think that this is a very sus double. We do have a Death Knight who can grip in some of those, but it is a relatively sus double pull here. You'd have to have really good damage. And then I do want the bats that fly around. So if I tank it over here, we should be able... Oh, my God. Holy. Yeah, that's not right. We don't want to do that. So I'm going to take infinite stacks here, and I will probably die. Okay. No, I think it's okay, but we just have to even out the damage a little bit. Yeah, I know. We just have to... So the way that works is that these guys have a shield. When you break them, we're supposed to have 1 purge, 2 purges. So there would be 2 individual purges, right? And then you don't want to break all the shields at the same time. So if you individually purge them, then they won't break like that, and you won't have that wipe. It's entertainment here and gaming. Yeah, no. I agree, Dust Balls. That's why it's not even a question. Like, it was just a funny remark that one day something came up that I was willing to talk about it, but at the same time I realized I'm like, man, my stream is a fun, we'll talk about whatever. I mean, I don't mind talking about serious stuff, but there's just some things that make people real divisive, and it's like, I know that there are different perspectives in the world, and that's cool, but at the same time, it's like, when you're on my stream, like, let's all come together and have a moment where we can talk about things, but at the same time, it's like, dude, like, I really just find it almost sad that we're always divided on topics instead of coming together and saying, like, well, can we all agree that WoW should be fun? And it's like, some people will say yes, and then some people will be like, no, I exist to sweat in this game. And I'm like, that's okay. Some people really like it when you sweat a bunch, but other people would definitely prefer a different gameplay experience. All right, so all the bats up here, they're supposed to be the percentage that I'm missing, I believe. But something went wrong. It was the routing earlier. So we would have to actually take this guy, because we don't have percentage right now. It was the snap from the first boss. I don't know why that snap did not work out. This is going to be your first expansion you're taking seriously. Interesting. Enhancement is such a weird spec, because I see some enhancements that do really big damage and other ones that do actually no damage. I don't really understand why. So this is the very common Mysara Cavern experience, where you get to the end of this dungeon and it's just like you're missing that 1% or that 2%, and that's why I need to practice this a little bit though. King Coconut Crab. Okay, first of all, I feel like you don't even need WoW to do that, because your name is King Coconut Crab. Doesn't the coconut crab existing by itself give you dopamine? I've never tried coconut crab before. Is it good? Well, Clement Fine, what do you play in World of Warcraft? Also, Clement Fine, can I ask you a question? Out of curiosity, may I ask you a question? It's rated way too high. So to be fair, I have seen a few good enhancement wisdom, but I'm curious about it though. Yeah. I know that it's very bugged right now, but I have a very hard time. If I was going to make a tier list and try to rank enhance, I would certainly have a hard time with it. Because I don't understand what is... I know it was very bugged, but I'm not sure still exactly what the expression is there. Does that answer your question, though, about what healer you should play? There are friendly healers, and there are healers that are more complicated, but at the end of the day, anything will work. Yo, what's up? You play Survival, Brute, and Holy Priest. Yo, Holy Priest got a massive glow up, by the way. That healer is actually so much better than it was. I know people are sleeping on it, and I don't think it's tuned quite highly enough for me to rank, like, incredibly high. But honestly, that healer got significantly better and improved going into Midnight. There's so many reasons why it will actually be sort of competitive for a season. In a strange twist of events, I think that Holy Priest will not be bad. So I pull the boss over here to make sure that my team doesn't actually go sent through. I get last one, or healer. You'll run. When I sort of got Celta, I summoned you first. It's true, though. The thing is, Borgar, I don't like that happens as much. Because you're right, that it's so toxic sometimes. So they're not good enough to get nerfed at the moment. That's the good news, is they're currently not nerfed enough. They're not buffed enough to get nerfed. So that's probably going to be okay, actually. But I agree with you. If you are S tier on beta, you have to be so careful about getting nuked out of existence, you know. Probably going to be Disc or Fistweaver. Fistweaving is it's my favorite healer right now on beta. It's like by far my favorite healer. It's actually so fun to play Mistweaver at the moment. It just feels smoother. Like certain healers feel like they got kind of inted by the fact that things are a little bit harder, or the pruning, you know. But Mistweaver, I actually think is sitting really good after the buffs. As long as you can heal through Ancient Teachings and Way of the Crane, it'll feel like really fun to play. The tankiness, I agree with that, by the way. I think the tankiness nerfed the buffs to Shamans were a little bit, because you don't need as much active defensive anymore, you know what I mean, Wiz? Unless you're a mage. Well, that's true. If there's one thing you can count on, it's the fact that mage will probably be meta, right? Like, that's the thing. Mage will definitely be meta, won't it? Let's see, I'll tank the floor now. Some people, the toxicity that exists in WoW is a weird thing, because actually WoW is more toxic at a +2 than it is at a hierarchy. Have you noticed that? Like, it's so weird to me that this is true, but actually speaking, there's more toxicity that occurs at like a lower key level than a higher key level. And that's super weird to me. Obviously tank healers get it worse, it's true. Also, hi, Saf. Sorry, I was going to ask you, Clementine, Saf, if you don't mind me asking, how did you find my stream today? Somebody mentioned, what is this front page business of WoW? Out of curiosity, if you're new to my stream, can I just ask randomly, how did you find it today? My overall damage in this key, without the snap on first boss, by the way, 100k. Not bad. I did 100k with this build. I think that's pretty solid, to be honest, though. You know? Been watching you I found you from your YouTube. It's, oh, got you. Rain rated you. He did rate me, indeed. Rain is a cool shaman. I'm curious to know what he thinks about shaman, though. Ooh. Bad idea. Why do we know, by the way, Illuminos, any idea why this didn't snap on the boss here? Out of curiosity? Does the early here? Yes, Bow Chicka Wow. So if you're playing Druid, you basically have two options. I'm playing a very weird build. It's not a build that I recommend, the first boss. The reason we were short percentage is that for some reason, although we did this thing, they didn't come to the first boss. These guys were supposed to come into first pull, but they did not. We didn't get any of these on first pull. They didn't snap properly. I'm not sure what happened here. Yeah, Druid of the Claw does more damage, but I also think it's getting nerfed soon. I've watched a few of your videos lately, so it popped up high in your YouTube suggestions. Got you. Wait, D2, you can gift a sub? Wait, Mephisto, I didn't even know you could do that on YouTube. Wait, thank you. Wait, you just gifted a sub on YouTube. Thank you. Aw, I didn't know you could gift a membership. No. Thank you. I have a tank question for you. Yeah, what's up? It goes both ways. Let me talk about that in a second. Also, I came from Final Fantasy, where it could be so much more casual. I think that WoW could learn from Final Fantasy, and I think that Final Fantasy could learn from WoW. But it is true, Crash Bernie, the toxicity in WoW is an interesting subject. I have some suggestions, but give me a moment, because I want to answer a few WoW questions first that I got from YouTube. Chilling swiping through YouTube, I watch your bear tank videos. I thought your stream would be for me. Hey, well, hello there. My stream is oftentimes very random. I don't necessarily have a plan for things. I just sort of send it. All right. Tank question though. I watch your snap threat video. What do you use for a snap threat on VDH? So when VDH is playing Algeth'ar versus Annihilator, the rotation changes. The thing is that Algeth'ar is completely gutted right now. So you're definitely playing Annihilator on VDH. The main thing to understand about VDH aggro is you need to just use your mobility. So if you're relying on just your W, like if you're just walking like this into the pack and you do a rotation on VDH,
you're going to have a really hard time with aggro. That's actually not what you want to do. What you actually want to do for VDH threat is really start gaming your movement, where I have double leap. So if my team is here, right, then I have to basically get ahead of them with my leap and mobility. And that is actually the thing, though. That's true, Wisdom. That does happen. Correct. Yep, that is true. So the thing is, Neons, it's less about a rotational thing with VDH and way more about movement. That's actually how you get threat. That's the real answer. But effectively, if you press Immo Aura on cooldown and you walk in, and you can at least get a Fracture Soul Cleave, if not Immo Aura with Fallout generating souls, and then you Spirit Bomb right away, you'll have threat. But you just use sigils and understanding the movement of things. Now it's either vibing. It's weird. I wonder what they can do from a game design perspective to encourage less toxicity in World of Warcraft. That's what I'm very curious about. Yeah, let's go back. So, what's that? Wait. What are we doing here? Are you going to show me? Come back to that room. We have a long run. Oh, okay. You wanted me to go all the way back and just check the poll that we missed? Because I'd like to do it one more time and get it even cleaner. Back to first. Okay. Let's say also when you enter endgame the first time in Final Fantasy. I never got to play it, and I think it's almost a shame that I didn't go play Final Fantasy. In the Shadowlands era of WoW, I was having such a good time because I just came back, and I didn't realize the game was bad at the time, so I was just having a great time in Shadowlands. I want to make a video soon, by the way. I have a video coming out soon. I haven't made it yet. I normally wait until closer to the season, but it is one of the most important videos I can make. Y'all will get early access. Are you ready? Wait a second. Nullpunk, you can gift 5 memberships? I didn't even know you could do that. Wait a second. Wait, so people are just casually getting YouTube member right now? Wait a second. What is this? Thank you. I didn't realize you could gift YouTube memberships. Oh, thank you for the gifted memberships. I actually had no idea. How do you do that? Wait. It's a good time to be on YouTube right now if you want to be a YouTube member. YouTube members get access to special videos too. That's even more giga. What do you think we need party cooldown tracking? Let me answer. I have a good take on that object. 1 second. Wait. I don't even know. I did not know you could do that, but thank you. That is very nice of you. I appreciate the gifted subs on YouTube. That first part could be that someone... Okay, so the Grim Ward was killing us. What was dispelling it? Sexy? No, surviving. You get access to some of the advanced guides, and like I put recently a what's it called? I put one of the masterclass videos that I put on Patreon. I put it for YouTube members, like the full-on Nexus masterclass. Okay, so what do you think happened with these mobs? On the very first poll, I tagged them. I was getting hit by them, but they didn't snap. So I'm supposed to take these guys onto first boss here. Membership on YouTube. Well, first of all, I don't even think there are a lot of ads, but they get ad-free. I think Memphis. What they get more of is actually access to special videos more than anything. The highest tier. I'll just show you my feet anyways. You don't need to... That's like what I do for work. Yeah, you could just have my feet. If you want feet, I'll just show you those. I don't mind. So, do you think I jumped weird? Out of curiosity, like what did I do wrong for here? All right, Object, let me know when you're back. I want to answer the Omni cooldown thing. Supposedly, and I was talking to where I learned about the Omni cooldown being back. Okay, you're back. Okay, so this is a cool thing. Do you know who Vikman is? Vikman is like a giga healer. Notorious for Resto Druid. Excellent gamer, okay? Like, fucking amazing gamer. But he's a healer. I was talking to him, and he was the one who told me about the Omni cooldown, because I saw it on his stream, and I was asking him. And he basically said that the person who made it did so as almost a direct joke to Blizzard, saying, hey, Blizzard, fix this. Like you said we couldn't do it. Here we go. And it's poor, and it doesn't even work. The fact that Omni cooldown is gone, guess what? As a healer, changes nothing. It changes very little. I thought it was going to be a massive deal, and it is in fact not. The dungeons are a little bit better designed. And
it's fine. The fact that we don't have it is actually okay. It does not need to be in the game. It is surprisingly just fine. Because there are a little bit less one-shots and a little bit less defensive required to live things, it would help me, and I would certainly make a few different decisions if I did have Omni cooldown, but at the same time, actually, I haven't really missed it. I thought I would miss it a lot more, because I was the type of player who would track everything. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think the game will actually be just fine, to be honest. Thank you guys, though. I appreciate all of the gifted YouTube subs. Thank you. Based on when I talk to him, Zeus and the Pugs, you made it. Wait, what? You're the one who made it? Motherfucker, what? Wait, that was you who made it. Wait, hold on, wait, I didn't know who you were. I'm sorry. That was just me talking to him about it. Oh, I didn't realize it was you. Okay, so, Object, can I ask you a question then? If you're actually the person who made it, then let me ask you a question, all right? What do you think makes WoW fun in general? All the things that they're trying to do with WoW, what does the game need in order to bring magic and life back into it? That's the question. This is where I fundamentally disagree with how a lot of people are approaching Midnight. Because I think the changes are incredible. It is a brutal question. That's a hard question to answer. But just general thoughts, though. Hi, Iro. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, Uncle. Uncle Iro's here. Same here. It's a nice break to just let things be right. So what I realized, as a healer. So here's a hot take. Omni cooldown is good, and at the same time, correct, Object. I agree with that. All right, let's run this back one more time and see if we can try. Yeah, one more. Yeah, I'd like one more cleaner run of this, and I gotta figure out why they didn't snap. What's up, C-Dow? That's like a Thai name, actually. From my perspective, Object, unfortunately, okay, here's kind of what I think, all right? Unfortunately, just play the snap. Well, we can do the whole thing, though. Kick tracking should be baseline. I think that the voices in the WoW community are so competitive, optimization-minded, that they actually lose sight of what the game really needs. I am going to play regardless of whether or not the game is good or bad, because I am chronically addicted. Most people who play at a competitive level in World of Warcraft are going to keep playing the game. There is simply way too much clout. Think about it like this. Discord recently had its controversy where they said they're going to require some ID. Yes? Like this is... kick is an interrupt. We're talking about Omni cooldown. But they sort of... Like, what are you going to do? Stop using Discord? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Not use it? You're going to use... What else are you going to use? And it's like... They kind of have a little bit of a hold on you, even if you don't agree with the direction they're going. World of Warcraft is kind of like that too. If they make changes that you don't like, but you're a competitive player, you're probably still playing. What I think that World of Warcraft really needs, to be honest, is new players. Like, at the end of the day, we need an influx of like 1 million new players to World of Warcraft. I think that the magic of the game won't... I think it'll continue to get worse. And I think the toxicity will go much harder if they don't find a way to make it more approachable for new players. Because eventually we will burn out. Eventually. But as of right now, we're hooked. But it's kind of getting a little bit sussy on how long we're hooked for. Because 5 years is a long... Like, imagine 5 years from now. Are we still playing? And that's what I worry about a little bit, right? I'm so behind in this race, by the way. I can track spells at least 4 different ways. I just want to make this gone because it's working too good. Dude, I will say, I'm a very positive person, right? Make sure you're still... I actually don't. I'm not familiar, though. But the idea is, I'm a very positive person. I really like World of Warcraft. And I'm, in general, I like Blizzard. You know what, though? They failed. And I should make a video about this. They failed the add-on war. They messed up. Whatever they were going to do for the add-ons, it didn't work. I was very excited when they announced it. And the truth is, it did not work. Hey, who's coming, by the way? You wanted to bring what now? Who be bringing what? You wanted to bring Og, you said? Can you not? Can we play without Og? Purple, if you want to come. Or whoever wants to come here for the last DPS. Purple, you coming, right? I play D2, so the idea of PoE. Dude, D2 is actually so good. Did you see the new update for D2? Like, WoW is heaven. That's fair, actually. Yeah. I still think that WoW has Toxic, though. But no Og. I don't want Og just because of the meters and stuff, though. Dude, the new update to D2, I was playing my Warlock. I felt like such a casual dad because I only got to level 20 or whatever. Didn't have a lot of time. I think basically the fact that you can do this and the fact that you were willing to do it is more a reflection on where WoW went wrong. And overall, if you give people the option of a gameplay advantage, the fact that almost unanimously all WoW players would choose immediately to simply optimize the fun out of the game is wild to me. Am I allowed to? Oh, well, I mean, that's just your preference. You can. Does that make sense? It's interesting to me that like players in WoW, they're literally willing to optimize to the extent that they don't need to. Now, one of my problems with World of Warcraft is that there is no stepping stones. There should be way more. Whereas other games have more ranks to kind of separate things, WoW does not. And I think that's a problem. Another tank I'm confused on. I know you run no raids. I'll tell you that in a second, Jans, for a Druid, my Druid build here. But it's very strange to me, by the way. What's up? Sure. So after a certain level, they optimize it so they can achieve higher highs. But won't players do that regardless of what you give them? I think that the mentality that creates that set of circumstances object, in my opinion, anyone who's willing to do that, or at least 95%, are going to do it with whatever tools they're handed. So if they, for example, were really serious and they were like, no add-ons, I mean it, no add-ons at all, people would still figure out a way to optimize at that level. But it would be less mandatory at the 12 or the 10 or the 15 where it's not necessary. And if they say all add-ons are fine, then they're going to optimize with all the add-ons. And so it's like it doesn't matter where you go, people will optimize because that's a mentality difference with gaming. It's not, we don't play games for the same reasons we used to. I've said this before, but people nowadays, much more than before, use gaming as a proxy for real life success. Because right now, life is kind of hard. And when you look out in the world, it's very easy to become a little bit depressed and a little bit stressed and a little bit anxious, among other things. And so when you play WoW, you're like, man, I just want a little bit of an escape. It used to be, however, that escape was for joy, was for peace, was for happiness. You would spend all day fishing in a pond just because, why not? However, for some reason, somewhere along the way, around 5-10 years ago perhaps, the escape was actually, but I need to succeed. I need to thrive in a different environment. If I'm not thriving in real life, I have to thrive in game. And what happens is that over time, sort of very dubiously, very nefariously, just like somewhere in the back, it was creeping. And now what happens is most of the people who get title don't even really want to be there. Haven't you noticed it? At the end of a season, you watch all these people who are trying to get title, and they're sitting there and they're like, I hate this game, I hate this game, I hate this game, I hate this game, but I have to play. Because if I don't get title, then my mom won't ever call me again, and my family will hate me, and my friends and I will have no value as a human being. It's like their whole identity becomes tied to their Raider IO score. And when they talk to other people, it's like, what's your IO? Psh, you're only 3850? I'm 3900. And it's like, it's very strange how quickly that gets tied into your own sense of self-worth. Because the other thing that happens is when the game design shifts, you take it personally. It's not an attack on your character, it's an attack on you, because you start to associate your own success with what's happening in the game. And it creates a ton of toxicity, because it used to be that your character was not you. It was the furthest thing from you. And everyone you met in game had at least some level of like, I'm here because the real world is not where I want to be. And so there was a camaraderie. You would meet people in Azeroth, and it was the world of Azeroth, you know? That's the whole point, is, you know, it was the whole world of Azeroth. And I think that when they lost that, WoW started going downhill. It wasn't, you can't force people to socialize. But the game design started becoming, hey, you have to do all these things. Instead of, we're going to drop you as a level 1 in Elwyn Forest or wherever you are, and I guess the whole world's yours. Do whatever you want. Now they tell you, well, you have to do your dailies. You got to fill your vaults. You got to do this. If you don't raid, you can't do it. You got to. It's like, oh, wait a second. It's partially that gaming has changed. Like, gamers have changed. But it's also the game design tells you, they give you an objective list of, you got to do all these things. And it's a little weird. No, they removed all extra avoidance in beta because it was a disparity. So what's weird for me is this whole Omnicool, the fact that you made that and the fact that it's causing controversy is like, I just look at it and I'm like, I don't know, man. I've been able to heal without it, and in a way it was kind of better. When I was healing and somebody would die, I would kind of say, from a gameplay perspective, that's a zooming out gamer perspective, let me tell you what I think about the Omni cooldown in game itself. I've healed a lot this beta cycle. I've healed more than I've tanked. And when I'm healing and somebody dies, I just assume that I could have healed them further, but I don't know if they had a defensive up, right? Like, I actually don't know if they did or did not have something to press. I could assume, but I don't really know. But I'm just going to be like, no problem. But now, if I have Omni cooldown, I can see that they had a defensive up and then blame them for it. Because I'll be like, it's not my fault. But I think that the keys are designed in a way where Priory is like, yo, there's 2 casts on you. You have to press something. Whereas in these dungeons, it's a little bit more friendly, I think. Where there's less one-shots, and me as a healer, if I'm just really good, I could carry my team to victory simply through HPS. Like raw HPS instead of defensive value. If that kind of makes sense. A little bit. Right. And I think that's better. I do think it's better that happens, though. That's why you like housing nullpunk. Some of the most fun I have had in World of Warcraft recently was when I visited people's houses. Definitely main form of toxic. It is kind of true, though, isn't it? In a weird way. Yeah. In a weird way. I think it's true on Willy, but am I right in thinking that it's worse now? Or do we just see it more now? Like, has it always existed and it was always this bad? You know, am I wrong? Like, was it always this bad? I feel like it's worse today. I can't explain what it is, but I feel like there's, in general, the community, there's less joy in World of Warcraft. I got to do some burpees, by the way. I don't know if it's a 3-hour stream. Hold on, we only did 35 so far. Whoa. Let me give it a little burpee break. The bits, I owe stream some exercise. I just feel like the game is different. It's not the same game as it used to be. The add-on changes benefit me more than other people, for what it's worth, though. Native kick tracker. But the thing is, in pugs, what's the kick tracker do in pugs? No one kicks. The way that pugs work, I mean, so this is a high level versus not high level, but the most pugs, either every single person sends their kick on the very first interrupt that goes off, or no one kicks at all. There is no in between. There's no CC chain. There's no kick chain. Like, even if you have a kick tracker, even when we had Omni CD, nobody does it. No one's using it. Like, you don't, literally, 1% of the player base, maybe, actually looks at it and says, I'm going to hold or send my kick. Vast majority of people did not use that information. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Do I speak Thai? A little bit. Dai Ninoy. Tawa my D. I can speak a little bit of Thai because it's a tonal language and I have a hard time with that. Hold up. All right, I'm going to tank these for like 2 seconds, but I got to do a little bit of burpees before we actually do this though. Defenses are gone. Skyreach. Wow, defenses are Skyreach second boss. That's true. I'm from Thai. Oh, nice. Ben Kon Thai Mai. Are you actually Thai? That's super cool. I wonder if anybody found my stream today because I actually put Thai in the title. I have lived here for 8 years. You live in Thailand now? Correct. Yeah. Utini sum bed bilao. But my Thai is, my accent's pretty bad because I don't practice enough. Yep. The thing is I don't have anyone to speak Thai with, so my Thai is pretty bad. If it's 1% better, at least 1% can enjoy the game a bit, that's fine. And I'm not saying, by the way, that it's bad to be competitive or it's bad to enjoy the game like that. I guess, Object, the way that I play, I'm going to play regardless. Like, I'll be able to push keys, no problem. Do I need a girlfriend? Milao. I have one, but thank you. Also, just for reference sake, for anyone else who's listening, I love Thai people. And let me tell you why I like Thai people. Such a wonderfully direct culture. Here's what happens when I walk outside. If somebody wants to date me, they will look at me and they'll say, do you want girlfriend? Or do you want boyfriend? And then I simply say yes or no. And if I say yes, then I have girlfriend. And if I say no, then I don't have girlfriend. It's that simple. Why aren't all cultures like this? One, 2, 3, 4. Question for you though, Hour. How did you find my stream today? Can I ask you if you're Thai, how did you find my stream? I gotta do some jumps. Hold up. I am gonna swap these to squat jumps because my shoulder is annoying me and my body is saying that I should do squat jumps instead. So my legs will be super sore tomorrow. It's gotta be squat jumps today. I'm gonna be kind to my body. All right. So we're doing squat jumps instead of burpees today. Back down to earth, supposedly though. Have to go back to work? No, thank you again for the support on stream. I really appreciate it though. It was just there and suggested ones. Nice. Do you actually, by the way, Crash? Have you been to MIT? Hi, Salty. Good day. All right, hold up. We're gonna do squat jumps instead. My shoulder is a little annoying. Here we go. Come and see Lake language, and I see Thai. Yakrian Pasatai, Pro Utini, Le Huajai Ben Kon Thai. But I'm not very good at it. but I would like to get better, to be honest. I need to practice every day if I actually want to learn Thai. Tummy ache survivor. Okay, congratulations on surviving that tummy ache. Actually, MIT are the initials of your name. Oh, so it's been a ploy this whole time. You never went to MIT. Hold up. Here we go. 1, 2, oh, much better. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh boy. These are actually harder than burpees, on the legs. Hold up. I found you last week. Hi, Dust. I was wondering how, horrifying. Wait, Angelina, wait, Jolie, what? Oh, Crashmore comes to the movie Hackers. Gotcha. Hold up. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Woo. Oh, dumb nose. Hello there. Okay, let's do this run. Let's get this nice and clean. Wisdom, are you here?
Uh, do you normally watch Thai streamers? I feel like there aren't a lot of people don't play World of Warcraft in Thailand. Huh. อยากเล่นเกมไหม? Do you like playing games? Oh, oh, you're living in Germany now. In 1 year, you're going to make a house in Thailand? Awesome. It blocked your message, but I saw it. Okay. Let's grab 15 Mysara Caverns, and we'll try if we can get a clean run. I need to work on my route for this place. Yeah. Well, there's a mobile game. Object, by the way. You play only TBC or retail too? Retail. I'm a retail gamer. I really like World of Warcraft, but ultimately, I'm a retail person. I think that I wouldn't enjoy Classic as much anymore. Once upon a time, I enjoyed the slower playstyle of it, but not so much anymore at this point. No, I'm testing for the new expansion here. So we're fast. We're fast. We're going to pull this side here. Okay, and we bring it back on this caster. Nice. Perfectly grouped. Beautiful first pull. Beautiful first pull. I'm going to watch the bolter. I'm going to vortex typhoon things together. Bam. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. And then we're going to watch that hex. I will incap it. And then we're here. If I'm a little out of breath, it's because I am getting my movement in today. And then here we go. I'm going to run the bark skin early. Nice. Okay. Beautiful. I worked till pension and probably lived my wrestling years in Asia. Have you ever been here before, Dust Balls? Have you ever actually been to Asia? It's such a wonderful place. I'm so glad that I ended up moving to Thailand. It's something that there could have been a world where I just didn't do this, you know? But I'm glad that I sort of figured out that this was the right place for me to be. So I think that those bears there would be good for this, though. Do I like Thai food? Okay, the problem with me and Thai food is I do like Thai food. Thai food is so delicious. However, I can't eat it because I'm allergic. So it's very sad, but actually, I cannot really enjoy Thai food. I'm not allowed to eat fiber. I have a very weird diet and stomach problem, so I can't eat fiber. Basically, I cannot have fruits, vegetables, rice, cannot eat any of this. Yeah, I have to eat no fiber diet. You had no idea Thai was a tonal language? Yep. One of the interesting things, apparently, why things become tonal languages is actually to do with the humidity of the country. A lot of tonal language ended up developing, apparently, around hot and humid countries, tropical countries. I almost moved to Thailand from the States for a girl I dated for 6 years, but no longer. Yeah. The thing is, Moostradamus. I have 2 things to say about this. Number 1, that is a good name. All right. The very first thing I have to tell you is what an absolutely omega name. All right. Because I want to be a Nostradamus. That is actually a giga name. Okay. First of all, what's up, Geo? If you can't eat rice fruit, then how do you not have scurvy? Because that is a myth. Because red meat has vitamin C. And if you consume, your body can better use the vitamin C if you consume it in the absence of carbs. I, in fact, have... Hold up. I'm surviving. Oh, we got Hex. That's why. I could have grouped this pull a little bit better. I think this is a tough pull, but the idea is that you have full cooldowns here, so it should die real quick. Oh, yeah, hold up. This is going to be a quick reset there. Have you been to your home country? No. I was for 4 weeks, but like 1.5 on Samui and 2.5 on... So just island life. Got you. I feel like it's an okay poll. We just have to watch the Hex. Reset Fest. No, Cape, I have not. Moosradamus, I was going to say... The communication in Thailand is one of the reasons I love it. The culture is so direct. I just found your channel. I've been loving all your content. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I am excited to make more content. And one of the things I want to make, this is going to be so critical. I not yet. I have to wait till I'm closer to the season. But I am going to, at one point, full screen my camera and actually rant and tell people, please don't yell at other people at the beginning of a season. No one knows what they're doing. You will fail many keys. Am I rambling or just noobing? You're absolutely fine. You are feel free to ramble. If I miss your comment, it is because I am tanking these keys and streaming at the same time. Plus, my brain go burr, my brain go ba, like this. So if we don't pull that there, we'll have to see though. Let's make Baronos my marker. So, Moosradamus, depending on how you play Bear, I am playing a very weird build. It is not going to be recommended. If you look at the Guardian Druid Discord, they'll tell you you can't play it. I believe you can play it, right? Ultimately, I think it's okay. There's no mask in that one. You've been to Malaysia? No, I actually never went to Malaysia. On the list, I suppose. So the way I'm playing right now is no Apex talent. No Apex, no Raise. So I am currently dumping all of my Rage into Ironfur. However, most people will be playing not this build. This is a weird way to play at the moment. It's certainly strange. It's almost backwards, if that makes sense. However, I find that it works. I do enough damage and end up being okay. You can see my damage here is quite good. So why play it? It fits my playstyle. It allows me to focus on stream and be able to chat with you. Otherwise, I'd have to be responding to procs. I don't like responding to procs as a tank. In general, I'm not a fan of a tank, like proc-based gameplay, especially for tanks. What healer do you like having the most right now, Simmortis? Resto Druid makes me feel the safest as a tank. They do incredible tank healing. Let me share the route here. The idea was this pulls. So Resto Druid probably makes me feel the safest, but Mistweaver is fine. I get a kind of constant trickle healing. So we want these laborers come into this. And then there are 2 casters here. I wonder if you could play without these hexers somehow. You don't technically need these ones, but the idea is something like this. No, I started the season. Yeah, I did. No. I don't. My bear is super tanky, so I don't really feel like I need it anyways. I feel like I can also add all of these bears in there. Like, these bears are doable for me on bear right now. We are 289 item level once the key actually scales. Originally, you start 233, but if you go to a 15 plus on beta, you get scaled up. Let me take some salt. Take elephants on pull 4. Let me see. Hi, gift me. Electrolyte water. The elephant's in here? In the room? Could you do elephant with pull 4? In the room? I suppose you could. I mean, I guess that you could do it like that. That would kind of work. I just want more bears, basically. More bears are fine. So even in pull 2, I'm adding like a few bears because they're really good percentage. And they don't hurt me that bad. So that's why I'm trying to get more bears in the first area like this, though. Sorry? Oh, no, you're fine, Mr. Adonis. Basically, I really like Guardian Druid, but the truth is that I don't really believe I have to play any which way or the other. I kind of want to find my own play style, and then I want to roll with that. Does that make sense? So rather than think what's going to be the optimal, way that the Sims say I have to play or the experts say I have to play, I'm just going to figure out my own build. And if I like it and it works for me and we time all the keys, no problem. Like, it's that simple for me. Does that make sense? Like, it is actually, for me, that's just how it works. If it works and we time all the keys, in, I feel good, and I'll play it. So I can log this key, for example. We can compare how much damage I could do on this build versus the other build, how much healing I need, etc. And then that's it. Okay, so let's change up the route a little bit. I'm cool with that. Let's try this. I think that pulling the bears are actually fine. All right, let's go. Countdown. Let me restart my playlist here. I want to listen to... Oh, that's right. It doesn't translate well through chat. Oh, yeah. What about this? Yeah, let's do this, though. Yeah, this works. Okay. Note that they changed E37. Okay, hold up. To go into Pistols into WoW, that'd be kind of cool. Might be a viable pull now. I'll have to check what it is. I'm not sold on exactly what the route is here, but I'm kind of figuring out over time. I'm going to lock in a little bit this run just to really see if I can get better at this. Okay, here we go. Big first pull. Huge first pull, in fact. Massive first pull. I'm going to stay on the caster to make sure he doesn't get any cast off. And then we're going to go. Boom. Kick that. Nice. Vortex Typhoon right in the middle. Sunring Roar now. And then we pull the rest of the bears later. I have to Giga watch my defensives because I will actually die immediately on this pull. Watch my hunter. Okay, Barksian now. Perfect. So you can see my damage. Like, I don't think this build's damage is actually that much lower. And it's giga tanky. Like, this pull will literally kill you. Like, immediately. As a tank player, this is such a dangerous pull. These guys actually clap. I just hopefully am making it look kind of easy. So then I'm going to soft kite out at the end. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, hold on. I'll turn the music up a little bit, but basically, if I don't respond to chat as much, it's because I want to actually do this run justice. We have to kill that one first. Oh. Gotta kill that. Kill the headhunter. Ah, the efficiency loss. Okay, I'm gonna get this one here. And then I want both of these bears, because there's no reason I couldn't play both of these. And we're gonna go up here. Grab this. And those. Weird bug there. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I like happy music. Oh, it depends. My music taste changes so much depending on the day. Sometimes I like listening to anime soundtracks. Sometimes I like listening to background music. Sometimes it's this. Sometimes it's that. I have learned to just roll with the punches, you know? I play whatever comes to mind on that day. No. DOTC is ahead right now, but I'm being stubborn and I want to play Disco Bear because I like it, so that's what I'm playing. I would say that this build is very adequate. Like, it does fine, but the DOTC build is certainly better. It's just what I like. I think that I play based on my preference more than anything else. I'm a big preference type gamer. If I'm going to play WoW, then I want to have a good time playing WoW. And if this is how I enjoy it, then I'm going to make it work. If it doesn't work and, like, I can't time keys, then that's a whole different story, right? But overall, I feel like I'm going to be able to do whatever it is that I want to do, and I'll be all right. So as long as I believe that this build will work, I don't need anybody else to tell me that it will work, because most people will say that this absolutely won't, but I feel like it's fine. From my experience beta testing these keys, there is absolutely zero problem with this build. It does slightly less damage overall. Competitive single target, but again, a little bit less. But overall, it's not the end of the world. Okay, we watch the Hex there. I have in cap as well. Right here. I would split this in the lower key for sure, though. How's the Iron for a macro? This is what I'm playing right now. You can see my damage. You can look at the meters, and you can see for yourself how it's performing. Yeah, this is the well, it's a weird one. It's no Apex, not just macroed Ironfur, but it's also like 0 Apex, 0 Raise. I'm spending every global is Ironfur basically. I've macroed it completely. Yeah. It's my preference. It's just how I enjoy the game, that's all. I don't really subscribe to the idea that you have to play one way or the other. I will be able to push keys early on in the season, like, pretty adequately, I think, with this build. What the guys won't tell you is, yeah, well, also, a lot of people are going to be tricked into playing Druid of the Claw because it is performing better, but it's also harder to play. So if you make rotational mistakes on it, you will actually do worse, not better. I have to watch the bleed from this guy here. Playing the elephant with this pull is a little weird, but it works. Yeah. So remember that anything played suboptimally will actually be, in general, the game is tuned well enough where suboptimal builds will still be better if played with extreme skill than the technical optimal builds. In general, that's true. Not always. We gotta finish this off so we can get the thing in here. We drink some stew. We get the thing. They're gonna grab these ones here. Perfect. And then I want all these bears now. So the idea here is that I'm gonna go into this corner. And if you pull 3 bears, you have to know. I don't think every tank could do this, to be honest. These guys sink on you, and they hurt a lot, right? Now let's talk about the elephant in the room. Very, very clever. Well done, Dustballs. Dustballs, if I make a guide for this dungeon, can I steal that from you? Like, let's say that this run goes extremely well, right? Can I say that? Can I please steal that from you? That was a really good joke. I also would like to say, can we talk about the elephant in the room now? Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. I just needed this information. So these are big pulls. Like, they're hard, right? And it depends on the DPS that I'm playing with, but overall, I think that this route right now feels better for sure. Cool, go. So I need to go around. They know what they're doing. Wait, Pat. Then go. Okay, I will stealth around here. I don't want the headhunters. I only want this, but I have to wait for that Hex Guardian. And they have to wait for this Pat right here. It's a bad Pat. They can go around so long as they don't pull. And then I just have to be careful about this guy. Those guys won't pull there. Okay, so now I go out of bear form, like right now. Okay. I just jump over the rock, and then I come down, yeah? Just like this. If he hunts or I will have to check. He is playing Sentinel. And now they should snap, technically speaking. So those little guys, they should come back down to join this pull here in a second. Unless they bug out. In which case, so they did bug out there. Did they fix it? Wait a second, did they fix it? Because they're not coming at all. Why aren't those guys snapping? This is very interesting. Because if they don't snap, then you have to A, edit the route a little bit, but also B, there's no point in even trying to spend the effort, because it takes a lot of time to gather it. Can with the Pat. Okay. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so I just have to adjust the route a little bit if that happens. And you want to keep these kind of stacked up so they don't jump as far. Watch the bleed on the tank here, and then you're going to back up, basically. Just roar. So you could just play the pack during the RP after this, up on the stairs probably, though. Yeah, but it's bugged for me now 3 times in a row, so that's pretty consistent, Wiz. What I think you could do is instead of chaining that, because it would actually be faster, you could just play the pack on the stairs after, and then we all come through together. I feel like that makes more sense, no? Yeah, I feel like that kind of makes more sense to me of how I would route that in the future. And they're perfectly stacked now for cleave. Nice. Oh, it's okay. If I'm a little bit locked into this run, though, let me just, Coffee, by the way, thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate all the different stories, and it is kind of wild that actually I was technically born, like, what, 2 minutes from you? Like 5 minutes? I think it's pretty cool. Small world, huh? A very small world. But here, let me just turn the music up a little bit in case you want to vibe. This is no, they're not shared HP. And in fact, not only are they not shared HP, but if you kill them uneven, you will probably wipe. It is actually, yeah. Dude, Coffee, I'm so glad I started streaming. I still think there's a world where, yeah. He can revive the bird, and the bird will gain a stacking damage amp, which will eventually just one-shot your team. You have to be very careful, actually. Yep. Like, there's a world where I never started stream, and I don't know. I think my life would be significantly worse if I didn't. I think about that sometimes, though. Like, oh, what would my life look like if I never started stream? So right when he dies, he starts getting a stacking rage buff. So you definitely just play the pack. Like, during this RP, you could just go up and fight that pack on the stairs, probably. That's probably... Because see how there's, like, 20 seconds of RP? I think you would just fight that pack in the future. That makes more sense to me. Instead of trying to snap that there. Okay, so this is a big pull with Lust. And you just want to avoid any of these casters here. Do you like the mount so far? Oh, I mean, the thing is, I think about why I started streaming, right? And for me, I was fostering dogs for a while, but I'm like a crazy introvert. I have a lot of life stories, but man, I just really, really want to like stay at home all the time, and I have my girlfriend, and that's it, you know. I don't really have any other friends in real life, so for me, I try to avoid socialization pretty much all the time. This is the only way I talk to people outside of work, right? But like, this is the entirety of my social life is online. So if I stream, like, I'm here to interact with people. I would find it weird if I just turned on stream and didn't say hi to anybody and was like just playing the game. I mean, maybe for like extreme push days in the season, like I might do that, but overall, like I'm kind of like, I'm the sort of person where if I ask you how are you, I mean it. I don't like people who aren't like that, you know? There are some people who are not like this. Okay, I should definitely zoom out, though. Because I can't see these guys properly. I get hit by every tornado. Oh, yeah, the dungeon guides, their early access will be on Patreon. I've worked on a few of them now. I have Nexus done and Magisters. I want to keep going with them. What's your opinion on bagels? You want me to tank them where? Not over there? I think bagels are great. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with bagels, right? Oh, because I'm tanking in the center. I see. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. You're right. That's a good call. Good call. I didn't think about that. That's a great call, actually. I should have tanked them away from where the thing is, though. I can't eat them yet. Well, I used to be able to, so I know what bagels are. You made your own bread? Amazing. Dude, that sounds great. Yeah, no fiber for me. I miss it, by the way. I miss it all the time. That seems that learning and improving is more important than winning. That's a better mindset to have though, because sometimes in life you don't win, man. When is the onion milk portion of the stream? It's never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. What's my go-to food? So, my relationship with food's a bit complicated, and it's just because I used to be extremely sick, and I was in the hospital for like a long time, and I stopped looking at food as like a reward, and I started looking at it like fuel, because that's just how I needed to live at the time, because I was in pain a lot. And because I was in so much pain, my relationship with food changed a lot. And I didn't know that I was sick at the time. You know, I was only diagnosed later with the gastroparesis thing. So it just changed my relationship with food a bunch. But my go-to food right now, Thai tea. There's a drink in Thailand, it's called Thai tea. That thing is so good. And I don't mind like sugar or anything like that. I'll drink Blue Lake 40, it's no problem. I just can't have fiber. If I eat fiber, I just feel so terrible. My stomach kind of like just doesn't process fiber very well. So that's the weirdest thing for me, is I just have to eat no fiber. Yeah, so I can drink things, but I can't like drink juice. Like juice still has fiber in it. So if it has like pulp or anything like that, then I can't have it. Okay, so the bats come in here, and I actually want the bats. I don't think the bats are too bad. But I could zoom out a little bit, right? No, actually, no fiber has solved almost every issue I ever had. The second I stopped eating fiber, like within a few months, I was just like, oh my god. What do you mean I'm not in crippling amounts of pain? Holy, it solved so many problems. My stomach actually worked for the first time in my entire life without extreme medical intervention. Like, I was like, oh my god. I was like, yeah, like, what do you mean I don't need to go for a colonic and whatever? Like, yeah, it was crazy. We had no idea, though. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. Because actually, it was the opposite. My stomach didn't work. Like, I would just not go to the bathroom for weeks and weeks, and then eventually end up, like, in extreme discomfort and, relying on whatever else to help me with that. But when I stopped eating fiber, I was like, oh, getting money and sunshine. Yo, have a great day at work. Enjoy your money and sunshine. I feel like this is pretty clean so far. Overall, I'm a fan of this route thus far, but it could be better. Yeah, hopefully not. I think this is actually... The percentage seems better at this point. We can start dragging him up a little, and then we can pull that for funnel on boss. And then this should mean... But now, the snap did not go well. So we are going to be missing the snap. Oh, you have Crohn's. Yeah, there you go. But stomach problems suck because there's just not much you can do about them. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, like, you can take meds, and I was on... they prescribed me prokinetics at one point, and that sucked. They made me feel so bad. Yeah, I think that's actually fascinating how different we all are. Just so you know, I don't recommend my diet to people. It's not like you should eat like I eat. No. It's only what worked for me. And I wish that when we talked about health, we actually had that conversation more often. Like, it should always be a, hey, what's going to work for you? That's the only question that you should ask yourself. Shit. There was the jinx. The run has been jinxed at this point. Yeah, you don't want to kick them. You just want to let them stay alive. There we go. We can go here now. Yeah, this boss is very toxic for a Mistweaver Monk. You will always have to make a plan here. It does kind of just suck, actually. So we're here. I'll go like this. Because he has to be in constant uptime with the boss, yeah? But the problem is he doesn't get constant uptime because he's a Mistweaver. Okay, I'm defensive now. Nice. Pull these for funnel. But it's good if he has those to heal, actually. It's crazy how getting simple blood work. That's true. I found a lot out. I learned a lot about myself this year with blood work. So I've done my entire life basically. Oh, fuck me. Res. I got distracted. Those guys, I couldn't see anything. No, there's no res left. How many orbs hit me at the same time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ouch. When they came in, I couldn't see the orbs. That run was so good. That run was actually pretty solid. So we were going to be at 87%. I did jinx it, didn't I? One more it is. One more. One more it is. This dungeon does kind of drain you a little bit. A lot of people really like this dungeon. I don't really like this dungeon that much, to be honest. Do you play any of the games other than WoW? Ooh, not by much, by the way. Yeah, perfectly. That's what I noticed as well. Yeah. Yeah. It does indeed. Change on the first Algeth'ar Pro. Why do I feel like this will be average meta reroller? Yep, pretty much. That's kind of a job in and of itself sometimes. I'm a mono gamer. I like Diablo 2, personally speaking. Big Diablo 2 enjoyer, but otherwise, I kind of just play one game. Morning, Rish. All right. Yeah. All right. One more time. All right, one more. All right, clean run. Let's get it. Were you happy about that announcement in Shadow Drop then? Yes, dude. I was playing my Warlock on my console. Yep. I was pretty happy. I want to see the snapping. I could not figure out why it wasn't snapping earlier, though. You want to try to do it? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Let's see if I can get it now. I think it's so cool that game got updates. So I like Diablo 2. Wait, no, don't abandon. Nope. No abandon. He wants to try the snap real quick, and then we abandon after. So I want to make a dungeon guide for this video. Like, I want to make a dungeon guide here. You know what I mean, though? Used to play a lot of games. I can't. My brain can't handle several games at once. Like, you know what I mean? You're also, I can only play one game at a time. I don't know how people do that. Also, so I have no idea how people end up doing it. Okay, let me see if I can I stealth pass real quick? Oh, no, I'm going to aggro this. Did I get it? Nope, they're coming. Oh, lordy, they're coming. Holy. All right, let's see if I can snap any of these guys. So basically, if I pull stuff... Oh, SI. Oh, boy, I'm dead. Super dead. Wait. Let's see if they follow me. Let's see if any of them will follow me down here. Okay, so I got that pack snapped. These guys snapped, but the little ones don't snap. So, hold up. The little ones don't like to snap right now. Simortis, if you ever want to watch without ads, I think you can watch, maybe you can be closer to the wall. Interesting. All right, so we can reset now, and then we just have to really quickly figure out why that isn't snapping, because the percentage of that will actually be a problem at the end. I kind of need to know if that's going to happen or not. All right, let's reset. I have my ads set extremely low. I do not like the fact that I have to run ads at all. Trust me, I would rather not. If people want to support, then they can do so through other ways, but unfortunately, we have ads. No. I can only play one game. I like to be competitive enough that I just study and get good at things. But if we can get one really clean run of this dungeon in particular, then I can use it for a dungeon guide. I know why. It's just funny the timing every time. It's true. We can all talk shit about. Did you guys like the Super Bowl ads this season? So Kitty had never seen the Super Bowl before, and we happened to be up, so we watched it here. And she was just watching it, and she was like, "Yo, what is this? This is so weird." The ads, because like remember in other countries. Oh, you asked me a good question. Coffee about the Thai healthcare system. This is a great example of this. We don't have like medication commercials here, where she was just like, "Bro, what is going on?" Like, she just could not figure out. She was like, what, why are they just like, and the side effects may include this, that, your cancer, this, and your kidney, also your liver, plus this and that. You might experience headache, nausea, this, death, this, and that, and also 7XYZ, plus you might even have your left toe fall off, plus your right hand might get swollen if you experience this. And it's just like, I forgot as well. I hadn't seen a good American ad in a long time. That was crazy. I was just watching there. I was just like, what is happening right now? Right. No, I mean, that's what they do in the America. They just like the ads will run and they're like, yeah, talk to your doctor if you think this medication is right for you. Like, what? They have to disclose it, but it's just done in such a weirdly dystopian way. I don't think that one's so random, Small. I think that might be an intentional decision there. When the defenses do, it was a weird Super Bowl game, I will say. I agree with you. Okay, so let's see if we can get this snap here, though. You need a DPS, and I think we'll have a DPS. I think he was just relogging. I'm unsure. I would rather practice one dungeon right now and then feel confident about that one dungeon at the moment, though. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I agree, right? Like, the thing is, Simortis, everyone kind of knows that, I feel like, at this point, but what people don't know is they're not empowered to make the decision of what's the other option, because you're in pain and you're having a bad day. And it's like, you got to do something, right? So he got them to snap. How? It looks like he got them to snap. Got the Lays ad. Which one's the Lays one? Yeah, how did you snap them? Okay, so what am I doing wrong? Okay, he was definitely able to snap them. Interesting. So I'm doing something wrong then, because they can snap them. I can't snap them. Get inside. I'm right here. I'm by this area now. Yeah, I'm here. You figured it out? Okay. So was I jumping in the wrong way? I have to jump off of this instead of off of here? Is that what it actually is? Because this is such an easy way to get that percentage. I can't really figure out where else to get it, to be honest. Yeah. He did not have a good game. Maybe it's a land on the ledge. I just can't live to show it. Here, come. I'm here, so when you get here, I'll look at what you're doing. For me, if I'm going to make dungeon guides, I'm very okay with this, like, kind of practicing the same dungeon. I think it's actually a good tip for tanks as well, is if you are a little concerned about routing and stuff, you can practice, you can just do the same dungeon. It can get a little boring, but for a day, you can totally just do one dungeon and just keep running it until you get confident, right? Oh, I'm going to get thread here, though. Do you not have bear gear? Okay, so I have it. What would you like to show me about this? I have to jump off of this ledge and go through this circle right here? Is that what it is? So you're saying if I just go here and then here like this, they're going to snap? So I have to stay close to this wall. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, so that was not the snap. Have you ever played Baldur's Gate 3? No, but I did meet somebody who looked like they were cosplaying from Baldur's Gate 3. And I don't know. Body paint is so cool. I love body paint. I've done some body paint cosplay work before. I figured your Apex trolls you. What? I don't have Apex. Yeah. Woo, look, what's up? Okay, hold up. I have body. Have you ever seen my body paint cosplays? Yeah, I probably could. No, but I have a story with Karlach. That's the thing. I haven't cosplayed Karlach, but I have a story with Karlach. Well, somebody who is kind of remotely similar. Let's just say that over time, I have learned certain things about myself as a human being. And in general, right, body paint do be kind of awesome. So wait, so how did he do it? Why is he able to snap? Okay, so can you guys explain to me what I'm doing wrong then with the snap? That's so interesting that they're able to snap it, but I wasn't able to. Let's learn why. Have you never seen any of my body paint work, Small? I have a house in Thailand. You actually have a house in Thailand, Simortis? That's actually so cool. It's really interesting to me. Okay, well, I'm gonna go see the snap here real quick. Something I've noticed is if you ever get a chance to move to Thailand, you will just be healthier. Just like almost automatically. You haven't? I see. Would you like to see some of them? They might surprise you. I don't know how to give you a... It's not a trigger warning. It's just a... I don't know how to mentally prepare you for the fact that... Look at... scroll up in body paint cosplay. Go to my Discord and go to body paint cosplay and scroll up. I would love to do more of them at some point, but I haven't done one in a long time. I think the last one was like June this year. Okay, so I am here now. Okay. Yeah, there's in my Discord, you can find it. Okay, so I'm here. All right. I have to stand where? Pull and hug there. When you say hug, you mean on this exact spot. Like that spot right there is what you're saying. Like that's how I do it? Oh yeah, none of that is Photoshop, by the way. All of that is real. Yep. Okay, yes. All right, let's try it. Wait for this mask to roam, just in case. Super down. Coffee, the Thai healthcare system is just significantly better. I don't have health insurance, and I've lived here 8 years. I don't feel like I need to have health insurance. There have been many times. It's really not. There were videos that I took for stream on the day. Wait a second. No. Hold on. Wait. Okay, so wait here. Let's see if I can do the snap now. I just have to hug on that rock. Now that's interesting because this would be good to know for the future. Let's get in here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go up this ledge and then I'm going to go where? I'm just going to hop down like right there. Like here? Oh, okay. All right. So I just have to have them snap down there first, and then they come along. Okay, I can do that. That's the one that we just figured it out. Little trial and error, but we eventually got it. Nice. Okay. I can do that. That's not too bad. Let's do that then. Yeah, this is a good pull. I like these ones. This is a good pull here. Who figured that out? I think... Purple did. The hunter. He was able to snap them if he came right in that corner there. You just have to keep them closer to the wall, otherwise they get too far from you. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get a clean run with it. Let me turn on my light because it's getting dark. Yeah, the body paint cosplay though. I mean, some of the coolest stuff I've ever had. And coffee. If you ever have to have medical work done in Thailand, it doesn't like bankrupt you. That's the thing that I really like about it. And the doctors here are amazing. And everything is actually like, yeah. Exactly. And it's just like you have options of whatever you want to do is available here. And it doesn't, like, I'm not worried if I don't have health insurance. Like, I can't get this procedure. It's like, no, I can get it. I just might have to pay for it, though. It doesn't, the clone is not actually a, you mean the Waking Nightmare talent in this? this talent here that I'm playing that no one else plays. Oh, it's this one, Illuminos. That's the one I'm playing. No, it's not targetable though. It looks like it is, but it's not. All right, let's see if we can get a clean run. Now remember, today is probably not a crazy long stream, but in 2 days, so tomorrow we'll do this. In 2 days it might be. I think I have to do some jump squats because I'm starting to get a little lightheaded. Let me go bathroom. Now what I can do is Simortis. First of all, I'm curious about your experience in Thailand, but I will run this now so that you don't have to worry about it when I'm actually here. Cool. Let me just bathroom real quick, do some jump squats, and we'll get this done. All right. All I can tell you is that I definitely need to do this. Yeah. That's amazing because we know how exactly. So when for example, when my stomach shut down originally, I had to get a colonoscopy, an endoscopy. I had to see this specialist. I had to see that specialist. I mean, it cost me like overall a few $1,000s, but that was it. Tops. That was with like all the things. I had to get some very specialized procedures done, and I was able to do it without insurance. Still expensive, but not crazy. Doesn't break the bank. I believe I need to do many more of these. We gotta get our fitness in today. Unless I end up going to the gym later, but that seems unlikely at the moment. Oh. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 hand burpees. Let's go. At the same time. Oh. 哦。 Oh, I'm feeling those. A lot. Very much. Ooh. 38. 39. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, those feel spicy. Ooh. Oh. 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 I'll even add just a few mountain climbers. Here. Okay. There we go. Well, would you look at that? Oh, is that the secret? That's a good point. If you had to do burpees and jump squats between every key, would that solve the lever problem? That's true, actually. Probably would. Okay. So you know the day I did, I tried to do like 220 burpees or something. I noticed. Whoa. I figure during early access when I'm leveling, both. I mean, keep in mind, I haven't been to the gym in a bit, but it's not exactly like I'm not working out. If I can work out during stream, then that works for me. Ooh. Do you know what I've always wanted to try, but I've never had an injury bad enough to try it? Is the Wolverine stack. But I've never actually had an injury. I've been so curious about it. I've been in health and fitness now for a while, so I've heard so many stories about people using that to recover, and I'm just like fascinated by it. I think that'd be so cool. But nope. Maybe one day, if I ever actually get like injured, I'll do it. Probably not though. All right, here we go. Ready, check? Let's do it. I'm not incredibly well researched for it, Wiz, so I wouldn't really have a good take on it. I just sort of know anecdotally. Here we go. I'll be interested to try to. Yeah. It's just like I have to have a very specific reason about it, though, you know? Let me help with that. Oh, don't worry, Small. It's okay. We still have to carry over. So we did 40 just now, by the way. That was 40. Which means... Here we go. This is the run right here for sure. So we got to update that counter. Hold up. IO tracker. 95. Bet. So the movement here is like super important. You have to be able to go real fast to gather this successfully. Okay. So now we've grouped them all. Perfect. The one caster needs to be gripped in here. Good. And then here. Yo, hey Kiana. Thank you for saying hi. Sorry, I'm a little focused because we've been in this dungeon for a little bit now, so now I want to make sure I get it right. I feel like I've cooked a lot with the route. I'm pretty proud of my cook. As long as I can do that snap right, I'm a lot more confident now. And I think I'll be able to really carry my team in this dungeon, though. Yeah, this pull will work. It's mostly tank damage. No, my health is not going to move a lot because I'm Big Bear and I have practiced it now. But I think if a tank tried this, they're going to, like, literally insta-clap die. Because the amount of tank damage in this pull is kind of crazy. It is kind of legitimately insane. So it's possible to do this pull, but it hurts. If you do it, you have to be very extremely hyper aware of those bears. My warrior did it once, but yeah, you know, it's super scary. So I'm gonna vortex this guy together. There you go. They changed the Mythic Plus, so they haven't really announced exactly what they're doing with Crest yet. They haven't announced it fully. We don't know. They originally had announced that the Mythic Plus dungeons would reward greater vaults depending on the key level you did all the way up to plus 18. However, they already went back on that, and apparently that was just, data mined in the game, but it was actually just not really a thing. So who knows what actually will end up being in the game when we get it. The crest change is mostly a data mine change, which means that we don't really know, if that makes sense. I think that the way it's designed right now will certainly be a little bit degenerate. Like, it rewards a certain type of gameplay, which I am, I don't really think that's a good idea. The way that you'll be sort of forced into upgrading your gear is a little bit backwards, I think, in my opinion. So I do hope that they take a look at it. Did I pull that Guardian in? Did I pull that, or did someone else pull it? Hold up, wait a second. The mask is probably death here. Did I accidentally pull it when I was going to get threat there? Oh, it might have been me, I'm not sure. Reset then. Did I pull it? Did I get too close when I went to get aggro on the, never shifting it? I don't know, I mean, you don't need to. Yeah, it's more grindy. I don't know. It'll kind of make you feel like the right thing to do is not to max out your gear that you really, really want. To gauge reaction of the player base. Patty, there are some conspiracy theories with Blizzard, but I totally believe that they do that. I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense to me. I 100% think they would do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, just as a general conversation, because I'm thinking about what type of videos I'd like to make coming up. If you guys could watch anything about Midnight Season 1, what would you want to watch? Not rage baiting Bear, but just they're clearly willing to cook for Midnight. That's good. I think it's really good that they're trying things, because I inherently believe that if they do nothing, the game is going in a direction that isn't sustainable. And I really like WoW. So I don't want WoW to die. I don't want that. I want WoW to be thriving a few years from now. And so I think that they have to be willing to actually just try new things. And I think that they could put something in and just see how it goes. In-depth dungeon guide with tips and tricks. So that's for sure on the top of my list, and Copper. I've done Magister's Terrace, and I've done Nexus. And when I do Nexus, I also have made it with the route. So the route that I show in the video of min-max will also have tips and tricks. Because of the day that I was recording, we didn't get this last area, but it's okay. It's pretty simple. You know what I mean? Love a hot video highlighting Weird's build. Ooh, that's kind of fun, Coffee. Okay. I'm sort of down for that. That's interesting, though. Sometimes it does feel like that, Spanky. I agree with you. Sometimes it kind of feels like Blizzard doesn't play their own game. Their tuning is a little backwards, but also I feel like there are so many different people who play WoW, it must be really hard for them overall. Don't you think it must be kind of impossible for them to figure out how best to tune the game? Yeah, I know we've been in this one dungeon for a while, but I'll see if we can get it. I'm not really happy with any of the runs we did as a like the one I want to use for the guide. Yeah, it's true. It is. There are evil geniuses because we actually do them. I just love trolls. Something about their feet, Wisdom. It's just something about their feet and the pits. They get me every time. I went into some seat for some high HP escalation shaman. What was that for, by the way? For some high HP escalation. What was that for? I want to see the breakdown. I want to see how much, if they're unleash lifing chain heal. What I really want to see, by the way, is are they using unleash life and chain heal or not, if they're totemic? I just want to know if they are or are not casting chain heal in their breakdown. Oh, you posted it? Okay, I'll take a look soon. Yeah. 5 toes is too much. 2. That's the perfect number. That's the right amount of toes right there. Okay, let's grab the Starfall now. Cool. Fast, fast, fast. Holy fuck. I made a small error in my defensive timing here. That was incredibly close. I don't know if you noticed that the bark skin was just a tad bit late. My incarn was delayed by like 0.1 second. This is what I mean. Like, I'm cozy on this pull, but if you just make a single error, you are floor pop. Holy. All right, now we got to time this so I can actually use that as part of the dungeon guide and explaining how to understand that this pull is incredibly dangerous. You must be extremely cautious as a tank on this pull. Oh, oh, that was the closest I've been to death in this whole day. Now, my druid feels pretty immortal, but that I thought I was dead there for a second. I was very sure that I was about to die. I am actually shocked somehow that I did not just floor point of view. Oh, I got a little too cozy. We've been doing this dungeon now a few times, and I was like, I'll be fine. Oh my god, that was extremely close. Ha! Wow. Yeah. I don't think I should be alive to tell this tale right now. So Mortis, how did you decide on Thailand, by the way? If you're not actually from here, how did you decide Thailand? Yeah, don't underestimate these circles. You see me kind of wildly dodging them because, surprisingly, I'm very bad at dodging them. I really want to hold Barkskin if I can. He's playing MM too, by the way. It was a good pull. Blame the ping. I normally do in this scenario. Yeah, that's kind of what that's in general, Wiz. That's exactly what I do. I think it's the ping. That's why I have a hard time dodging it. That's what I was going to say next, actually. It's funny you mentioned that. Good morning, Sonny. Yup. All right, here we go. So now we're going to come here. We're going to wild charge and sure. I thought for a second that I was a bit too close there. Okay, so we're going to walk through and thrash. I need a second. Cool, here. Boom. Grab this. Incarn early here. Boom. And then we're here. I can vortex. Push against the vortex. Nice, beautiful stack. Nice sigil of chains there, huh? Good. I'm going to save my kick for one of these hexes. Nice, we got a leg sweep, and I got one of the kicks. Even with Incarn up, I must Frenzied Regen as well. Shadow Bolt's going off, no problem. Hex is going off, no. Cannot let the Hex go off. I'm going to hold my kick. This is the dungeon. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is the one right here. I should not have used Barkskin there, though. That was probably a mistake. These bears are still alive. Okay. I will die. These berserkers are really no joke. They actually hurt like a lot. Cool. We roar. Hold up. That's why I wanted to save Barkskin, because this gather would be tough otherwise. Okay. Now I just stay on the Shadow Binder. And we're good to go. That bleed is a little scary. I have 2 charges of SI. I feel like I'm starting to play a little bit lazy now. I'm getting a little overconfident. This dungeon hurts tanks a lot. A lot of your tanks will die in this key. Actually, well, pretty much all of the new Midnight dungeons hurt tanks. I think Windrunner is probably the easiest out of all of them, but the rest will all be affected. I ended up being with her for 22. Our son is 13. Nice. And you work in the UK and you want the boy to go to school here. Oh, okay. Got you. Many years ago. Oh. Wait, that's cool. So you split your time then between the UK and Thailand? I mean, do they even compare to each other, though? I feel like Thailand is just, like, really, really awesome. I think it'd be hard to compare. Okay, hold up. Relatively locked in. So we want to pull all of these now. I want all these corner bears. And then I need to bark skin because I need to thrash them. And if I don't thrash them, then I'll have a problem with snap threat. Otherwise, I come here. Boom. Incarn a little early here. Because all the bears sync on you. So I have this armor stack. And it's just a straight damage taken increase. I want that eagle, my bad. Incap it. Good. Good, 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 good. I can feel it. I can feel it. This run is going extremely clean right now. So they're going to do here, though. I think the pruning of defensives, actually, there's a few things that I think I'll make a video about soon. A lot of people are concerned about all that, right, Bear? But the thing is, it's actually good. In a strange way, the pruning of defensives is better for the game, not worse. It just doesn't seem like that, but it actually is just fundamentally good for the game because it allows your healer to save you. So if you are required to use a defensive to understand the mechanic, to live the mechanic, it actually becomes kind of toxic. Right? So here, we jump over this ledge, and then I need to just hug this wall right here as they're snapping to me. So I need to be like right here. There we go. Got it, got it, got it, got it. And this way also, I don't lose the snap. Right? Because then we have an easy threat as well. And then I'm just going to make sure I have a plan here. Perfect. Pull boss. Nice. Okay, much better. See how clean that was? Significantly improved on that snap now. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. So the thing is, actually, when you are having to rely on defensives, they also have to make mechanics that require you to push them. And one of the reasons that healing feels so much better in Midnight is because your healer gets to do HPS instead of your DPS having to press their many defensives in perfect sequential order. I don't know about you, but my pugs are always terrible about pressing their defensives. So I don't really think that my pugs are going to help me much. My role as a healer is basically to assume that no one helps me, right? I got to do everything. But in Midnight, I can actually do that. Isn't that great? Do you see the point, like, of how that's good, actually, though? Yeah, there's less... Well, I mean, it still exists, Patty, but there's less of it. There's less health bars just pinging back and forth, and you actually have a lot more agency as a healer, and that feels good. That's rewarding gameplay. Yeah, it's good that healers have to heal. Healers actually like healing. What isn't good is checking your tanks and putting a bunch of tank mechanics where your tank feels like they're going to die all the time. That's not good. And I think that they should change that, to be honest. No. So it's less one-shotty, which is, again, that's like a great change that they've made. Yeah. Healing is the best it has ever felt, maybe. But I actually do think that right now, like, healing is really solid, though. My Demon Hunter is ping-pong just fine. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that... So it's not an easy season to heal. It's actually, if anything, this next season is harder to heal. You have more skill as a healer now because you are responsible for healing. Before, healers felt like almost a cosmetic role, which is, as weird as that sounds, if DPS have infinite defensives, then actually your healer has less to do because it's your DPS's job to keep themselves alive. But now, it more feels like, wow, my healer needs to help me here. Like, they need to heal. And if they don't know how to heal, like, I'm screwed. It's weird, but it's kind of good. All I can tell you is pretty much every healer main I've talked to is actually excited once they've tested the dungeons. On paper, it seems real bad and very toxic, but in actual practice, it's really, really good for the game, in my opinion. A tiny bit away from all the ice traps so people don't actually run. I kind of was thinking centered would be better, but you're right that I could pull them farther-ish. That's a good point. The SMR at the moment wanting to tank or heal. I think that healing will be fine. It's more rot damage, exactly. There's a ton of rot damage fights and a little bit less burst. Oh, like, there's only damage happening right now. Even on this pull, so the way they've changed it, for example, this next pull is a great example. I'm going to do a big pull here, right? This is a lust pull. Very dangerous. In your pugs, I'd highly recommend splitting what I'm about to do. However, I pull all of this in, right? And then we go to the mini boss here. Now, there are 2 casters in this pull. What that cast does is it doesn't one-shot somebody. It puts a dispellable debuff on them. That dispellable debuff, right, is a healer mechanic. It's a kick as well, but let's say that my pugs miss every single one of their kicks known to mankind, and we just completely int our kick rotation. It puts a stacking debuff. And so 1 stack won't kill anybody, my healer can heal it. 2 stacks is hard, but 3 stacks, now my healer can dispel the 1 person with 3 stacks. And just in case we actually don't kick at all. But let's assume we even get a few kicks, then it's just some rot damage. Instead of, whereas before, the War Within was like, yo, that 1 kick goes off, everyone dies, sorry. It's like so punishing, but it feels a lot less punishing right now. So we're going to move this over here, though. What's up, Hamfist, by the way? I quite like the twitchy topping parties. I think it just ends up becoming quite toxic for people when that is how healers are meant to be played, because there's such a disparity between healing at a high level and healing at a mid level where that doesn't actually, where no one's going to help you, right? Yeah, we're going this way here. Perfect. I'm just going to watch my own health bar because I shift out and go back in. Yes. So there are less wipe scenarios aside from just, yo, this really, really hurts. There are a few exceptions to this. Like, not every mechanic is designed perfectly like that, but I just think in general it feels much better. And I actually have enjoyed healing this beta cycle more than tanking. So I know I'm tanking. Like, I want to group with a few people next season. I want to have a team to play with. I'm really excited to play with Arson and whatever. But the truth is, realistically speaking, I'm going to tank. I'm not healing. So, you know, I'm practicing my role as a tank, but I'm not going to lie to you. Even as a tank main, I actually enjoyed healing more this beta cycle than I enjoyed tanking. As strange as that sounds. Like, you know what I mean? It's actually kind of backwards for me because I'm not a healer main. I just enjoy. I'm normally like a tank main who enjoys healing because it's a fun challenge and it's something a little different. But this season is actually more fun to heal at the moment, though. And Mistweaver is the most fun that I've had healing in a while, actually. In particular, Mistweaver. I don't know. Hard to explain, though. Yeah, Resto Druid's not my playstyle. I like Prez, Resto Shaman. Mistweaver has been the most surprising healer for me in this beta cycle. I don't know. I think that Mistweaver is just incredibly, very solid right now. I felt like I had a lot of agency with a playstyle I was relatively unfamiliar with. Cool. No, yeah, there was a lightning build for a second, but it was bugged. So they have fixed it now, yeah. So we're going to group back on the caster here. So now we have like a fist weaving playstyle. To be honest with you, though, I am more a fan of the fist weaving playstyle. I'll be fine here. It's mostly tank damage at this point, though. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. It just gives me a chance to flex, you know? All good. And I can off-heal, too. They need to add... So their debuff frames... If there were 2 add-ons I would tell people to get, the first one is Platinator. I don't think that one is very optional. I made a video yesterday talking about how, like, I really think it's the only add-on you actually need. The rest are kind of optional. The rest are like quality of life. The next one would be frames, like Dander's frames or something. I'm kind of hoping that Cell actually just updates itself because I prefer Cell, but that's what I'm used to. But I could learn how to use Dander's frames. It wouldn't be a problem. Okay, watch the bats, watch the bats, watch the bats. These bats aren't too bad, and I actually think they're pretty good for percentage, so I like them right now. Watch the route. Okay, here. Yeah, so they could update a few. The game is not perfect right now, but all this dooming in the WoW community, man, there's like so much that's good about Midnight at the moment. There's obviously some concerns that people have, but there's so much that's actually just incredible. Like that I'm genuinely super looking forward to. You know what I mean? What's up, Ninja? Welcome back. Or if you were here the whole time, happy lurking. Yeah, like I'm super hyped for Midnight. I think that this could be one of the best seasons of Mythic Plus ever. They could also just completely mess it up. And maybe it's actually one of the worst seasons of Mythic Plus. It's kind of very much up to them at the moment. In terms of how this all actually ends up playing out, I can't be certain one way or the other. I don't know. Maybe it's like Omega Giga, and maybe they missed the mark on tuning, and because right now on beta, like the tuning was really, really bad, right? On beta, like they have really messed up in terms of just how quickly they've been updating things. So our testing is like, because we've been playing beta for months now, our testing is just messed up. There were some DPS that were doing 40%, 50% more than other, not like 5%, but like way too much, that were obviously getting nerfed. There is still the same healer for the entirety of beta cycle has been overperforming. You just have some weird stuff. Like some healers literally can't do the mechanics. Like they can't do the checks, and other healers can. Yeah, Demo Warlock was just obviously a mistake. And then so was Arcane Mage, but it took them weeks to fix it. So right now, if they nerf those, but they don't compensate buff anything else, it's so strange that actually we've already seen there will be no more high keys like this at the moment. As of right now, there will be exactly 0 more IO keys on beta. No one will be able to time anything at this point. Yeah, and it was a super silly playstyle for Arcane. So I will say, like, I think they've just been like really, really stressed and busy. So they've been working on housing and just preparing for the expansion, and pre-patch was a big deal, right? So those were like their priorities and focuses clearly. However, all right, I should have grabbed these two first, my bad. Let me just thrash him before I pull in the boss. I would finish the big guy too, actually. I would just finish him. Yeah. Don't risk this. Watch aggro. Wait, who is aggro? Who is aggro? Good. I struggle with Mistweaver when you get full group pressure outside of your cooldowns. So this current iteration on Mistweaver, I actually felt powerful and like I had agency on. The other iterations of Mistweaver, not so much. Holy, a lot of bugs this beta cycle. I'll show you that there's still, most of the bugs still exist, and they're also tuning on top of the bugs not being fixed, which is super weird, right? No, I'm playing a very weird Guardian Druid build right now. Don't tell anyone that I'm playing this. If you tell people I'm playing with, then they will come for me. Like, this is the type of build that literally gets you blacklisted from the Guardian Druid community, okay? If you look at the build I am playing, I actually, if you screenshot it and you were to send it to them, they would actually ban me. This is a bannable build. Like, it's so randomly work. But look at my damage, and I'm just saying, like, I actually am making this work right now. I macro my Iron Fur. I have no raise. I'm not mauling whatsoever. 0 mauls this entire key. And I would say it's going pretty well. Got you. So here, I can res right away. Perfect. I'm going to SI this next hit. Okay, we're good. We just have to watch the puddles on the ground here. I'm very tanky. No. This is just a very, very tough boss for Mistweaver. Okay. I cannot fucking see. I gotta get out of this. This is so toxic, actually. I can't see with all of the effects. I don't know why my screen, maybe, is it just that I'm panicking now because I accidentally got hit by that one time, or like, what was that? No, this is clean right now. We're at 90%, which is solid enough. We just need... It's still... I think I'm supposed to be at like 93%. I'm just not sure what else I could pull, to be honest. Yeah. But the question is, what do I pull? Like, in this dungeon, I feel like I've kind of gone as big as I could go. 90% here, Wiz. I'd have to pull maybe like one more thing with the boss, or like, do we pull this first pack here, or like, what do I... It's like just a little bit off. Like, I could pull more bats from the side. Like, do I intentionally pull the bats faster or something like this? Yeah. This area sucks, and the idea is you only want to do like one pull here. Like, you kind of just want to limit this as much as possible. And then obviously not the big dude. So you need like 9%, and this trash gives you very little percentage. I just want all the bats. The bats will make this work, and that's why I hate pulling here. So ideally, you cleanse one immediately, so that doesn't happen. But overall, it's okay. So our timer's looking pretty decent because the route is solid. But yeah, like that whole pull is like, what, 4%, 5%? So you can go here, and then This should be enough, and you only need 99%. Maybe like one more bat somewhere. There you go. So that's the instant cleanse. That's better. No. Yeah. Don't. There was actually an entire argument recently in the Guardian Druid Discord, and I am partially responsible for it. Only because I actually don't think that this thing is completely... This is not bricked. 99%. Please be 99%. That mob should be 99%. Yes. Okay, we're good. That's perfect then. That's all we need. We just need 99%. That's it. Good. Now, wait here and make sure everybody is here before we actually start the RP. Yeah, that's perfect then. So it's a perfect route. Oh, no, random went up. Go. Faster. Run. You can't aggro this early. You want to wait for your healer to actually get there because this guy is weirdly toxic. Like, he actually kind of hurts a lot. I hate this type of guy as a healer here, though. Wait, Slippy Koi. Wait, Slippy Koi just gifting subs. Yo, thank you for the gifted subs. What's the occasion here, Slippy Koi? Are you just a support and stream? Thank you very much. Hi. I appreciate the gifted subs. Big hype. Nice. How are you doing today, Slippy? You know, Slippy, I'll tell you something interesting. I don't remember what I've asked people before. I have a terrible memory. I suffer from short-term memory loss. And, not actually, that's a joke. That's a Finding Dory reference. But basically, like, I have a really bad memory. But the one thing about me is that I'm incredibly consistent as a human being. So this is like the best trait that I have. I don't actually remember what I've said to people. But you know what I do remember? I just know who I am as a person. So I saw your name and I go, oh, I really want a koi pond. And then I remembered that the last time I saw your name, I said the same exact thing. And that's consistency. I never have to keep track of any lies or anything like that because I just understand inherently. Here, come this way. You got to be around. Come. Side. Don't be in front of the circle when he sends you out. Oh, might die. If you get sent through the puddle, I should have tanked that. That was actually a mistake right there on my part. That was close. Oh, yeah, because basically I just remember what I've said the whole time. Okay, so they should go first. I will get this last kick at the last second, basically. Cool. Or my healer. Technically, my healer would be even more min-max. Or they're going to get it. That's fine. But then you refresh this buff, and you got 150% though. Wait, is it? I have learned a long time ago that it's not a good idea for me to try to pretend I have any better memory than I actually have. And I'm okay with that. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, like, I'm still doing... I did 100k this dungeon. Like, that's fine. I don't think my damage is that low. I will show you my bear build if you're curious about seeing it. I will show it to you, but we have to have a little bit of a contract here. You know what I mean, though? My brain works like this, Notorious Druid. Great question. So, I don't remember what my mother's face looks like. I don't remember, like, what color are my mom's eyes. And I love my mom. She's fucking great. Okay? But I don't remember her eye color. If you ask me right now, I haven't committed that information to memory, and I have 0 sense memory. So I'm very bad at remembering, like, images in my head, okay? But I can tell you exactly what the route is for Plaguefall. And the reason I can tell you what the route is for Plaguefall is because I only remember World of Warcraft related things. That's how my brain works. So, for example, I can tell you, yeah, that was a perfect run. Perfect, indeed. That was perfect. That was actually perfect. I showed all the mechanics there. Yeah. So, for example, in Plaguefall, right, what you want to do is you want to think about going right. So you grab the first part, you go right. In Spires of Ascension, what I want to do on my Druid tank, the rotation in that dungeon is I'm going to go straight forward. I want to basically pull the thing from range. I'm going to watch the Dark Lashes. Like, bro, why the do I remember that? How come I remember Spires of Ascension? That was 4 years ago. And it's not even a good dungeon. It was a terrible dungeon. But I specifically remember that I would ask for a Warlock Gateway so that I, as a bear, could Ravenous Frenzy the giant MDI pull after the first boss. So I could go boom here and over there. And I was like, why do I remember this? Anyways, I really want a koi pond. I think koi fish would be awesome. Thank you for the gifted subs. About the second boss, yeah, what's up? Make a more guy similar to your papa. Yes, I made one for Warrior. I just haven't posted it yet. Yeah. Send that route again. Okay, so the route looks like this. I'm pretty happy with that there. This was the one with notes. Yeah, overall, though, that felt pretty clean. You could make it safer, but otherwise. This run would have been perfect. Master show the snap purge mechanic, how to make up for trash. Unfortunately, and the puddle at the loss. Unfortunately, wrong tank. What do you mean wrong tank? It was like this, basically. This was the route here. Yeah. So I pull all... It's just a lot of bears here, basically. Is Sunring Orsa under 2? Yes, it is. So if we take a look at my log here... You want a different... It doesn't have to be like that, Wisdom. I'm okay with playing my bear for some. I think that's just flavor, but I ultimately, Wiz, I don't think it matters that much. Like, I'll play VDH for something, Warrior for something, whatever. Yo, what's up? First timer, thanks for the content. Thank you, JD. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like my content. That was pretty good, though. Double time here. That was solid. Yeah, thank you. What do you think is the best way to do it, though? Because I'm not saying how to go out. You don't go out for the boss. You don't want to dodge the frontal by rolling out. You want to just sidestep it. So the frontal will go in one direction, and then basically you just have to go in the other direction. Think backstreet, boys, not one direction. So much fun. I also hope they don't nerf it, because I think it's actually good right now. I'm dodging the goo circle. So the goo circle only happens when the things connect, right? I guess I'm probably supposed to tank it in a way, you know what I mean? By rather simply where? It's due to repetition. So basically, it is just repetition at this point. You're correct. Try Mistweaver again? That's just messing you up. I think Mistweaver is awesome. Where I think this gets pulled in the first pull. So this is actually, technically, those are in pull 1. These guys right here. I want to main Warlock and Midnight. Yeah, what's up? Is there any one spec would be solid? We don't know yet. Demo Warlock was like the absolute best, right? Yes. So Demo Warlock was the absolute best. However, they nerfed it recently, and that nerf will go live next week. So Aflock looks to be all right, but they also buffed Destro, so maybe Destro ends up being good. Warlock seems to be in a pretty good spot, and Warlock has very hidden utility. There's a hidden Warlock tech right now, basically, that is actually like borderline Warlock has kind of a group buff. It's impactful at the very least, though. Yeah, I think you'll just have to make a plan for it as Mistweaver. I healed that before, and I had to struggle with it, though. What's up, Jackie Chan? I do remember you. You asked me about this. Yeah. Currently loving tanking. Hey! Good job, Jackie Chan. Are the keys on beta same level start of the War Within? No. I think they're a little different. And still slaps, so I just hit 80. Destro plays weird, and I never played DPS, really. I like trying new things. It's fun to try new things. Okay, nice. I love Aflock. I'm going to be playing Laricardo, probably. I mean, you know who Arson is, right? You guys know who Arson is? Like, he's the Giga Aflock, the OG Aflock, right? Here. Yeah. Let me give him a shout out too, anyways. He's awesome. I think that I'll be on a Mythic Plus team with him, maybe. He's the Aflock. I think that maybe he and I will be able to play together. He's super chill, and I like him. So hopefully at the start of the season, actually, Arson and I will do a bunch of keys. We were kind of talking like behind the scenes about maybe grouping. Oh, yeah, of course. So if I show you this Guardian Druid build, promise not to freak out. Any Guardian Druids in chat right now, take a look. Are you ready? Don't freak out. 3, 2, 1. This is the build. No Apex. No Raise. Playing Waking Nightmare and Sundering Roar. With randomly 1 point in Scintillating Moonlight. Because actually it's better than the other options. I could technically put this here if I wanted to, but there's no value in Harness Rage, and there's no value in Killing Blow. So this one talent point, I'll put it here. Yep. Can we see damage breakdown? Of course. I did 100k overall in this dungeon, and we double timed it. This is the damage breakdown. I was logging it. There's a lot of little points that are just 2% pickups. So Waking Nightmare did about 4.5%, 5%. Yeah. You have no idea what you're looking at. It's a weird build. Let's put it that way. It is not exactly gonna be the most meta. That was a perfect, by the way. Thank you guys for staying with the same dungeon, Illuminos. I am making masterclass dungeon videos, and I want to kind of really go over it though. Also the mini boss. Don't pull it so close to the altar. I kind of thought it would be better to keep it close to the altar though. You also don't pull 2 casters on the pulls we just did. How do I not pull the casters in this? Pull 8 here. Because I don't want the side. I only want those 2 casters. So I don't want this, actually. But it just kind of auto-selects here. I have no way to select them. But the bats basically, yeah. So the bats that roam here, they're actually in this pull. As weird as this is, the bats are here, though. Pull 13, actually, is with these. To select individually? Okay. So these are the bats that roam in there, and we're pulling those right now. And then shift click. I actually didn't. No, I think even shift click isn't working here. I think it's just it's okay. Like, I can go over it in the route video. But overall, the problem with that route is that it's very dangerous. I mean, this first pull is actually insane. Control click or something. Control click? I mean, we could try it. I don't mind. Setting the nodes are so interesting. This dungeon, I mean, just take a look at this is a cavern. Like, this is a very cinematic, cool dungeon, man. Thank you, Illuminos, by the way. And also, wait, let me see. This is basically what we did. Let me see. So 1 was here, 2 is there. Correct. I said this was still with 1, like this. And then we did all of this here, correct? And then back here, nice. The bear is in there, correct? Yo, thank you, random. That's more of a cave. It is actually a cave, it's true. So over here, correct. And then this, I thought we did pull. Oh, there's just 2 casters that are not being pulled, but they're onto the side. So yeah, we don't pull this one or that one. And then I do want those warriors, correct. This looks about right to me. Down here, and then the bats are in this pull. I think we pulled the bats like this. Those are the bats right there, and that was exactly the percentage we were at, I think. Correct. And then pull 13 was like this. And then we went, yeah, these guys with boss. Except there's 3 warriors in here, and I don't know why they're marked with 3. There's actually only 2 warriors there when I checked that corner. So I'm a little confused about that too. And yeah, then we pulled the bats like this, and we split these into 2 pulls, and we pulled the last guy. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Do you think we're finally going to get a season where all tanks are at least decent? Okay, so tank balance right now, JD, feels really good. I'm, like, very positive about the tanks, but I am not. Yeah, dude, the MDTs, by the way. Well, wait, Pixel Dad. You think that's bad? Look at this. Look at this. You think that map is bad. This one is fine. Check out the other dungeons. These dungeons are also, they're all fucking terrible for the map. This is Pit of Sauron, which actually has incredible amounts of, like, you have to, like, zoom in like crazy to find out what's going on. And on top of it, I think the worst one is actually Magister's Terrace. This is fucking terrible, because actually you have to, where is the start of this dungeon? Like, this, I think, is the worst route. I had to make this, and I was thinking about it, but actually it's so weird, because that's the same hallway that you walk down the first time, it's this, but then you backtrack here, so they have to, this is one room, and then the start of the dungeon is actually like this, and then you go here, and then this is actually in here, and then you're like, wait, what the hell is going on? This is the start of the dungeon. You go 1, 2, 3, and then after this, you exit this way and come here, and then you go into this, but then you come back this way, but it's actually that hallway instead, and you go into here. It's so weird. And then this one is just the hallway up here to the last boss, and it's just like, wow. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to interpret it. You think Windrunner is also pretty bad. That's true. Yeah, because it's actually, the funniest thing is that Windrunner is an easy dungeon to route. This is not that hard of a dungeon, but it looks really weird. It's actually just left-right, but it looks pretty terrible, though. Show healing. Yeah, of course. How does it shoot from the past? Oh, big. My healing looks like this. You get to, yeah, it's A squared plus B squared equals C squared. But the actual thing is that Windrunner is easy to route, but you still need to understand the pulls. There's nuance to it, but yeah, this is my healing looks like. Keep in mind, I am playing a weird build. I think this build works. I mean, like, guys, do you really think that my damage is a problem here? Like, honestly, look, we double timed the key with 5 deaths. Do you genuinely think that, like, me doing 10k more damage is that a necessity? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand where the logic comes from. Like, I have to do 110k. Like, 100k is fine, in my opinion. But you're right. If I was playing Druid of the Claw in this dungeon, aesthetically, yeah. I think if I was playing Druid of the Claw, I could get 120k, and in particular, my single target would be higher. But I also don't think that the effort it would require is not worth it. Yeah, regrowth is actually massive. It is... It's not bugged, but it's a little weird. No, right now we're very tanky, though. It's damage gain for... Because, dude, but yeah, I mean, Illuminos, you've tanked this. Some of those pulls were fucking terrifying. Right, Illuminos? Like, that first pull, even, is a terrifying tank pull. Like, a lot of these pulls are ridiculously terrifying. Yeah. It works... But, like, you want me to pull how many bears on top of how many berserkers? I'm just making it look easy. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's the thing, Wisdom, is that when I play Druid of the Claw, especially with my ping, and also when I'm streaming, I miss procs. You know, too much pressure on the first. I think it's... so I'm not worried about living it. And it technically is tank damage aside from the caster, the frontal... and the one mask, but yeah. Like, I can play Druid of the Claw. I played it at the start of today, but I don't know. You know? What's up, Pixel? Well, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I like this build. Like, I think I'll play it. I could see myself... You can be even tankier for what it's worth, though. Yeah, I always play at least... It's funny because, you know, my beta... So, my beta ping right now is 200. My ping on beta... No joke, is better than my ping on retail. I actually have better ping on the beta servers than I do on live servers. I enjoy it while it lasts. It goes up when I play on retail. Yeah, it's true. A single button assist. More people should use it, but my thing with the single button assist, to be honest, is just, do you have fun playing it? That's what matters. Like, that's what actually matters, though. So OCE is better for me, Ninja, but if my friends are playing NA, I just play NA. Yeah. I struggle with anything that has procs. So when I play DPS as well, like, I can play DPS or healer. I play everything coffee. You've only seen me play tank today, but keep in mind, remember, I have every character on beta so far. I didn't get to test every DPS this beta cycle. Normally I do one key on actually everything, but let's see. I'll show you what I have or have not tested at this point. But I can also tell you, because I understand the game, I know where the pitfalls are. What are you maining? Guardian Druid. I like Guardian Druid. That's my favorite. But you know, is this your main? Yeah. Prop Pally, this has got some... The Prop Pally procs are... I miss a shield or two. The biggest thing is, so if we take a look at what I've played on beta thus far, we've played a lot of Bear and Resto, obviously. I played some Balance. I didn't do any Pharaoh keys, because sad. Prop Pally, haven't played Ret, but I've done Holy. I've done a ton of Prop Pally and Holy Paladin. I have not played Arms or Fury, but I have done Prop Warrior, a bunch, actually. Blood DK, I haven't played a ton of Blood DK, but some, and I've also played Unholy and Frost. And, like, Frost is hard for me to respond to proc sometimes, but overall straightforward. And I've played all 3 mage specs. You can guess which mage is the hardest for me, which is Fire. Fire is a very tough one. I have played it in a few dungeons, but very difficult for me to not, you know, triple Fire Blast in a combust window because it just... Like, my ping it just hits the button a bunch. So, Fire Mage, very hard for me. What's up, Aluso? I haven't tried Hunter yet. I didn't actually get to test it. I didn't try Devour yet, but I have done a bunch of Vengeance Demon Hunter early on. I haven't played it in a bit, but VDH is fine. Again, Mages. Warlock, I've tested everything except Destro. I played a lot of AF, actually, and a bit of Demo before it was a Super Giga. Prez, I've played Prez, Dev, and Og, right? Monk, I've played Brewmaster, but not a lot. I haven't played a ton of Brew. And Mistweaver, a bunch of Mistweaver. Probably the healer I spent the most time on.
Resto Shaman, but not Enhancement or Ellie. And I played Holy and Disc. Played a lot of Holy Priest, actually, but not Shadow. So I haven't tested Rogue, Hunter. There's 12 specs I haven't tested. I'm pro single button. I think so too, but what I want, just Dom things. You told me earlier today. Oh, good morning, Arcanistic. So you told me earlier today that I helped you feel more comfortable, and now you tanked and you had a good time, right? Great. I'm very happy that you had a good time. But what I would say, the monk armor, it is pretty cool, actually. This is one of the better monk sets. That is, you're right, actually. This is kind of a badass. I never even looked at it. You're right. That is actually amazingly cool. Very good point. Surprising. Actually, incredibly good point. Is that not actually the coolest monk set that has ever... I mean, that's one of the better monk sets ever, no? This is awesome. Now that I'm actually looking at this, this monk set is amazingly cool. This is actually super amazing. Yeah, this would be the mythic version of the set, but that is actually very, very cool. You're absolutely right. I didn't even notice this before. This is genuinely awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's actually pretty solid, though. Was the Shaman... Yeah, this is the Haranir. I will probably swap my Druid to Haranir, by the way. I will most likely swap it. I think if you're a Druid player... I mean, the Haranir forms, man, are so cool. You can just make a Druid real quick. So if I make a Haranir Druid, yeah, and I just go whatever, I don't think I even have to customize it. Woo test Haranir. Well, all right, fine. I think I'll just have all the forms. I think I can... Oh, man, I forgot to actually choose Druid. Hold up, wait a second. Create character. Haranir Druid. There you go. All right, now that name's taken. Woo Haranir. There you go. They're kind of awesome. I'm definitely playing. I think I'm swapping to Haranir. I don't think it's really a choice, actually. I think you kind of have to at this point. It's pretty cool. What's my overall opinion on Holy Paladin? I think that Holy Paladin is going to be very strong and decent. People were saying that the nerfs to Empyrean Legacy are, unplayable. Oh my god, the spec is ruined, right? That's what people were saying. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Also, new beta character. Holy, I'm so sorry. Hold up. My screen is a mess. What is this? I haven't made a new beta character in a while. All right. However, hold up. I got to figure this out. Key bindings. I was showing something in a Prot Warrior video, and I had changed my camera controls. So I need to zoom out. There we go. That's it. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. I can't hide my UI. Does anybody know how to fix that? Is it hide UI? What is the thing that's normally Alt-Z, right? Alt-Z is normally hide UI, but I want to show you the forms. Because actually, this is just unique. I don't know if they're the coolest bear forms or anything that's ever existed, but I mean, look at this. This is kind of awesome. This is super cool, is it not? I mean, I don't know. It's just different at the very least, right? The only thing about it that I like is that it's super different. I don't actually think that I am on bear here, right? Zorthus just put out a 9-minute video. Ooh, I'm very interested in that. It's called Toggle User Interface. Here we go, here we go. I like different. All right, Toggle User Interface, Alt-Z. Why is this not working then? Alt-Z doesn't work for me on beta. So, hold up. Let me just Toggle User Interface. All right, what about Alt-M? Yeah? Nice, there you go. Okay, cool. So, I don't know, man. I kind of am sort of super down for this. Can you imagine me? Can you imagine me walking into a pack like this? Look at this. I'm a flying owl. This is the bear form. I am not a bear. Look at this. Is so cool. This is awesome. I am 100% swapping Haranir. Unbelievable. This is actually so cool. I want to jump into a pack like this. That's bear form. Yeah. It's basically like I don't know what creature this is, but it's cool. It's got a different animation. I will be jumping around all the time. I think this is super cool. All right. Yeah, he's very fuzzy. Now also, all right, we also have other forms. This is the badger cat. Kind of cute. I don't know how I feel about this cat form. I like the bear form a lot more. But overall, I think this is cool.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel exactly about the cat form, but I think it's okay. It's like, yeah, I don't know about this one. Personally. Cat form is not really doing it for me right now, though. Yeah, the bear form is awesome. And then also you have a... I mean... Holy ears, right? This is the travel form. This is the travel form. I am actually a bat. Yeah. The travel form is pretty cool. Can I do the dances? Yeah. I have to start dancing before I hide UI, though. This is the flight form. He is actually 80% ears. Yeah. Here, I go back to bear form. Dance. This is how I dance. If you ever see me at the club, this is exactly how I dance. I just basically get on all fours. I start grunting a little bit. I'm like, I pound the floor once or twice and I bob my head. This is why I never get taken to clubs. Yeah. I think this is cute, to be honest. Who else besides Kale? You mean, Kelt? I have played with him, by the way, Peril, and that guy is a fucking beast. He's on my friends list now on beta. I played with him early on the cycle. He is ridiculous. What do you do it tomorrow? That's on my screen. This is the new bear form. This is the new bear form. I kind of like it. I'm actually a fan. And then what's the Boomkin form? Also has something new, but how do I? So I need to be in combat to not trigger the flight form, right? Yeah, I actually kind of like it. At the very least, it's new and different. And sometimes I feel like WoW just needs different things. Like maybe it doesn't always need to be perfect, but I think it should just be different. Okay. So I can't access the travel form? Wait, is that travel form? Am I just an otter? Wait a second, is this travel form? Am I just an otter? Is that what this is? What is this? Wait, is that actually the travel form? Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, I'm sold. All right, I got a swap partner. This is it. Wait a second. Your travel form is an otter? Holy. Look at this. What? He's so cute. He runs so cute. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. This is not the flight form. This is actually just your ground mount. The aquatic form is even better? What? Look at his little legs. Look at his little legs go. Oh my god. All right, this is adorable. Yeah. I'm kind of... What is the flying form? The flying form is a big bat. This is the flying form. It's just a straight up bat with ears. This is the one here. Yeah. What's the aquatic form? Go to the barbershop. You can customize it too, right? I think that's the other really cool thing. What is this? Okay, am I a lizard? Please tell me I'm a lizard. Oh, am I a lizard? Wait. Is this basically... Am I supposed to be like a monitor lizard? What is this? Wait, I don't actually know what creature this is. I'm floating like I'm a crocodile something. I haven't seen the aquatic form yet. This is my first time seeing it. It's an axolotl? It's an axolotl. It's like a salamander axolotl. Okay. No, they cook with this. And I'm swimming like this too, though. Dude, I don't know. This is kind of cool, man. My little ears poking up. Okay. Yeah. I think that there's just little flavor for Druid. I definitely have. Yeah, I'm actually the Loch Ness Monster. Amazing. How do you unlock this? It's the new race. I don't think you'll have to do much for it. I have a feeling you're not going to have to do that much to unlock these. It should just probably auto proc. Yeah, just like the campaign first character. But it will mean that I'm going to have to pay for a race change. They'll get me with that. But 100%, I feel like it's worth it. I like just trying new things in WoW. Okay, is the barbershop here in Orgrimmar again? It's here, right? Wait, where's the barbershop again? Here. This way. Right there. Okay. So when I customize this, you can customize the form, right? Yeah, look, you can customize the form. Can't you? To a certain extent. Like, you can... Yeah, look, I have some customization on the forms. That's one of the things. I can at least something. I don't know if I unlock more than this,
But you can actually customize your bear form a little bit, which is cool. I thought there was even more than this, as far as I know. Because these are just the normal ones, but this is the harnier ones, though. You can make them all ears, too. The travel form. Ears uplifted. Out. That's cool. Yeah. Let me see. Moonkin form. Barbear. What? What is this? No. Okay, it was cool until this point. No. Whatever this is not. I don't know about this. This makes me wildly uncomfortable. Does this make anyone else wildly uncomfortable? What am I looking at right now, folks? Guys, what is this? What? No. Everything else was actually amazing. What is this? He's staring into my soul. I think this was a little creepy. I'm going to keep this. This is a very distinguished gentleman, a lemur bird. You guys love it? I feel like that's a boomy. I don't know what this is, man. This is pushing it a little bit. Whoa, I'm a bat bear. Okay. I don't know exactly how I feel. This one, yeah, this one's pushing it a little. Maybe I can change the color. The color helps a little bit. It's the something weird about here. Yeah. Make it without ears? Like shorter ears? No, that was worse. I don't know. These still looks weird. Yep. I don't know about this. Yeah. This is the Glyph of Stars moment for sure. I see the Glyph of Stars here. Yep. Okay, everything else is awesome, but I don't know how I feel about the Moonkin form. Yeah. Well, no, hold up. No, I wouldn't say that just yet, Wisdom. Don't count me out like this. Just because I don't like creepy owls doesn't mean I don't like other animals. Okay, I'm a little bit iffy about these now. Yeah. No, I'm not a fan of this one. However, I will say that the best thing, I agree with you. That's amazing. The aquatic form being an axolotl is actually awesome, okay? So, just to clarify, this is awesome, for sure. Like, you have all the Wait, where is this from? Wait a second. Is this already in the game? Where is this one from? This one? No. I don't have this. Oh, it's a store mount. That's why. Is this actually? I was about to say, like, this one feels like this one's cool. I didn't know this was in the game. This one's fishing in a Mirgersville? No, I'm not going to fish it up. Yeah. That's too much. That's fishing. No, that's why I don't have it. But I will say that the travel form is the best one, though. This one is super cute, and you run incredibly fast. Yeah, I'm pretty good with this. I do like koi fish. That's the thing, right? That's exactly what I was thinking. Because we have fish outside. Like, we have 2 little ponds outside of our house, and, like, 2 little tiny ponds, and we have some fish in there. And occasionally, I sometimes just buy fish for it, for fun. Because they're cute. I think fish are cool. I have most things here. Well, not everything. I could farm some more bear forms. I mean, in terms of bear forms, I think the one that really... Holy shit. Zoom out, please. Holy. You're scared of fish? Are you really? Those are the hardier forms, though. I think I would change that for sure. Wait, I kind of want to watch Zorthus' video. Can we watch a video together, guys? If I watch a video, though, just know that there will be no, it won't be on YouTube. Is that okay? You guys have to come to Twitch. You like the Mage Tower scene? Yeah, because I fought for them. Because I fought for them a lot. That's the thing, though. What's up, Cam? Because I had to work so hard for the Mage Tower skins, they obviously hold a special place in my heart just because of how difficult they were to do, you know? Okay, give me a second to set up the audio for it. But just know that you guys have to come over here because I can't put the audio through to YouTube. So, hold up. Let me just link it. No, not this 1 second.
I like this music today. Why does your game look like that? Where? I'm to pick between Shaman and Evoker, mainly healer or caster. Buitras, do you want what for? Like for power level, like Shaman versus Evoker in terms of like meta viability or getting invited to groups, you mean? Out of curiosity, is that what you're... It's Shaman, basically, is the answer to that. Shaman has a group buff and technically more utility than Evoker. So, likely speaking, if everything was tuned well... I don't know what happened to my game, by the way. I did something weird. I don't know. Something got reset when I started making new characters, because something... How come my edit mode just reset itself when I made a bunch of new characters? Please tell me that this isn't actually... I had just set up my UI for Malden. I just set up my UI. Please, please, please don't do this to me. Why did everything get moved? No, beta, don't do this to me. I just finished setting everything up, basically. Ugh. Why? It's just bugged. I can't even move it now. What happened? I don't understand. Is there an add-on that's enabled that shouldn't be enabled? Oh, Orbit got enabled, that's why. That was it. Hopefully. Oh, okay, we're back. All right. Oof. That scared me. That scared me. All right, I think that was it. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's a bit better, though. I actually really like this song right now, but I am curious because my take on defensives is that actually the game feels better without them, but I'm curious to know what Zorthus thinks because obviously he is normally on point with stuff. Arcane Mage is one of the squishiest specs. Yes. It is actually true. Press something? Giga Thrash, actually. All right, hold up. This is going to be a good video. You ready? I bet you this is going to be awesome. What do you guys think is the squishiest DPS in the game? Well, Shaman was the worst, but they recently buffed it a little bit, though. I do. Yeah, I've been playing with this the whole time. I don't know why I have two right now. I think one is Trophy GCD. One of them is the other one. That's my bad. It'll just be weird. I do indeed. All right, so... Here's a difficulty change in MD dungeons. What do you mean? Well, my game is my whole thing is having issues right now. Good night, Deco. Yo, thanks for playing, man. I think Arcane Mage is not. It's not squishier than Shaman, I don't think, but it is pretty squishy. Like you have to babysit your Arcane Mage, mostly because they don't press their buttons right. But it's interesting. Okay, guys. Well, let's watch this video together because he'll have actual analysis for what it's worth. He will have legitimate analysis, and I'm kind of curious to know what he thinks, though. No, it's fine. Let Mage be bad for a season. It's actually totally acceptable. It's literally fine. No, I disagree. Mages can be fine. It's actually fine. Just let Mages be bad for one season. Is it really going to kill the game? Hold up. Is something playing right now? Properties. Can you guys hear music right now? Hold up. Something's weird with my audio. 1 second. There you go. I think I fixed it. Okay, negative, right? Okay, perfect. Now let's go. Okay, good. So... Here. It should be good now. Stream didn't break. No. We're just going to listen to this. We're going to watch this video together. Hopefully my camera doesn't cover too much of it. Let's see. All right, can you guys hear this now? Can you hear it? Holy dude. Okay, first of all, massive shout out to Zorthus' YouTube videos. No one can do, like, he does the, I will say, statistically speaking, ain't nobody beat Zorthus on this type of stuff. Because he actually does put in the work. I've played with him a few times on beta, and he's a giga player. But I will say, for this type of video, for this style of video, nobody has, I could never. I would literally never be able to make a video like this. Like, and not, I can talk about it, but he does channel it to the max, and he does it very, I mean, good for him, right, Wisdom? Yeah, he does the home, but he does it. He really likes numbers and analytics. I really like theory. So to be fair, but this is going to talk about what are the squishiest specs in WoW. I have my own thoughts, but let's see. Uh-huh. Sure. Hold up. Okay, first of all, let me just do something real quick. Because very possibly, I'm going to just A, put this up like this, and then B, I'm just going to turn this off for a second. And then C, I will actually put this through to YouTube so that you guys can hear it. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to do that for this. Yeah. Here, hold up. I think I can put this through to YouTube real quick. Advanced audio properties. You got to remind. You have to remind me. I have to, after we're done watching this video, I have to change the settings back. If I don't change the settings back, then it's all messed up. And then the whole video has to get deleted, okay? Understood? Hi, Iggy. Hello there. Okay, so just remind me. I'm enabling this right now, but then after this, it has to get reminded after this video, okay? Please remind me. Because I made this mistake before, and I had to delete an entire YouTube VOD. Because I forgot to put it back, of course. Okay? So here's basically what I'd like to do. We're going to watch this, and I'm going to pretend like just hear me out. Hear me out. All I'm going to do, okay, is pretend like I have much longer hair, like I am significantly less healthy than I actually am. I'm also going to pretend that I have really bad teeth, and on top of that, there are roaches in my room. But I don't actually have any soda, which is sad. But otherwise, basically, let me try it. Let me try. Are you ready? Here we go. My room is messy. Holy, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. I already messed up.
HP and DR.
No. Shh. Come back. Okay, good. Ready? Okay. Yeah. If you understand, you understand. All right, here we go. Are we ready for this? Oh, Woo React content. I'm so excited. It's a new era for me. It's a new era. We're going to react to a video. This is React. Yeah. Oh, I have to. Yeah. Like this? Oh. You don't get what? If you don't get it, it's fine. Yeah. I like how everybody here does pretty much get it, but if you don't get that, that's okay. I have to look mad too. Oh, shit. I'm just so pissed all the time. Oh, shit. I almost broke my computer. All right. Here we go. Good day, sir. We're reacting to a video. You've come at the perfect time, right? Don't forget to have awful takes. Not bald enough? Damn. All right. Embrace it. All right. Talk directly to the camera like this. Yeah. That's the joke. That's the joke. We're all right. Your hair is too... No. I actually think, to be fair, I actually have always wanted longer hair in my life. By everything for you could properly channel it. Oh, I see. So that's what I'm missing, Hecus. Okay. No. All right, let's watch a video. Actually, I am very curious to know what he has to say because... Yeah. Thank you. I am genuinely curious to know what he has to say because I've noticed this as well. Classes going into midnight, especially DPS classes, are weird right now with defensives. So I'm very curious to know what Zorthus has to say. Let's hear it.
This is a point of debate. Mages are very controversial, and after reading a lot of takes on specific classes being squishier than others, I decided to do some research and see if I can prove anything with numbers. Now, the big question is...
Did he actually make that spreadsheet? Because the very first thing, once again, I will say, is that, he actually makes it look like he spent hours on this. And to be fair, no one does it better than Zorthus. He is incredible at this type of research. If he actually made that spreadsheet, props to him. I could never. Like, I just would never be able to make a video with that much effort. He really does do the absolute, the top end of what World of Warcraft creators can do for pure numbers like this. That is literally insane that he did all that work. All right. Tell me, guys, if you can hear it, okay? How is he measuring the defensiveness of a class?
Is what makes a class tanky or squishy? And it's not something with one answer. The best criteria I could come up with is this. The base health and damage reduction of a class, the frequency in which defensives can be used, the strength of those defensives, and the self-healing of a class, both incidental and intentional. So I went...
Okay, before he actually goes into what this analyst, what the results are of this, I would like to point out one thing from my testing on beta, okay? This is what I actually want to talk about. it used to be that classes with more active defensives were largely considered more tanky because the damage intake was very, hey, we need to survive this one shot, and therefore I need to make sure I have a defensive every X duration, every 45 seconds, every 30 seconds. I need to have a way to live the one shot. But Midnight, as of right now, doesn't work like this. There are a lot less one shots and way more rot damage. So in terms of his previous, like what he was ranking them on, passive DR and self-healing matter a lot more than they used to compared to active DR. So it does kind of favor certain specs over others. And obviously on beta, there are certain specs that are incredibly squishy that were not traditionally that squishy, like Arcane Mage as an example. Uptime, defensives matter less in terms of uptime and more in terms of like Warlocks, their ability to Mortal Coil in terms of their, and then Hellstone, and then basically like, yeah, Leech is better in a lot of these encounters, but Leech is, no one's playing like 20% Leech right now. So the idea is classes that have self-healing have a little bit more value defensively than classes that relied purely on active defensives. This is still, you would rather have the active defensives, but there are many, like Devour feels incredibly tanky because because of the way it self-heals itself. Exactly. Havoc is actually much tankier going into Midnight than it was before, because rather than just rely on Blur or Nether or whatever, or your Blade Dance DR, you actually can just sort of live, like you're not going to get one shot as much. And so classes that just have incredible self-sustain technically got buffed by that. Does that make sense? All right, let's see what he has to say. I won't interrupt so much more than this.
Went through every class in the game and mapped out their base HP and base DR. Some classes have pretty big gaps between hero talents.
Look
so
at the
I put
Warlock.
Every hero talent here.
Yeah, look at the
Some
Warlock.
select defensive talents that were not being run in logs. I also didn't count physical DR because most important damage is magical and armor.
I gotta look at this real quick. Hold up. Yeah. Well, how come Rogue only has 9? Really? Passive HP. So that's the thing. Well, because the Shaman just got buffed actually recently. Those buffs were interesting. Warlock has 28. And Hunter, that's what I was going to tell you. Hunter is actually very tanky right now. Oh my god, look at the Death Knights. No, don't even look at the bottom of this list. Unbelievable. Yeah, though, I mean, that's why I was telling people earlier. If you want to carry as a solo DPS player, Death Knight. You're just actually more... my camera's blocking it. Let me move it. This is unbelievable. It's way more than you think. All right, here. Look. There you go. That's the bottom of the tree. Like, it looked 53.5. Yeah. No. Death Knights basically lost very little. Like, they're still the tankiest thing by far. They're actually immortal. And so even if their damage is tuned kind of poorly, like, they're so good right now. Yeah. That's my experience as well. Yeah, they're basically a tank. Actually, there have been times on beta where my tank would die and I would tank for like 8 seconds, and then I would, Yeah. All right, let me put my camera back. Let's watch the video. Yeah, for real.
Just anyways. Some DR effects did not have 100% uptime, so I added them as an estimate average. And of course, HP and DR do not have the exact same value, and DR does diminish, but as these numbers are small, they are mostly comparable and accurate, and I wanted them to be simple. And to make this even simpler, I just combined every hero tree per spec and gave a bit of an average on those that had big gaps.
Can you guys see
here
this?
Here is the graph on base survivability by class. But after I made this, Blizzard buffed Shaman defenses by a very nice 5% HP and 2% DR, bringing the actual graph to look like this. At the bottom, you have Mage and Rogue as classes that traditionally have a lot of defensives available, but are very weak defensively if you misuse them. Then there is Windwalker and Shadow Priest, who don't really have those defenses available. And
I
still
knew
have weak
mages were
DR.
bad.
You have Shaman and Hunter, who used to be weak defensively, but after repeated buffs are very strong at base level. And then there are the specs like Ret, Warlock, and DK, who essentially are just running around with a permanent wall. So,
alright. I knew that Mage was down bad, because my experience as a healer is that I need to watch my mage. But honestly, when I was playing Frost Mage, like, you still have a lot of options. Like, you can keep your barrier up pretty frequently, and that will serve alone. You don't get one shot. Like, Altar still exists. You still have Double Ice Cold, and Fire Mage has your extra cauterizing, but Arcane is the one that's squishy, where you just don't have a lot of options. That's interesting, though. I didn't realize that, technically speaking, based on purely passive, Mage is that low.
All right.
To an untrained individual, this would be a reasonable metric to judge how tanky a class is. But defensives exist, and some classes have a lot more than others. Now, an individual defensive profile is very situational. A shaman, for example, can be very strong against damage events 90 seconds apart, but crumble when the events become 80 seconds apart. To gather data for this, I decided to treat this like a sim. I took the cumulative uptime of defensives across a 5-minute period for each class, and also the amount of individual defenses pressed in a 5-minute period. I counted any defensive that gives 15% or more health or DR. I also counted AoE cooldowns like Zephyr. I counted heals and absorbs as defenses here, and gave a value where 20% health equals to 1 second.
Wait, hold on,
For
something's
total
wrong
duration, the defensive cooldown kings are rogues, with Faint being such a short...
Wait. Okay, I understand what he did, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. That doesn't make a lot of sense, because Rogue Faint would obviously... But then what is Feral and Balance? Is that bear form? What's the Feral and Balance? Why is that number so high? Because they're not exactly tanky specs. I'm assuming this must be bear form? Or frenzy, like self-healing? Is it regrowth? Like, what is he calculating for Boomy and Feral? Because they're not tanky right now. It must be like a self-heal. All right, okay.
Cooldown that it can cover virtually any damage event. Then there is Druids, who have a new 30% health buff with 20-second duration on Heart of the Wild. Classes with the lowest defensive uptime are Mage and Shadow Priest, with
Heart of
Shaman
the
also
Wild
down there if you were to not count Earth Ellie.
Heart of the
Classes
Wild,
with
I
high
see.
uptimes in this category would feel stronger in consistent rot fights. If we look at the total amount of defensive pressed in a 5-minute period, this does favor Mage, as Mage can cover virtually every damage event with a weak defensive. Classes with multiple
Barrier.
short cooldowns are very strong in this category, while classes that have only 1 or 2 long cooldown defensives like Shaman or Demon Hunter are losing here. Any encounter with many different damage events will feel very scary for the classes with less defensives in this category. And then I took the uptime on defensives in a 1-minute period. This could be a very difficult pull, like the first pull of Winter on Aspire. This favors classes with charges or
Shaman?
long
What is he
cooldowns on the
calculating here?
defensives. Also, Shaman is probably a bit overrepresented because I am counting Earth Ellie. Now,
Earth
of course,
Ellie,
these
okay.
metrics will not show the full picture because some specs with no defensive are stronger than specs with defenses up. Like DK does not look impressive on these charts. I made some scatter plots with these metrics plotted against the base DR of classes. The further a spec is in the bottom left, the weaker it is in the
His
given
videos are
scenario.
so
Windwalker and Shadow are specs that are consistently weak in all these metrics. Now you also have to consider the strength of a defensive. A percentage damage reduction has an exponential effect on your effective health. This is the EHP formula. A 20%
I feel like I'm back in high school. I don't understand. I'm actually like, he really is going very hard on this. This is insane. I actually feel like I am in school right now. Okay, so there's a scatter plot. There's a this is very far for something. I feel like you could just have a conversation. Yeah, hold up. Wait a second. How come WoW players do this instead of the developers? I guarantee you that not a single person working at Blizzard is doing this. Why does it take people of the WoW community? Why do we have to do all this work for them? I will say that's something that kind of bothers me a little bit, is we literally pay them to test their game for them, and every single person who is passionate about their spec has people who will dive in for days and weeks and months and just test everything. They will come up with a notepad's worth of bugs, of interactions that the developers would definitely not find. Then we give that information, publicly available in most class discords, we give that to them directly, and they still don't fix it. I will say, I like Blizzard, I like this game, but how can Zorthus make this detailed of a video, give this information to them, and they still don't fix it? That's what boggles my mind sometimes, is we are actually handing all the information to them on a silver platter. And I just, you would assume, like, if I was a developer, I'd just go into the class Discord and say, okay, what's the bug list? Somebody sends me the bug list, I verify it, I go, great, let me fix it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I maybe I'm misunderstanding how difficult the code is, and the game is really built on spaghetti code. I don't know. Maybe it's way more complicated than I think to actually fix a bug. But in my opinion, we give them all the information. This video is so detailed. How could they not address some of this? Like, what is it that we're missing? What's the thing, actually? Well, yeah, they could have taken our money and canceled the game like Ashes, but it's 21 years too late for that. It's not a patch note without mentioning Psychic Link. Yeah, and forgetting most of the other specs. Mages have to get this much in every patch note, and Windwalker Monk has to get probably, maybe not mentioned every few months, potentially. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it's their job. Maybe I have higher expectations for them, but there are some bugs that have existed for months now on beta that were so major. They fundamentally change what talents you take. They change our testing. Like, we can't effectively test certain specs because we would play different talents or actually change our rotation if it was fixed. But since they're not fixed, like, we don't have the ability to test properly. So I wish they addressed bugs and then tuned later. Like, address the bug. They've been tuning a lot, but they haven't actually fixed a lot of the bugs, which are wild to me. Because then they accidentally fix the bug after tuning and the values are wildly off. Now all of a sudden you have Brewmaster, who their Tiger Palm finally got fixed, and they're doing way too much damage. So guess what? They're getting nerfed. Almost certainly. And now they're going to over-nerf it because instead of buffing them before or after they fix the bugs, they just buff the values based on what they saw, and then all of a sudden, right, they fix the bug, and now it's doing too much. So now it's going to get nerfed to compensate for that, and that's annoying. Like, they're going to end up doing this because some of the specs are bugged to the degree it's like 20% of a value, like 20% more damage or 20% less damage. So, yeah, I wonder about that. All right, let's keep watching the video. I ranted for too long.
Defensive gives 25% EHP. A 40% defensive gives 66% EHP, and if you had a 60% defensive, it would give you 150% more EHP. If you have played classes with a 20% DR, you would notice a very big difference between that and a 40% DR because of this EHP. This does not apply to two individual effects. For example, two 20% DRs would diminish each other to a 36% DR. Now, this matters a lot for dot.
Okay, I know I said I wouldn't interrupt the video again, but I think people don't understand this whatsoever. It is very important. A lot of people think that the DR in WoW is additive in the sense where basically if I have a 50% DR and a 40% DR, then I take a 90% reduced damage. But that's actually not how it works. They have diminishing, this is what he's talking about here. Do you understand that? So if you have like 2 buttons as a tank, like if I press Bark Skin on my Guardian Druid and Survival Instincts, I don't get 90% DR. This is important to understand, and I think some people, does it actually matter? No, but for theory crafting and WoW, you have to understand that the values of things are what he's talking about here.
Events, where you're constantly taking damage and need a lot of healing. It would matter a lot for one-shots if we were in Dragonflight, because back then, every dungeon had multiple one-shot bosses with insane overkills. But Blizzard has moved away from that design, and there are like 2 total situations in Midnight where you will ever get one-shot, and the overkill is pretty small. Half of the classes in the game are virtually immune to one-shots, and the other half could easily live with maybe one external thrown in. And then there is the metric of self-healing. This is just the generic statistics graph for healing done in beta dungeons. A lot of classes have different profiles of self-healing. Demon Hunters and Warlocks have a lot of leech, Shadow Priests do a lot of off-healing. There are a lot of classes that just have a strong hero talent that gives them absorb or heal, such as Marksmanship Hunter. Now this graph doesn't show off-healing, which is a very mixed bag. All off-heals were nerfed baseline going into the stat squish, and only some of them have been buffed back up. Vivify is kinda useless. Healing Surge was buffed then nerfed. Overall, off-healing is kinda weak now. So now we have our metrics. Let's try and rank
he's
the
making
classes.
a tier list.
Okay.
All right. He's bringing out a tier list.
A spec with high stamina and DR. Reflect on
The
a
data
very
in
short
this video.
cooldown allows
The data in his video is insane. You have to hand it to him. Like, if he puts out a video like this, no one else is even getting close to it. It's unbelievable. He puts, this is a ridiculous amount of video editing work data. I mean, this is, I don't know if he does this just for his guild to begin with, but like, wow. Yeah, let's watch the tier list. I'm hyped. Tier lists are great. Yeah, goated content right here. Tier list is like the giga content of WoW. All right. He's going to go over every spec. You gotta listen to this. This information, whatever he ranks as S and A, those are the best specs for 3K. Trust me. Okay, so this is what you need to know. Any spec that is just tanky, passively, actively, doesn't matter. Everything that is actually just immortal, that is by far the best spec for 3K because you cannot depend on your team. You're more independent. So if I were to make a overall tier list for 3K, whatever he ranks here, those are better in lower keys. The tankier something is, the better. Yeah, I'll play video.
To further reduce almost any damage event. Their self-healing is strong both actively and passively. The caveats are that Arms is weaker defensively, and Fury loses damage to take and Rage regen. Ret Paladin is another plate class with high DR and good defensives, although they can run thin and might not be able to defensive every mechanic.
True.
Warlocks have a high base DR, high leech, and frequent defensives. One concern about Warlocks is that their wall is a long cooldown, so most of their defensives are in absorbs and healing.
feel like
Hunters also
Warlock's
now
higher.
have high base DR with a lot of defensive options available. Hunter has the most individual defensive cooldowns of any class. Now getting into classes with less base DR, we have Demon Hunter, which only really has 2 charges of Blur. Demon Hunter does have a lot of leech though, so it is very strong against any form of rot. Next we have Evoker, which is defensively
Correct.
strong in Obsidian Scales, but after using both charges it doesn't have much left. Note they did add a massive stagger to Deep Breath this expansion, but I'm not sure how usable it is as a defensive. Druids have moderate base DR, but now they have a lot of defenses with a new long duration HP buff from Heart of the Wild, and also the classic ability to go bear form at any point in time. Shamans were previously defensively weak, but they got a buff to their base DR. They are now as tanky at base as the strongest specs, but Shaman defensives are still very lacking with little ability to cover frequent damage events. Shadow Priest is a spec that has low base DR and quite weak defensives. Its only real strengths is its self-healing and group healing, and that it can flash fade on demand, although flash heal must be used proactively. And I think the weakest class defensively is probably Windwalker
this.
Monk. This
This
spec
is-
has low base DR and only 2 minute 30
Okay, so I noticed this as well. I would, just one caveat that I want to mention, the fact that Priest does have Fade and Flash DR so consistently with a ridiculously high uptime is important, because in lower keys, you just casually can walk around with effectively a base level of DR at all times. Now, I would say that Priest is actually tankier in lower keys, because as long as you're being proactive with it, like Holy Priest as an example, is tanky because of the Fade Flash DR combination, and you just always have that up. Whereas other healers, like, you don't really need to worry about your active defensives because you don't have them. But what you do have is like that base Flash DR and Fade combination is actually very, very potent until higher keys when you really do need something else. But I also noticed that Monk in general is Windwalker and Mistweaver both feel very squishy compared. You just don't have a lot of options to live. Like, you really don't have a lot of buttons now.
defensives, one of which is just an absorb. Their leech is low and Vivify is quite weak. Back when Windwalker had Dampen and Diffuse, it could make up for this, but now its kit is a bit lacking. I have 2 classes left I didn't rank that I think require more skill to play defensively. Rogue has the strongest defensive cooldown of all, which is Feint, on top of an immunity and the choice between evasion as a DR or a cheat death. The only real concern for Rogue is an encounter that does constant ticking damage, not classified as AoE, in which Rogue's low base DR becomes a problem. And then the controversial class is Mage. Once considered to be a very
Frost is
tanky
better.
class, Mage lost 3 of its defenses this expansion and got no compensation in its base DR, which is only 4% magic DR and nothing else.
Do not compensate mages. Do not compensate. Let them be squishy for 1 season. Please, please, please. If this video comes out and we see in the next week's patch notes that they've just casually added back in 2 defensives for mages, I will do pretty much whatever stream asks. You can clip this and I will do, within reason, something diabolical. No, no. They have been dominant for so long. Just let them be kinda squishy that's fine. Let them need babysitting. That's fine. If this video comes out, and I swear, if they just casually buff mage defenses because of a video, like, no, they're fine. They're not even in the D tier. They're in the C tier. C is a passing grade. I'm passionate about this subject. Sometimes you just gotta change it up a little bit. Let mage be, they're fine right now. They still have some buttons. It's not like they have nothing. All right? I know mage is the main character. You can make them do damage, but they're fine right now. This is acceptable. This is fine. All right? This is fine.
Unlike other classes, Mage's only wall is on a 2 minute 30 cooldown and it lasts only 6 seconds, which will rarely cover an entire mechanic. However, Mage still has Barrier and Altar, which still have quite short cooldowns and can cover most damage events on a boss. I think Mage is very inconsistent in its defensive ability. On some encounters where Mage's cooldowns line up very well, I think Mage has no problem surviving, but on some consistent damage pulls or bosses, Mage can just end up falling flat. Also, Frost Mage has 2 charges of Barrier and Ice Cold, which allows it to be much more fluid in its defensive ability use and cover a lot more mechanics. I put it a tier above the other 2 Mage specs, on the same level as Shaman, which is its polar opposite class in terms of defensive profile. Of course, at the top of this list is Death Knight. This class is
This
far
is
above
amazing.
any other. Its base DR is comparable to other classes while they are in their biggest wall, and on top of that, they have a defensives that completely nullifies a lot of mechanics and a group cooldown. If the DK is ever threatened, Death Strike is also just the strongest self-healing ability, and the class can be almost entirely self-sufficient as a DPS. This has greatly contributed to the class being a meta DPS for the entire previous expansion. And new in Midnight, Unholy DK has switched their Rune Forge to the Rune of the Apocalypse, which grants a permanent 18% damage reduction effect on top of everything else they have.
Okay,
so
they
this
could
is
probably
my
nerf that.
tier list for class defensives, but I wanted to sort them into a more categorized view, so I came up with these 5 categories with the worst on the bottom left and the best on the top right. In the bottom left, we have the weakest classes with low base DR and weak defensives. In the top left, we have Rogue and Frostmage, which have low base DR but strong defensives. On the bottom right, we have classes that I would say have an average level of base DR or average defensives. And in the top right, we have classes with strong base DR and strong defensives. And in its own category is Death Knight. Now, am I trying to make a statement here? Not really. I don't think every class needs to have the same defensive profile or capabilities. I think it's good as an example that plate classes feel tankier, but I do think maybe the weakest classes could be thrown a bone like Shaman was.
Oh, that's it. All right, he ended the video. That was so. He just fucking great. GG's. He just ends the video like that. He's not even gonna have an outro, dude. Honestly, okay. So I would say that it would be fair if they nerfed a little bit. Okay. Yeah, if they decided to nerf, no. Then no one needs to be thrown a bone. I think it's okay. All right. I would say, all right, that was a pretty good video. I will say. Zorthus videos are genuinely amazing, and he doesn't mess around. He's straight to the point all the time. He's basically the opposite of me, I will say. When I make a video, I like to rant, yap, and basically go into the theory of things. He is numbers, data, and just good for him for doing that. Yes, thank you. I will change audio settings back. I think his videos are genuinely awesome and a big service to the WoW community. You can thank him for them fixing some of the base UI stuff simply because he made a video about it. Like, actually, yeah. Go ahead and link the video, of course. All right. Who was that, by the way? Zorthus. If you don't know Zorthus, by all means, link the video for here. Wait, what is the actual tier list? Sorry, hold up. Which is this? Oh, that's fine. That's the healer tier list. Zorthus is here. I'll give him a shout out too. He streams on Twitch. He's the tomato head. Yeah, that's the tomato head there. Well, to be fair, I was actually going to talk about how you should just play DK if you want to solo carry your team. It's the best spec for that. It's not even close. You should definitely play Death Knight because it's the most independently tanky. I can't even express to you just how tanky it is. Here, hold up. Zorthus is here. His videos are ridiculous. Any one of the videos that you watch on his channel are all this good. He deserves massive hype, to be honest. There's the video right there. And defense is also linked with the ability to move away. To be fair, JD, I think you're onto something there where since mages have such high mobility, they should that should be counted like the fact that blink exists. Also, something that wasn't mentioned is that many mechanics that are dangerous in these dungeons can be solved with invis, and your invis is now a much shorter cooldown. So, since you don't need it for DR, in Magister's Terrace, for example, the second boss will kill pugs, right? But if you're a mage player, of course I can't see here, but if you're a mage player, then you can invis it. Shamans can't do that. I think that was not mentioned, is that invis can mitigate certain casts, certain things. And that is worth mentioning, is that invis is very powerful. Because you can completely, it's like AMS on this boss. Invis is pretty valuable, and I think that's worth mentioning, to be honest, though. If you're the most involved community in a game, yeah. Dude, honestly, yeah. Seriously, though, Luminos, why don't they just hire, exactly, not just hire, but at least commend or, like, use the information we're giving them. It is true. We literally hand them everything they need to, technically speaking, fix their game. Like, if there was an issue in World of Warcraft, we hand it to them. Like, we tell them. You know what I mean? The Zorthus should be on payroll. Like, 100, that's a great point. 100% he should be. Have you seen any video from WoW or any suggestion that they have nearly as much data as Zorthus has? Out of curiosity? Yeah, no, honestly. Like, that, for example, what he just did in that video alone, let alone some of the other videos. Remember, he has made other videos that also told them everything they need to know about the damage meters. That was the original one, It's just like, man,
No, it's amazing. He's incredible. Remember, the damage meters are now so much better, but he talked about this very early on. And he was like, here's everything that needs to be fixed, and here's what we're asking for. Perfect video, and it was just like, yeah, I don't know. I do feel like they should do a better job. I think it would be such a W public support thing, too, if they just took somebody like Zorthus, and they were just like, yeah, here's free game for life. Yeah, why not? Like, give him a year of game time. And then I feel like that makes it to Reddit. I feel like WoW used to do shit like that. Do you remember the old WoW commercials? We watched them the other day. They're so good. Do you remember the old WoW commercials by chance? Like when WoW was a game where they were a little bit less, shareholdery. They basically felt like a game that cared, like they had passion. But nowadays I feel like they just need to please their shareholders. I really feel like that a lot. And I think that's actually sad. I do. I find that to be sad, actually, that is the case. But I do feel like that. Remember when WoW GMs? Yeah, when WoW GMs were here. Well, aren't those like the old players, like Ian said? Kind of. There's always issue like the biggest companies. But do you remember with the commercials? I mean, I played them for you the other day, but you remember them? I'll play them again. I don't mind. They're amazing. They're hilarious. Here, let me just link it here. I have changed the video back already, but the old WoW commercials. Why is this browser having problems though? You remember these? The Mr. T ones are just in general. Like these are just a few of them. All right, hold on. Let me get my cat. Let me cuddle with him, and then let's watch this together. These ones. Here. This. You remember these? These were great. But what happened is, I don't know where they went wrong. At some point, they basically made a decision where WoW became a company instead of like these guys who were just doing hilarious shit. I guess it's always been like that, and they do have to make money, but I swear this stuff would go so hard today. If they advertise midnight like this, expansion is set. Come here, buddy. Cookie. You can come hang out if you want to. Come on, buddy. This is the thing. Imagine just for a second. I'll link this. We could watch it together again. If they made WoW like this, unbelievable. Have you guys seen this? You guys know what I'm talking about? Let me watch it with me, just in case. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch it with me. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Yes. There might be a cat in the background, though. You might just hear some meowing. Yes, I know. Kitty's out. Come here, buddy. He just wants attention and love all the time. There's another one over there, but if I try to hold her like this, then I will die. So I'm not going to do that. All right, let's watch it together. Yes, hi guys. Yeah, I have two cats. One of them, if you touch her like that, you will die. And the other one is extremely affectionate and cute, and he's just all over my Instagram. If you were ever actually curious about seeing him, you could just find it on Instagram or TikTok. You could do exclamation TikTok or Instagram. All right, let's watch this together. Have you guys seen these? I'll play you like a few minutes of them. We don't have to watch all of it, but genuinely giga video, okay? Almost 5, so thank you for the gifted subs again, Koi. I appreciate it. Thank you, and you have a fantastic night. Get some rest. I hope you get some rest. All right, here we go. Let's watch this together. All right, here. Okay?
Been saying Mr. T can't change
Can
the
you hear
World
it?
of Warcraft. He ain't no computer hacker. Well, answer me this, suckers. How do you explain the Mohawk grenade? Yeah, wherever I go, I'm making Warcraft look good. So don't give me no back talk. Try World of Warcraft free at warcraft.com.
Find a Night Elf Mohawk in World of Warcraft and claim your Mohawk grenades.
Rated T for teen.
I'm Mr. T and I'm a Night Elf Mohawk. What's your game?
Dude, if they did this for midnight, the expansion would be set.
I'm Mr. T, and this is my Night Elf Mohawk.
Cut, T, there's no such thing as a night elf mohawk.
Shut up, fool! Like I was saying, my Mohawk storms
Imagine
through mighty
they did
forests on
this.
Frost Saber. My Mohawk.
T, it's a a warrior, not a Mohawk.
Well, maybe Mr. T hacked the game and created a Mohawk class. Maybe Mr. T's pretty handy with computers. Had that occurred to you, Mr. Condescending Director? I'm Mr. T and I'm a Night Elf Mohawk. What's your game?
World of Warcraft.
If you haven't
Try it
seen these,
free
you gotta
at
watch the rest of it.
trywarcraft.com.
We're gonna watch the whole video. That's fine. We're gonna watch the whole video. I want to show you one. If you haven't seen these, you gotta watch the whole thing. There are so many absolutely fantastic things here. You don't remember this?
Chuck Norris is a hunter, but Chuck Norris does not hunt. Hunting would imply the possibility of failure. There are 10 million people in the World of Warcraft because Chuck Norris allows them to live. I'm Chuck Norris, and I approve this game. World of Warcraft. Try it free at warcraft.com.
Rated T for team.
What's your game?
Why don't they do this anymore? Why not? This is fantastic. I feel like this marketing would go so hard today. I get that like 10 years ago it sort of phased out, but I actually feel like this would be amazing.
World of Warcraft. Try it for free at Warcraft.
That was a World of Warcraft ad. I don't even care that it had 0% to do with Warcraft. It's genius marketing. Why don't they do this anymore? It was just Mr. Bean dancing the whole time. I don't even care. I want to buy this game now. This still works today. Why don't they do it anymore? That was the best one. People are going to buy this game. Like, why did they stop doing this? It can't be costs. It can't be like the budgeting can't be the reason. Like, come on, man. That's amazing. He didn't do anything. They probably could have even just taken that. I don't even know if he did that in the studio. They might have taken that from one of his movies. I don't even know. It was so good. All right, well, the next one is amazing.
Warcraft.com.
Rated T for team.
It's not easy being an orc. My friends used to make jokes like, orc, the other white meat, or put an orc in it. I told them I'd throw them into the depths of Ragefire Chasm. They thought I was bluffing. I've never faked an orc chasm in my life.
World of Warcraft. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
Okay, so that one I understand that maybe that would ruffle some feathers and they couldn't do that one again. But it was pretty funny. But it is pretty funny. So maybe they can't do that one again. Okay, right. I understand that one maybe doesn't fly in today's atmosphere. But the other ones are still really good.
I'm Aubrey Plaza and I'm an orc. What's your game?
That's all I'm saying. The other ones are great.
I thought I was out. They pulled me back in.
Join 11 million players online as the hunt for the Lich King begins. World of Warcraft. Try it free at warcraft.com.
Rated T for team.
What's your game?
All right, to be fair, that one was the weakest one, but it's also the most true. Are you kidding me?
Hello.
Okay, before we get to William Shot, every time you think you quit WoW, you don't go WoW. It pulls you back in at some point, okay? Yeah, no, I mean, I honestly think like this would work so well today. That's the thing, right? And Spaghetti, thank you for this I see you there. We're watching some of the old World of Warcraft ads. I feel like people have forgotten these existed. I need to bring them back. Like this one, this is amazing. This one is a classic.
I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman. I'm a conduit of the ancient forces of nature. You're no doubt wondering, hey, Shatner, how do I hurl bolts of lightning? Simple. Get World of Warcraft, dog. You can be anyone you want. I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman. What's your game?
World of Warcraft, the #1 online game. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
Rated T for team.
I'm Ozzy Osbourne, and I'm the Prince of Darkness.
Cut. The Lich King is the Prince of Darkness, Ozzy.
Well, maybe you're the one who's been riding a crazy train, but I've been the Prince of Darkness since 1979.
There can be only one
Prince of Darkness.
World of Warcraft. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
What's your game?
My name is Virtuator.
All right. Listen, they gotta do more of this. I don't know. I think that this would actually sell more copies of Midnight than pretty much anything else they decide to do. In my opinion, if they returned to that form of advertising and just did some wild stuff like this, I think it would be so funny, and not just so funny, but I think it would be genuinely successful too. That's just my opinion. I think it would actually go so hard. Yeah. Maybe some of it doesn't fly, but I really think that would actually be an amazing thing. Okay. Now, it is late for me. Tomorrow I will be on a little bit. Now, for what it is worth, okay. Wednesday, 2 days from now, remember, there's going to be a ton of people over at my home. There's going to be people here all day. I need an excuse to not have to socialize. So y'all will be my excuse. Don't tell them this, but 2 days from now, there's going to be like 10 to 15 people here for a party. I kind of want to basically like go downstairs and be like, hey guys, hi, I'm so sorry, I can't hang out. Like, I'm working, right? Like, I'm streaming, so I'm alive right now. Like, I have to go back. Please back me up. Just in case there's any sort of weird, like, if that happens and they come all to say hi, y'all all have to basically say hello. Just, like, make the chat, like, go really fast, okay? So, right. I'm unfortunately, like, I'm live right now. Like, I would love to hang out, but I do have to return to stream. So sorry. Like, are you streaming long today? Yeah, you know, these guys, they run me like a dog. I gotta do it, you know. Unfortunate. Yep. This is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. But, yep. That's the thing. You know, yep. So tomorrow. Wednesday might just be a long stream. So potentially, yeah. I think Wednesday could be a very long stream at this point, though. JD, the last thing before I stream, I will say tanking in Midnight is harder, and the reason is that it's harder is because everything else got easier. So it depends on how you want to do it, JD, but overall, tanking is harder. I think there will be a tank shortage. I think it'll be a problem. They're kind of doing some stuff to help tanks. The tank balance is good for what it's worth, but the actual tanking is going to be a problem, right? I was made redundant today, so I'm going to be no life. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, just Dom. I'm sorry to hear that. At the very least, what I can tell you is this, right? Yay, wow. I guess it's supposed. Yeah, we're running a train upstairs, so a hype train. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I just gotta come up with something as an excuse to not have to be there like all the whole time. Thank you guys for hanging out as always. I probably will be around this week. I want to test a bunch more. It is the perfect time to play WoW. To be fair. That would be the advantage, right? Is that it is actually the perfect time to play WoW. All right, let's see who on. Wait, Baby Brain is on. Bro, what the hell? What is he doing on right now? Did he just start stream today? That's the easiest raid of my life. He just started a stream? Why is he on so early? Yeah, you're welcome, of course. Let's go raid him. That was the easiest raid in the world. I was just looking real quick, and I'm like, cool, that's an easy one. All right, bet. We're going to send you over to one of the best warlocks. Yep, I guess he's just up. Probably cheer him up because he shouldn't be up at this point, though. Yo, thank you for the sub on YouTube as well. I appreciate that. If you sub there, you will get access to cool exclusive content. I will upload something tonight. What was I going to do tonight? I'll figure it out later. Yo. You're also pretty... Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye. All right, YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the subs today on YouTube as well. The advantage of being a sub on YouTube, for what it is worth, by the way, is that
you get access to any videos. I'll try to put as many as I can on YouTube for what it's worth, but there are some really cool projects I'm working on. They'll require me to just put a lot of effort into them, but I'm excited. And if you are on YouTube, then you will have access to those. So it should be really cool. All right, I'm going to go eat something and then work on the little video tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out.